My man.
Boop, boop, boop.
That be sublime.
Just enjoy your
In the
boutonnieres.
concubines.
Act like gents. And recite these hymns. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. And me and B are south. I don't know how far south, but we are sitting in.
We're very far south.
We are in the Miami sun, baby.
Yes.
Watching some field goals. Is that going to get there? No.
Nah.
Um,
That was a punt, though, JP.
Was it? Okay. Brian and I down at Baptist Health Training Center, just in Miami Gardens, Florida. Literally, what do you think that is? Like a quarter of a mile from Hard Rock Stadium where the Dolphins play their home games.
About that.
This is the Dolphins practice facility where the Commanders will take part in a practice against Miami. Should be underway here in about 5-10 minutes. We'll be giving you live updates, broadcasting live all day. We're hoping we'll have a Commanders player join us after practice. We'll see how that goes. A lot to discuss, B. I thought there's some very real, like, human stuff going on that I think we should touch on. And I think a big part of that is the bond between – so last week, the Commanders had practices against the Jets. Sam Fortier looking stylish in the short shorts. Just got to give him credit.
Legs look like out-of-bounds steaks. Need some sun on those things.
Get a little sun, buddy. But I think, Dan Quinn last week was up against the Jets, and Robert Saleh was his old linebackers coach when he was in Seattle. That's going way back. Mike McDaniel today has talked about what Dan Quinn means to him as a person. And I think this is real life, man.
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel was on the staff with the Falcons. And then, I think he had some demons, man. Like he had some demons. He had to figure out his path forward.
Mm-hmm.
And part of that was like the journey to sobriety. And I think Dan Quinn was a huge part in his life. You know what I mean? And B, that's real life.
Yeah.
And like when people talk about the guy Dan Quinn is, we'll find out how he handles the 2-minute drill or uses his timeouts, or, if the defensive prowess we saw in Dallas was because they had Micah Parsons or because he coached them up. Like, we'll find all that out.
Yeah.
But when you hear people talk about the guy he is, like, I mean, you and I both had people reaching out from around the league when they knew DQ was a real option to get this job, saying what a great guy he is.
Totally.
And I think when you hear Mike McDaniel talk about what Dan provided him in his fight for sobriety, which for a lot of people is a fight for your life, it's a really good, healthy reminder of who the hell knows if they're going to go 3-14 or 14-3 or somewhere in between. But DQ's a good guy, and there's a reason people gravitate towards
good things normally happen to good people, to be honest with you, and good people that work their ass off. And I think Dan Quinn does that. I'll tell you things I look at, and this is me. I don't care how anybody else look at it. This is what I look at. I see how normal people are when they get into certain positions. Okay, Dan Quinn is in a position of power. NFL coach is a position of power.
Sure.
When you start looking at it, but he doesn't walk around and act like that. You know what I mean? I walked down the lobby this morning. I went down there early to eat breakfast. He's walking around by himself. A lot of other people I see, coaches and, front office people in the past, have walked around with a damn slew of people as if you need security in a hotel where just a team is staying in. And the man is walking around by himself. He's talking to people as they come up. And it was not people that work on the team. It was people outside of it. I try to see how normal people are,
Totally.
We get judged based off of what people.
Bro, that's
think
one of the
most
reasons
times.
I like Jaden Daniels is,
right. And he was down in the lobby.
pretty easy.
Too. I just started talking to him.
Quarterbacks are always going to be quarterbacks, but he's still just.
But the thing is, how normal can a person be? Will you just talk to anybody? And I see he does that, and that doesn't mean anything, as you said, about getting on the field and coaching and things like that. But it shows that you're not stuck on yourself.
Totally.
You understand what needs to happen outside, and a lot of times people like that can help pull somebody else up. And he's done that over and over again. So you have to give him his kudos for it.
Hell yeah. I want to start there. There is a ton for us to cover. You hear the horn going off there to start practice. The Dolphins are now out on the field.
We may lose 12 pounds of that.
Yo,
That right now.
If you're watching on the stream, B and I are both on the stream. It's warm, bro. Like, it's funny. I was joking with Tischler and Nikki about this. When the heat kicks up in Virginia, whether we're in Richmond or Ashburn or wherever the hell, and inevitably we end up asking players like, "Oh man, it was hot out there," and so many players so frequently are like, "Man, I'm from Texas. Man, I'm from Florida. Man, I'm from Louisiana." Like, this is different hot.
I'm from Louisiana, and guess what? This is what I remember growing up on. The thing about it just stays there, and you got to realize we are no more than a mile or two from the ocean.
Right.
And
we're not far inland.
You get heat and a lot of moisture, you get a lot of humidity, and that's the whole thing. Right now, we're waiting on this tent to come, and the only reason they're not getting the tent is because of Bram and Ben Standing. I'm about to go move them from under the damn tent, to be honest with you.
Is that why?
That's the reason.
Because they think that's like official business?
I'm about to go take their business away from them because we need something to block this sun because it's about to move down from this palm tree.
So everybody knows it's 10:15 a.m. Right now it feels like 94 degrees. We need to get camera on the phone because I don't really know what this means. But
it's going to be hot.
B, it's 72% humidity.
Yeah, and probably going to go
up. So everybody that's wondering like how much beach time Brian and I have gotten in, let me be crystal clear. 0.
Well, I'll be honest with you. The funniest thing I've seen all day, I started getting a lot of pings from my Instagram yesterday. And I'm like, why is everybody just like sending me laughing? And
B-Mitch babysitting service.
I took a picture with JP and his daughters, and he said, I found a babysitter, and everybody must really believe I'm going to be babysitting.
So we did have a fun flight. We were all on the same flight from Dulles to Fort Lauderdale last night. And
did we freeze up?
I think you did. I think I'm still in business. I'll work on that in the break. But I think, with the flight down last night, so B was hanging at this restaurant right by our gate. We were all chilling. So I had the girls.
Chef Jeffs.
And the girls immediately got into like crazy joke time with B-Mitch. And Shelby was like coming up with all these crazy theories about, what happens if a robber comes? Will Mr. B-Mitch fight him off? And it was a really cool way because today is my daughter's birthday. So by the time we landed, we didn't have any luggage. So we just kind of got right to the hotel, but my kids hadn't eaten. So by the time we get the kids into bed, it's like 10:30 at night, right? And then my wife makes me decorate this morning or last night so that Shelby would wake up to a room that was decorated for her birthday. You know how hard I had to blow up 20 balloons last night.
Wow.
Blowing a balloon sucks.
Yeah, I mean, you're out of shape.
I was in shape. It hurts your like cheeks. I don't know how to describe it, but like I'm not Dizzy Gillespie. I'm not built for this. A lot
of things I can say about that, Jay. I'm going to leave it alone. But Jeff, I'm about to get back on my computer and say that it cut off.
All right.
For a problem it had. I don't know what the problem was, but I don't know.
What do you, Jalen Ramsey walking out? Does that look like he's not practicing?
Look like he is not practicing at all.
They have pads on, right? And he doesn't have.
He don't have on pads. He don't have on pants.
Yeah, Jalen Ramsey just walked out with a hoodie on and pants. The rest of these guys are dressed for football. So we'll see what happens. But I wouldn't expect Jalen Ramsey to be practicing. Jalen Ramsey, if you live under a rock, do you think somebody listens to our show and doesn't know who Jalen Ramsey is? I'm curious, like that Venn diagram.
There are some people that don't pay attention outside of Washington.
So the Great Landini got a day off today. We got Jeffrey running the show and our guy Toby helping out. Good morning, boys. How you doing?
What's up, JP? B-Mitch.
Tobo, you all right?
What up, man?
Yeah, I'm a little jealous as I look on the stream and you're chilling in some sunshine. I'm glad it's not hot, but you know how Drab leaves it in here. It's pretty hot in here, too.
It's hot as hell. This shirt is wet.
I'm saying I'm glad it's not hot in here where we're at.
Yeah, we're good. We're cool.
Yeah, okay.
Toby, you listen, man. You might see palm trees. They exist here.
Yeah, we're under them.
But
and it's not blocking the sun.
I would tell you that I know how hot that studio gets. It is hotter here right now. I assure you of that. I mean, let's just do it because sometimes Jeff surprises you. Jeff, you know who Jalen Ramsey is?
Nah, I don't know who Jalen Ramsey is.
You're doing a bit, right?
Yes. Yeah, of
Okay.
course I know who Jalen Ramsey is. You tell
Jeff,
me.
You never cease to surprise me, bro.
You tell me.
Oh, is that your Jalen Ramsey impression? That's
Yeah.
kind of good.
You tell
That's kinda good.
me.
No, but he's also, you got to add the shoe in there because he drops that one kind of frequently. So there's plenty for us to discuss today. We got to talk about this quarterback situation because I don't know exactly how this is all going to shake out. I think obviously there's no question about the starter, right? Like, remember when people tried to pretend there was a question about who was starting? There never was. There never is. And it's Jaden Daniels. And there's a ton of reason to be excited about that.
Yep.
But for this weekend, Grant had the story yesterday that they were working out Trace McSorley. The way I understand it, there was never even a workout. They just signed him. And you're like, oh, that's kind of interesting. We know that Hartman has the shoulder injury. Well, then the news comes out that Marcus Mariota is dealing with a groin and isn't going to practice today and isn't going to play Saturday night. So I think Commanders fans, I think Burgundy and Gold faithful, I think you better buckle up for about 3/4 of Trace McSorley on Saturday night.
Possibly.
And I think you better take the under. I think we might just ride the under train again. McSorley has been in Cliff Kingsbury's offense before. So ideally he can handle the offensive load. At least kind of the playbook and everything. I don't think this is a big deal, mainly because it's August 15th. But I do wonder if you got to – I'm sorry, you're still going to see plenty of Driscoll. I didn't mean to skip over Driscoll. But, like, I think there's a – how comfortable do you think they are quarterback depth, Mariota Driscoll right now?
I think they're very comfortable with it.
Just a slight groin thing?
I mean, yeah. I guess they think if he has a slight groin right now, you don't want to go out here today or this weekend and make that worse because that groin can end up being something that goes all into the season. I believe they're very confident in Mariota, and if they have him there with Driscoll as the third guy, they're cool with it. But if something happens with Mariota, I think there would be that cause for concern immediately.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why you just shut Mariota down now with the groin, especially considering what a level of runner he is. You know what I mean? Like, that dude runs. So if there's a twinge, whatever it is, you don't need to overdo it.
Yep.
The other things to discuss, man, are – thank you, man.
Thank you, man.
I tell you what, the Dolphins PR staff is great about providing water. I think they are slightly concerned people might melt out here. But we're going to make it. We got to have a further wide receiver discussion because it just keeps seemingly like amplifying. You know what I'm saying? Like we've talked about what we have and haven't liked. Dan Quinn was asked today about kind of the wide receiver 2 battle.
Yeah.
And he's like, it's ongoing. And I'm okay with that, right? Like this group is all about competition and they're preaching competition. But they're
not just preaching it, they're making it happen.
Right.
And you know, I don't know if players and fans alike are not accustomed to it, but it's what you need, man. Let's be real. I think people sometimes forget how much we've complained about what has not been happening on this team. And we consistently want different, but we still act like we wanted it to be like it was.
Sure.
The man said we're going to compete. There's competition going on right now. There's a guy in Diami who people say, oh, he was great at this time of the year all the time.
We got a break.
Right.
We're going to let you hear what the coach said, and then we're going to react. What does all this mean for Jahan Dotson? Let's discuss next on The Fan. B. Mitch of Finley, 1067. The live Miami Gardens, Florida, just outside Hard Rock Stadium at the Miami Dolphins practice facility.
You got on a blue shirt. I'm starting to think you're a Dallas fan. You
Told you
start
he a
this
fan
stuff
for
again.
real.
I'm serious, man.
You guys,
what the
stop
hell
with
is
that.
that?
Good God, you drive me crazy with that. I often think the Dolphins unis, by the time it's January and they're playing in Buffalo, look kind of silly. But the vibe down here with the turquoise and orange, and a lot of people kind of wear like retro gear down here.
Yeah.
It works.
It does.
It definitely works.
Yes.
What is not working or will not be working are a number of kind of the star players you be excited to see for the Dolphins. It doesn't look like we're going to see a fella by the name of Odell Beckham. It doesn't look like we're going to see a fella by the name of Jalen Ramsey, who Jeff knows who that is. It doesn't look like we're going to see a fella by the name of Tyreek Hill. It doesn't look like we're going to see a fella by the name of Jalen Waddle. So, we'll keep an eye on all that. Now, Miami still has speed because they have one thing I love.
Our track team.
I love what the Dolphins have done is they've created an identity for their football team, and they draft to it and they sign guys to it, and they try to stay true to that.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And it's speed.
Speed kills, as they say.
Right. We'll see if they can break through in January, but it's pretty cool to watch out here. I mean, when you watch these running backs, I mean, even just the running backs, dude, going through like running backs all kind of warm up with some runs and then some pass drills. I mean, all these
I think the
dudes
style down here is cut your pants off right below your thigh pads, and that's what you wear.
Yeah.
Because nobody has anything covering any knees out here.
Right. Shout out to the Dolphins PR department, who have really just been terrific. B-Mitch finally intimidated standing enough that we got our tent. Well done, Brian.
And we're over there just chilling. I'm like, hold on, dude. Can you all get the hell out the way and
Shout out to the Dolphins
tent?
PR department. We appreciate you. Let's talk about a situation. And let's start. I would argue that this is starting to seem like the busiest, the most interesting roster situation Washington's got.
Uh-huh.
There is zero question who wide receiver one is. It's Terry McLaurin. Undoubtedly.
Whatsoever.
Like zero question whatsoever.
I agree.
But number two, we've been saying this, if you got dropped off a spaceship and landed in Ashburn, Virginia in late July, you would think the second best receiver on this team is either Olamide Zaccheaus or De'Ami Brown.
Yeah, based off of what they've been doing in training camp this year, yes, I agree.
And a lot of folks want to know what's up with Jahan Dotson. It's possible Jahan balls out Saturday night. What did I say?
You didn't say Olamide.
Okay, Olamide Zaccheaus.
You say Olamides.
Okay.
But it's okay.
Olamide. I'd like to say it.
Call him OZ. That's what they call him.
OZ's easy, yeah. The question to me is not, oh my God, what's wrong with Dotson? It's, Dotson still has a chance to show he's a baller. Remember, his rookie year, he caught 2 touchdowns in the opener. So, things could change in a hurry.
Could this whole thing be, damn, he finally got it, talking about De'Ami Brown? I mean, look.
They were really excited about De'Ami.
They were excited when they drafted him. And we've said it when they got this new staff. I know I was saying it, that they seem to be a better staff to coach people up. And if it's a competition now where we don't know and De'Ami begins to ball, who cares? I mean, you want to get the best out of your players, point blank.
Yep.
And if one guy is getting it and the other guy kind of is in a funk right now, that's the problem for him. Overall, what I'm trying to say is you have to be on a level of competition and competing every damn day of your career. You never get a chance to coast.
Hell yeah. I loved Jaden's answer going back to whenever that was before he had been officially named starter. He's like, you think I care? If they call me starter, I'm still going to compete.
Yeah.
But let's hear from Dan Quinn. This is Dan Quinn, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes ago, speaking here in Miami about the wide receiver 2 situation.
Where are you at with the wide receiver 2 search?
I would say we are right in the middle of it. And so you'll see a lot of guys in today. You'll see 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a lot of guys that are really battling. I've been really impressed with Olamide And I thought he's had a really strong camp. Looking forward to getting Luke some extra work into here, Jahan, Diami. So that's where we're at. And then the special teams is going to have a factor in that as well.
Did anything stand out to you from that quote, Toby?
Yeah, I mean, we all assumed that Dotson would take this role, and it's clearly not his right now. So it's not great considering Zacchaeus has been kind of a journeyman and some of these other guys. So you would hope that someone would emerge, and maybe it is Zacchaeus, and that's fine. But it doesn't feel good that you're at this point with a rookie quarterback and the number 2 wide receiver isn't kind of set.
Jeffrey, what did you hear?
I heard that it's a true competition. It don't seem like Quinn is on no sides. He's letting the best man win, and his name is Olamide.
At this point, yes.
Me, as a savvy dude that has been in the NFL a long time as a player and working in media roles, is there any way they are publicly trying to push Jahan with some of this?
I don't think that this staff really goes into that. Okay. I think everything that they say publicly, they've said privately. And I think the ultimate thing is, listen, players are going to face this at one point in their career, no matter if it's early or late, where you're going to get to a point where you're going to notice that they might like somebody more than you. So what do you do at that point? Do you dig deep or do you just let it go? I wouldn't just let it go. I'm going to show you what I'm about. There are some people who fold and some people continue to push. And I think right now we're in a great point to find out exactly what we have. And when they make their decision, you will know that they chose the best person. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what it has to be right now. And I understand that some people fall in love with certain people. But you know what I fall in love with? I fall in love with winning.
Sure.
And I ain't been in love in a long damn time when I start thinking about this franchise. So ultimately, I am looking for the guys out here who are going to go out here and bust their ass on an everyday basis. And if somebody has a problem with that, then you know what? You're not really a football fan. You like a certain person. I like the football team. I want this team to go out there and become better than what they was. I am tired of every time I go somewhere, oh, man, what they going to do next year? I don't want to talk about next year. I want to be focused on this year for once. So if it's competition right now, may the best man win.
Sure. I think I know Jahan. Like I've known him since he was drafted. I'm a little surprised how this has gone so far. You know what I mean? Like the fact that DQ was asked, hey, what about wide receiver 2? And he named Zacchaeus. And he named Diami, and he said, we'd like to get more out of Luke. I don't think Jahan's name came out of his mouth, right?
It may not have, but
I'm asking. I don't think it did in that bite we just played.
See, this is the thing, though. The man has been talking about competition in all positions throughout this whole time. But everyone seems to just focus on Jahan. Why? Because he was a first rounder? I think the ultimate thing is we have to understand. He hadn't said who's the starter at quarterback, although we know. He said, I want competition at tight end. I want competition at running back. I want competition at receiver. I want competition at DBs. But we focus on the one thing that we think. So I asked a question to everybody out there who decided that they wanted to assume and understand, do you see what a lot of other people are saying? Do you see that somebody else might be playing a little bit better? So you said it because I'd be damned if I was the only person that started seeing some stuff. And when I mentioned my stuff the other day, I was talking about multiple people.
Yeah, people tried to zero in on you.
People zeroed in on one guy.
Yeah.
One finger salute to y'all with that one. But the whole thing I said about a lot of people, I'll say one damn thing. I don't care who knew what I was talking about, but I guarantee the people who I was talking about, they know. Because one thing about competitors, they know when they're not doing their best. And if they hear something from somebody that they know is going to be straightforward with it, they know. So if you got mad, who gives a damn? My ultimate thing is for this football team that wears burgundy and gold to become a better football team. And if that's not what everybody's hoping for, then you hoping for the wrong damn stuff.
Tyreek Hill update. I want to talk about something that I heard from Dan Quinn that I found really, really intelligent. We'll do that next on The Fan.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here.
Shout out to everybody on the stream. Say what's up to Chris Kerwin. There he is, the man, the myth. B. Mitch and Finley live, Miami, Florida, baby. Trick love the kids. All right, we are at practice. Little Tyreek Hill news.
Yes.
I think, Brian, when I was in high school, I don't want to name a name because he might get mad at me, but we had one player that was really good, and sometimes he just came out to practice later. Like, that's just kind of how it happened, right?
Well, if he did, the coaches allowed it.
Yeah, and like maybe he was getting stretched. I don't know. Tyreek Hill wasn't here for a while. Now he's here.
Yeah.
And when you are challenging the fastest man in the world to a foot race,
yeah,
maybe that's how you get it. Hello, Nikki. Nikki's checking us out.
He's still getting stretched out.
I think Standing's still shook from when you threatened him for the tent. Tyreek Hill, though, is out here now.
Yeah.
And Dan Quinn, I thought, had a really interesting kind of line theory, whatever you want to call. Dan Quinn was asked, and let me know when you have it, boys. Dan Quinn was asked this morning kind of about, you're going up against a really explosive team, not to mention, you guys played them last December. Now, Quinn wasn't the coach, but this football team played the Dolphins.
Didn't look very good.
No, I think it was 31-7 at halftime or something.
Yeah. Real bad.
Tyreek Hill had a 78-yard touchdown pass within minutes of the game kicking off. And I thought DQ had a really, really intelligent line kind of explaining why he's going to put people in certain positions. You guys ready with that audio? Let it ride.
No, it's a great question because in the preseason, you actually want to put people into the hardest looks and the hardest matchups. So there's times you'll want to do some things just to, put some stress onto a call or to a person in a coverage or whatever that might look like. And so to see, the different elements offensively, defensively on teams, I think it's a great test. And these are at practice, perfect times to do that and play man-to-man coverage, play a zero blitz look, play things that maybe you wouldn't normally do just to, really emphasize the stress and the evaluation of that play or that player. So I am really in favor of these practices. I think they make a lot of sense. And having to do it one day, then the day off, and then the practice, it really times up well. You'll see some players get a lot of reps today and then not many in the game, and then some very few today and get a lot in the game. And also, there's a good selling point for that for the player that's going to get few today. Saturday's coming, and you get a chance not only to perform for our team, but potentially for 31 others to show what you can do. And so I think there's a lot of value in that.
I think Ocho Cinco just walked in.
Yep.
Wearing a Tua jersey, which is kind of hot. He is skinny.
Probably driving his Prius.
I wasn't expecting Chad Ochocinco to walk right by us and be that skinny.
He's a Miami guy, brother.
He is a Miami guy.
Yeah.
So here's what I heard from DQ. Hey, man, we know the type of offense we're going up against. We know that our secondary has struggled. And if they struggle, it's because we're challenging them in this setting.
Yeah.
And when we get to a real game, we will build support systems differently.
Yeah.
And I think if he's telling the truth, it's really smart.
I don't think you have a question. I think he is telling the truth. I think the ultimate thing is this, okay? We've gone through times where people talk about we don't need to play preseason. Preseason is not that important. You have a coach and a staff that believes that is important. So if you have to do it, why not go through it by learning stuff about your team? So he talked about, I like to put people in difficult situations. So he put them in difficult situations, and if they stand up to it or they don't, then you have a coaching thing to do now. If they're very good at it, you want to keep that going. But if they're not, you want to make sure that they correct it the right way. And when I'm watching the game, that's why I don't get a little hooked up too much, because I've listened to DQ talk a lot where he says, we want different groupings. We're trying to figure out what we're really going to be able to work with. And they do that on a consistent basis. So I don't get annoyed by certain groupings or personnel groupings, because I know they're just trying to find something out. That isn't necessarily what they're trying to say it is.
Agreed. And I agree with you. I think that is the design. But I think there's also a little room for if the Dolphins post a video of Tyreek cooking everybody, hey man, we were trying some cover zero stuff. This is not how it's going to look in the regular season.
I don't think they care about that, because the ultimate thing is you're trying to get better. Look, Tyreek cooks people on every football team. So if we think we're gonna all of a sudden just show up and stop him, man, we're crazy. But that's just you have to go out there and you just have to start preparing your guys for things. If Tyreek Hill only got us, I understand.
Right.
He gets everybody.
Well,
he had 1,800 yards almost last
right.
year. He didn't just do it against Washington.
That's why, like, if people were upset with this secondary from last year, they should. But Tyreek cooked everyone.
Yeah.
It wasn't just them. Right now, right in front of us, B and I are watching as the Commanders' first team defense is taking on the Dolphins'
goal line
first
situation.
team offense. Yeah, red zone, goal line stuff. You've got Chinn out there deep. Luvu and Wagner on the second level. Quan Martin kind of moving up into a slot role. Allen and Payne in the middle there. I don't see the edge on your side, B, with that goalpost. Sanders still out there. Forbes, I think it was BSJ on the other side. Interesting look there from a Commanders defense that, needs to perform better than last season, man.
Definitely. And we know that. And I think it's I said this to you yesterday, and I was even more last night when I talked with Chick, and I forgot somebody else earlier today. This is not just about the defensive secondary, because the secondary can be better if the front and the rush is better. And last year we had a lot of problems with the first rounders that started the season, but were they really playing like that? Now you got guys that you might not necessarily know that if they can do it or not. Cleveland Farrell, okay? We have Jonathan Allen, Jerome Payne. We have Dorrance Armstrong. The outside rushers people always think about. You know what I think about more? Is the middle, okay? I'm not sitting up here worried about just the edge rushing. I'm worried about what the hell we could do up the middle, because I know, and most people that knows football know, a quarterback hates pressure right up the middle. If we get those guys to do that, then all of a sudden now the secondary may have more opportunities. But if you let a guy drop, set, scoot, and then deliver, it's going to be hard for a cornerback or a safety to hold that long.
I tell you what, you got to be happy with what you just saw there, B. They sent some pressure up the gut from the backers. Tua was kind of on his back foot, floated one to the corner. Tyreek Hill in the vicinity, and Mikey Sanders still broke that thing up.
Yeah, Mikey
not scared of a big moment.
And then we've talked about Mikey since day one, bro. This kid just has something about himself. Right there again, he was able to hold the edge and still go up there and stop the play. They were trying to run a reverse. But he is not overwhelmed by the situation. The moment is not too big for him. I think one of the coaches described him as like the quarterback of the defense. When you are confident in yourself, people call you arrogant, cocky. No. You're confident in yourself. You work at it, and he does a great job of it.
Well, and something that's also kind of, this is deep inside baseball here, but the Commanders' defense usually wears their red jerseys in practice, but because the Dolphins are wearing, I guess, their home blues, the Dolphins, I think, go blue and white for their defense. So the Commanders' defense is in white. It's just kind of an interesting little wrinkle to this thing.
I like that look, though.
Yeah, it looks cool. And what else is cool? There's one player that wears an orange jersey for every practice. And I noticed it, and I was like, what's that about? I asked the guy. It's the player that had the best practice the day before. You know who's wearing it today?
Who is it?
Kendall Fuller.
All right.
I wonder,
did he really do it, or did they just do that because, they wanted to tell us, y'all shouldn't have let him go?
I don't know.
Well, and if I was a receiver going against him, you know what I'd be thinking? I'm going to cook his ass today. Listen, bro. Practice competition is always about getting one up on the next guy. And if you get one up on the next guy, guess what you've done? You made yourself better. And I hope guys are thinking like, he was the best practice yesterday. He won't have the best today. You got to always have something that pushes you. Michael Jordan said, everyone said Joe Dumars can do this say he could stop Michael Jordan. No, Joe Dumars didn't. Michael Jordan said Joe Dumars said it, and he got motivated by it. So if it can motivate you, use it.
All right, to Scotty G on the stream, he wants us to turn our cameras around so we can stream practice. No,
no, that's against the rules, and We are not here to do that. This stream is put up for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And we try to do as much as we can with it, but some people will think the stream is for them to dictate. No, we're going to dictate to us. We're telling you what's happening. We can't. If we were able to shoot it, believe me, it would be being
There's
shot.
a level of trust involved when the NFL lets you in the door.
And to be honest with you,
we're not going to break that.
There
trust.
is no radio station broadcasting from this practice but us.
That's right.
And if they felt that good about us, I'd be damned if we're going to screw that up.
Correct. They got big trouble in Big D. Bobby Belt joins us from Dallas next to talk what's going on in Cowboys land. And the ugly girls, too. Shout out to ODB. R.I.P.
Money, don't you worry.
Say hey. Me and B holding it down. Miami, Florida. Looking at Hard Rock Stadium here at the Baptist Health Training Complex. This is a pretty impressive facility. They also have a pretty impressive facility down in Dallas, Texas. Joining us now is our buddy Bob Bell. Cowboys does radio down in Dallas, just like us, 105.3 The Fan. Bobby, what up, man? How you doing?
What's up, gentlemen? How you doing?
We're in Miami, which is cool. Physically, it's not cool, but it's dope to get to watch the practice, get to watch Tyreek running around. Chad Ochocinco is here. But we wanted to talk to you to kind of see what the hell is going on in the Big D. Get us up to speed.
Yeah, they are still in their standstill as it remains with their big three contracts that they have to get done. Micah Parsons, Dak Prescott, and CeeDee Lamb. Mike is the one that can probably afford to just push off the most and wait till next year to handle because, they've still got him under contract fifth year option next year, and then they can tag him after that. CeeDee Lamb is in his fifth year right now, has been holding out for all of training camp, and Dak Prescott is a free agent at the end of this season with a no franchise tag clause within his contract and a no trade clause within his contract. So you have absolutely no power to dictate or, have leverage over Dak Prescott. So those three have kind of been at a standstill. They're working closest probably with Lamb at this point, but that's kind of been the main focus for the Cowboys has been those three contracts and the story that's been. And then on the football field, it's kind of been business as usual. It's been a quiet camp actually from a, on the field perspective because there's just so much going on that people are asking about in the actual business offices.
You think CD gets done because, like you said, they have no control basically over Dak. They can wait next year, but would that be the first one, CD?
Yeah, I think they got to get CD done, especially if they're in a position that's remarkably similar to the one they were in 2019. So heading into the 2019 season, you had Dak entering the final year of his deal, Amari Cooper entering the final year of his deal, and Zeke holding out. And this was all while Jason Garrett, your head coach, was entering, was a lame duck head coach, didn't have a contract past that season. Same sort of thing this year. Mike McCarthy is in the last year of his deal. You've got three contracts that are coming up that are putting pressure on you. One of them is your quarterback, Dak Prescott, and you've got a player who's holding out of camp right now in CeeDee Lamb. And so they're in a remarkably similar fashion, and that season turned toxic fast for them. Because when things start spiraling, we start having struggles, it's easy for guys who feel no security to start saying, all right, well, I got to start looking out for me, and I got to start figuring out what I'm going to do moving forward. And that goes for not just players, that goes for coaches. Like there are coaches who start trying to network around and figure out where is my next gig because it's not going to be here and we're having trouble here. So it's a very dangerous, delicate situation. So I think they can get Dak and Lamb done before the season starts. I think they'd ideally like to do that. I don't see any realistic chance they do it with Dak. Lamb is the one that they've got a better shot, but they've got to be willing to lose the negotiation a little bit. Too often they get hung up on this idea of win the negotiation and the high that seems to come from that. And they delay contracts and delay them, and they end up paying, significantly more than they would have. So I think they're going to get Lamb done before the season starts. Probably not until they get back from Oxnard next week. But I mean, they're working. That they've got ground to make up with Lamb before the season starts.
I think Schefter the other day made clear that he thinks the CD contract gets finished. So I think that'll be a done deal. I wonder. Lamb's the one that they have the most interest in getting that one done immediately, and that's the one that Steven and Jerry have spoken about most publicly recently. All right, so let's say CD gets done. Micah, you do have time, so that's a little different. What do you make of Dak? I mean, whether the rumor is stupid or not, it seems like him going to Dak being a free agent, and then you get Shedeur Sanders next year. Have you heard any of that crazy stuff? Like, does that actually, Dion, all of these things, do you give any of that any mind?
I would think I don't think either one of those things are happening. But if you told me which one is more likely, Shador potentially being the quarterback next year is more likely to me than Dion being the head coach. Because I think with Shador, I think there's a general thought among scouts that I've spoken with that entering the season, they view the consensus kind of seems to be Shador is a back end of the first, early second type of player. And he's got a chance to elevate that status depending on how he plays this year. And so I think that with Dak being a free agent, if he were to move on, even if you're with Dak this year and you're a playoff team and then you're without a quarterback, you're sitting at the back end of the first. That might be around where Shador Sanders goes. Again, depending on how much he elevates his stock this season. So Shador could potentially be a fit here if they were without a quarterback, because right now the quarterbacks they have behind Dak are Cooper Rush and Trey Lance. Cooper Rush, who's won NFL games as a starter before, Trey Lance, who's a former third overall pick, but none of the three are under contract. They literally don't have a single quarterback under contract for 2025 right now. And so It's a little bit of a stressful, pressure-filled position that they're in right now. So they may get to a point where if Dak leaves, they're going to be forced to potentially address it in the draft or go get a bridge quarterback in free agency until they can figure something out. But I mean, if this goes sideways and you lose Dak and McCarthy gets fired, you might just say, hey, we're hitting the detonation button on this one.
Just going to rebuild. I mean, I guess you kind of have to. Dak's a good player, and there aren't enough quarterbacks. Obviously, there'd be a verbose market for him, right? Like there's got to be suitors out there, I would assume.
Oh, yeah. No, I think that he would absolutely have a market. You know, Ian Rappaport talked about it with Rich Eisen a couple weeks ago, where Eisen said if he hits free agency, Dak, you think he gets 60 a year, and Rappaport said way more. He would get way more than 60. And so, and that's next year is kind of a thin quarterback class in the draft, and it is a thin free agent quarterback class.
The Giants give up on Danny Dimes.
They go to Dak.
I'm just saying, like I'm running through scenarios in my head.
But let me ask you this question, Bobby. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, do you have any idea how much it would eat Jerry Jones up inside if in 2025 they're kicking off on Sunday Night Football against the New York Giants, quarterbacked by Dak Prescott and coached by Bill Belichick? I don't think he would be able to handle that.
He'll probably feel a little bit like Mara was feeling about Saquon going to Philly. But let me ask you this question, okay? We've seen Micah Parsons. We understand he has unbelievable talent, but looking at Dan Quinn and Joe Witt, they seem to use him in different ways to basically accentuate his talent. Will the defense now and the coordinator now use him like they were using him, or try to make him become one-dimensional, and he's less effective that way?
Zimmer's going to move him around a lot more than Quinn did, I think. Quinn would stand him up, sometimes put him in the hand on the ground, but yeah, Dan Quinn was very versatile the way that he used stuff, but he would kind of give you a static look. Like it was just, here's what we're doing. Zimmer, of course, he's got the his reputation is the double-A gap blitzes. That's one of his calling cards. So
it's funny,
when we were out there in training camp, we saw a lot of in training camp. We saw a lot in Oxnard, California, of Micah Parsons standing in the A gap and rushing, or sometimes he's dropping back. There have been instances, typically we've seen DeMarcus Lawrence on one end, Micah Parsons on the other. They've gone out there in certain packages where Micah is standing up on the same side as DeMarcus Lawrence, and they're both rushing from the same side. And again, sometimes there's a lot more
Now listen, we've talked a lot about the weather here, the heat here, kind of the vibes here, the humidity here. There's only one man. If I ever moved to Florida, there's only one man I would trust to get my home right, and that's Paul Henry. Paul's the only dude that can figure out the type of windows that'll even keep this damn humidity out. Like, if you want to keep your house cool in Miami, you better call Paul. Paul, you should expand and set up a South Florida office. Working with Paul Henry changed my house. It can change your house, too. I'm telling you, work with him. It's a family vibe, and if you call this month, you get $100 off windows with a 5-window minimum and $500 off doors.
We know the guy in the thread yesterday say, "Oh man, they just say that because Paul took care of them, but he's gonna rob you." No, he's not. Paul takes care of everyone. We have people in my neighborhood. They don't talk on the radio. They don't talk about Paul, but you know what? They got damn good deals, way better than the other companies who are offering them, because the man is an honest dude and he wants to come out there and he wants you to come back when you get something else done at your house. So if he messes over you the first time, you won't call him back. Paul goes back to his clients a lot because they believe in him and they trust in him, just like JP and I do. So you reach out to Paul right now, you can get $100 off each window with the 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitchell Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
Grinding. All right, a little news here in Miami. The heat index has gotten over a certain number. I don't know what that number is, but they are moving practice inside. If you were curious how hot it is, that's how hot it is. They're moving everybody inside. Now, for all the folks that say we only give you positive Jaden Daniels news, I was just watching 11-on-11 work over here. Daniels had an impressive day, but he threw the ball. Okay, thank you, man. He threw the ball to Cole Turner. Cole had it, got popped up in the air, interception. These things are going to happen, but for everybody that says we only tell you about the Jaden highlights, there's a low light. There's a pick.
Well, he threw it in there in his hands, and he had it. That's on Cole Turner.
A little high, but yeah, I agree with you. It's Jaden has looked quite good. I liked this tweet from Omar Kelly that I highlighted. Omar's been covering the Dolphins for a long time. He's now a columnist for the Miami Herald, but like a South Florida institution. And Omar tweeted out, Terry McLaurin beat Marcus May for a touchdown on a goal line throw. This rookie is good, and good in all caps. I thought that was
Terry beat him.
Terry beat the Dolphins corner, and that, but more.
Than he's saying that which column is good?
Daniels
is good. Okay.
Yeah. I think
I kind of misread that. Like, he said the corner got beat, but the corner's good.
No. He's saying Daniels is good.
Oh, he is, man. He is.
It's been a heck of a day out here. I think things get a little chippy. I don't think we should read too much into that, man. The offensive and defensive linemen are really hitting. Like that's the closest you're getting to real football, and they're going to get a little chippy.
But that's what DQ told you when we were out there in OTA. He said this means nothing for those big guys, just skill guys. We'll find out what they're about once we start putting on passing things. Those guys, whether they try to go full speed or not, they have to, and they get more tired than anybody out there because you get two guys 200 pounds grabbing each other wrestling. They're gonna get tired. They normally 300 plus,
right?
Can you imagine how they feel after a practice?
Totally, man. I mean, worn out. But
the practice we've been looking at it, and I'm not based off of what I've seen. I'm not saying one way or the other. They've had some plays. We've had plays. We saw our defense do some good things. I look over there. I see their defense doing something, and then flip flop offenses did stuff on either side. I don't think I come away from saying one team dominated the other.
No, and it did look that way against the Jets. And today has looked, honestly, a big part of it is that the offense has looked a lot better. And for all the concern, they have their starting tackles or they have at least the next level up on the depth chart. Makes a big difference.
It does.
And I think Jaden's looked locked in. Not to mention, it was awful weather in Jersey. It was pouring rain sideways most of that practice. Today it's hot, but this is perfect football weather. Everybody can keep their feet.
But everybody playing in the same weather. They were playing in different weather.
But in 11-on-11s, when a D-line knows you're probably not cutting them, they're not running much, and it's bad weather, it's probably a lot easier to go upfield than it is to plant and set, right?
Probably so.
Or maybe I'm reaching. I don't know.
No, it's like that. But I'm just saying, in that day, our team was practicing in the same weather they were. And they may have got the best of them, but in the game, it didn't look like that. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
So, and I think I'm looking out here today. I saw some good things. I can tell you this. If you're going to sit up here and praise people and things like that, every time I see Mikey Sanders practicing or doing something, I get more and more ready to see this kid playing throughout the year. This dude can play football. And like you want to. You don't want to sit up here and just like, it's practice, but every day he does something. I was watching a play down the field, and I saw a guy on special teams make a play, then I saw a guy on defense make a play. Guess what number he was? 40.
Your boy Owens.
Who makes plays every damn day. So, and we were talking earlier about people, how we automatically assume that people are talking about one guy because he's first rounder. That kid wasn't drafted. And every time somebody that coaches him speaks, they mention his name, and he makes plays daily. That is how you make a football team, and that's how you begin to build a name for yourself. It's not about where you pick and people like you or not. It's about what you do on a consistent basis with the opportunity presented. And he started off as an undrafted free agent. Now he's made so many plays that he constantly get chances to do other plays,
Totally.
which means the coaches are falling for him. And I like that story with that kid as well. Tyler Owens.
Yeah, man, I think there's a lot to like there, obviously. I think if you're just considering undrafted guy, big, long, hard hitter, not just willing, but seems good on special teams.
Yeah.
And one of the things we talked about yesterday when we tried to kind of work a roster out, I don't see a way where they're not keeping more safeties than corners. Wow, look over there. Is that Ramsey? One of the guys that didn't practice today is
No, that's Odell.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, number 3.
Okay. I mean, watching Beckham, just work on the side field out in the heat. Did you see that lateral speed when he was doing those drills?
He got that, what's called on him?
Was that the parachute thing, the resistance band?
Yeah, it's a resistance band on him.
To hit that speed with the resistance band on, now you got Odell dapping up Ocho Cinco. That's what's happening right there. It's Miami's a different place, man. It's a different place than Ashburn, Brian. There's no palm trees in Ashburn.
There's no palm trees. But you know what? I think the same flavor you have here is coming back to Washington.
Where guys want to be there because they think they're part of a winning
guys
operation.
Want to be around, and the people that are on the team have a level of respect and camaraderie with the guys that played before. It's on its way back.
That would be tremendous, man. And you know what? I kind of slept on this. Somebody in the chat pointed this out on the stream. You forget how significant once upon a time Redskins Dolphins as a rivalry was. Yeah. When the Dolphins had the undefeated season, I think that was 72. Mm-hmm. They beat the Skins in the Super Bowl. That was George Allen.
I just watched the game. They had some highlights from 1990.
Wow.
Ernest had 32 carries for 157 yards. And I'm like, oh, boy, I didn't know I had some carries in that game.
That was your rookie year,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, they gave me a few carries in that game.
Well, and think about the most iconic play in Washington franchise history is John Riggins on fourth down.
Oh, yes.
These two teams, there's some history.
They have some history there.
There's some history. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finn. Love this tune, Jeff. It's the vibe right now, man. Me and B are live down in Miami. Commanders joint practice against the Dolphins just wrapped, and I will say, damn near definitively, this was just a really strong session for both teams. I think both teams kind of, got some wins. Both teams took some L's. It did end on a little bit of a tough note for the Burgundy and Gold as McLaurin, I think, slipped coming out of a break, and Kendall Fuller got a pick on Jaden Daniels to wrap things up. But I'm telling you, man, this was a good session, and the Jets was not for Washington, but this one really was. I think, the Miami speed is so significant, and I think the secondary actually held up a little bit. We're going to try to talk with some folks that have been watching throughout. We're going to see if perhaps we get a player to join us. I'm going to be honest. We were in a really good position to get a player to join us when they were outside on the practice fields. But once they went inside, I'm not sure we're going to get a player to walk back outside. we were in a strong position.
We were in a stronghold,
but
and now it changes.
Yeah. Now I don't know. We'll see.
Yes.
But B, I was just saying, I think this is a really strong day of practice for both ball clubs.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
I just did a little thing with the Commanders PR, their social media team, and my words, and I meant them, was that, I think when you look out there on the field, they didn't look lost. They looked like they belong. And you want to see young guys who you see the coaches constantly mention. You want to see those guys go out there and perform. And Mikey Sanders still a rookie, one-on-one on Tyreek Hill. And the defense was able to get to the ball floats, and he was able to knock that ball down and be there. And then you got another guy who's completely on a different end of the spectrum in Tyler Owens, undrafted. And the coaches mention his name, and then every day you see him making a play, and you can understand why they're excited about the young man. And he's also making them be more excited about him by making play after play after play.
Even more than that, man, I think you look at now the Dolphins certainly lost Christian Wilkins. That was a huge loss for them. That's a stud in the middle of that D-line. But I do think having – now, we got to confirm this. I know Coleman was here but didn't do any team drills. I'm almost positive, but I don't want to say it just in case. I'm going to confirm it. But I believe you saw Lucas and Wiley out there. That makes for – like we had I love him. Dear friend of mine. I know he drives you crazy, but you love him too. Barstool Nate. And Barstool Nate's very upset that they haven't addressed tackle. But in that Jets practice, man, they didn't have tackles out there. They had Chris Paul and Trent Scott, who – if you get to your fourth tackle on your roster, you're probably in trouble. It doesn't matter if it's the Kansas City Chiefs, the Rams, the Bill, like whatever team. You get to a fourth tackle, you're probably in trouble. Now you are at, I don't know. I think Coleman was certainly tracking to win the job. I think the team also wanted him to win the job.
Yeah.
But you're at least your 1A and your 2 between Wiley. And dude, if that interior is better, like you keep talking about, what'll help the secondary is the pass rush.
Yeah.
If the interior of the offensive line is significantly better than it was last year, and it was really bad to start last season, that helps the guys on the edges tremendously.
It does.
And dude, one thing I keep seeing, Cliff is going to have 2 tight ends on the field a lot. I think Cliff will have 3 tight ends on the field more than he has. Like everybody thinks he's going to line up with 5 wideouts and stuff.
Well,
like,
that's not necessarily who he is, and you can see that in the first preseason game. And I think you mentioned this earlier, across the board, all the quarterbacks, they perform well, which means that he's getting something to him and Tavita. They're getting the information to those players, and they're taking it and working on it. And then when they go out there on the football field, they're doing what the coaches expect of them. But, I mean, I'm watching Cliff, and you see him working little movements, just adjusting one guy from one side to the other. That makes the defense have to show you what they're in or what they're doing. And he made plays against them, So, the more I look at him since he's gotten here, air raid is a part of his history, not who he is.
Right. I mean, you were an option quarterback that became a third down back and a punt returner. Like, you know what I used to do? You know what my first job was out of college? I sold insurance. People evolve. Life changes, man.
Exactly.
Like things happen, dude. And I think I think there's a little bit of a misnomer with Kingsbury specifically. We got players talking. There's going to be some really interesting discussion from this session because I think they got really good freaking work in today.
They did. And I didn't see any scuffles out there. Did you?
Nah, I mean, I think Andre Jones, to me, a scuffle is when two dudes are actually throwing punches and to the point where one dude gets tackled.
Well, I think Dan said pushing is pushing. If they push, fine. If you don't throw a punch, I don't see other people run off the sideline and do anything. If you two are just pushing each other, you basically look at it and say, they don't want to do anything. So people got frustrated, and you should. If you're going against somebody, if you are serious about your craft, if somebody gets the best of you, you're gonna get frustrated, and you come back, you try to get them the next time. But I have never had a problem with the getting upset and things happening. I just don't like to see people grabbing helmets, swinging at.
Sure, it's dumb.
Yeah,
dude, to me, it's football. Like when you watch a regular season game and there's a little pushing and shoving after a first down and somebody points their arm out, the refs don't call that.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Supreme Court definition of pornography. I know it when I see it. Like, the difference in football between a fight and like some pushing, some shoving, some jawing. Yeah, dude. Yeah. And I think far too much gets made of it.
Totally.
Here's what we're going to do. Quick break. We're live in Miami. Going to try to track down some players, see what happens next right here on The Fan. B. Mitch and Finley live from Miami, Florida. We are down here for the Commanders Dolphins practices, and very excited right now to be joined by Commander Safety Jeremy Chinn. Jeremy, thanks for making time for us, dude. B. Mitch and I were just talking about it. We both watched the Jets practice, and then we watched today. This looked like really good work for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like it. It's always nice going against somebody else, a different team, when you're going against your own teammates since OTAs. So it's always good working these joint practices.
Dan always talks about putting you all in tough situations and things of that nature. How do you react to how he's changing up different groupings and things like that to make sure you find out what guys can and can't do?
Yeah, I think it's been really well. As far as switching up different personnel, guys working with different guys, and being in different situations, just seeing how our defense can gel together under whatever circumstance we're thrown at.
So as you guys come down here and face a team like Miami with just track speed all over the place, Dan, before practice, said he likes to put you guys in almost more difficult situations on days like this than he necessarily will in games. What was it like going up? I mean, Tyreek's running around. You got Tua slinging it to him. I mean, there's a lot of talent on that Dolphins offense.
Yeah, I mean, there is for sure. I mean, it's great work. Like with all the movements they do, the motions and stuff. It really keeps us disciplined with our eyes and certain techniques. So, I mean, no, they have a very explosive offense. They got track stars all over. They got a 4x1 team. So being in these situations, man, it's only gonna help us.
How do you see this growth of how the growth of the team has been going from the beginning to now? Because as media people and fans, we look at it, we think we know, but you're in it. You know exactly what you think how the growth is going.
Yeah. Yeah, man, I think it's going really well. Anytime like a team travels like this, I mean, this is the second week in a row we're away from home for 3-4 days. So just being able to be around each other, eat dinner together, spend time in the hotels, be around the city, whatever, just spending that time together. I really think it just it gels us together really well.
What's it like? I mean, you've been in the NFL for 4 seasons. What's it like to travel this much in the preseason? Is that different, weird? Do you like it?
I mean, I've traveled a little bit in previous years in the preseason, but I mean, I do like it. Like I said, it only makes the team closer at the end of the day. So when you can have that before the season starts and just kind of have a rhythm and know how things on the road are going to be, it feels pretty good.
Well, and then getting an off day in Miami might not be the worst thing.
Exactly, right?
I mean, tomorrow, though, I'm sure you guys are locked in meetings, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
Do you get to, at least get out for a dinner or something?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, tonight we got a little bit later curfew.
Good.
So this will be like our dinner night, hang out a little bit. But it's always great. They take care of us. We got time to be human beings, so it's nice.
You got to talk to the rookies like, yo, I know we're in South Florida. No, it's still a work trip.
No, they've all got good heads on their shoulders, man. So we'll make sure they're looked after.
Speaking of the rookies, Samerstill. So, I mean, you see where B and I have been sitting, and when you guys opened in team drills was in that red zone goal line stuff with the starting defense out there against that Dolphins offense, and looked like there was like a double fire blitz, and then Samerstill is on the long kind of drag with Tyreek and just makes a play on the ball. What's it like seeing a rookie like that, no fear going against Tyreek Hill?
Man, I love it, man. I love it. He's got a great head on his shoulders. He's competitive as hell. He works his ass off. So I'm really excited about him. I'm really happy that he's with us, and I think he's gonna have a hell of a year.
That's the kind of rookie that make you not have gray hair. Well, you have to worry about it.
He's a great rookie, man. He brings us snacks. He brings food on the plane. So I mean, every box he checks it.
See, some people
kind of
welcome
food?
it, JP.
What kind of snacks?
Man, the meeting rooms is full. It's full with snacks, whether it be honey buns, candy, chips. I mean, he takes.
He makes sure the veterans are taken care of.
He's gonna order smoothies for meetings and stuff.
That's awesome.
During camp, he brings Chick-fil-A onto the plane. So, I mean, he does everything. He'll have a good Christmas for sure.
That's good to hear, dude. What's it like for you after 4 years in Carolina, where the last couple of years had to be pretty rough? You know what I mean? Where now you get this fresh start, and these guys clearly wanted you, identified you in free agency. How do you feel going into a season? This is your first season, after a rookie deal, after where your career started.
Yeah, man, I'm super grateful for this opportunity, just to be able to work with the people that are in Washington and be able to see me and recognize me and and know what I can bring to the table and see that. So I'm super appreciative of the opportunity that I have. And I'm super excited, man. It feels like a revival for myself and my career. And I know I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be.
People ask you sometimes your predictions. I'm not going to ask you a prediction. What's your expectation for the teams this year?
My expectation?
Mm-hmm. It's a different way of being asked.
Yeah. Man, really, I expected this team to continue to grow together and push each other. And I know we continue to do that every single day and continue to take pride in that. Then I just know that, the sky's the limit for us.
Definitely.
Now, we've got Jeremy Chinn joining us now live on the Fan, Commander Safety. We asked you about Mikey, who's a rookie. We're going to ask you about another rookie,
right?
Jaden Daniels, number 2 overall pick. You played with Bryce in Carolina. Like, what do you think of Jaden, both in how he carries himself as a rookie and just the performance on the field?
Yeah, I mean, he's very confident, like the way he carries himself. But he also has a level of humility too, as well. Shout out Ocho Cinco, man.
Are you guys boys? Clearly.
Hey, clearly you see what's going on. Come on. But nah, Jaden, man, he's super confident, as he should be, man. He's worked very hard to be where he's at, and he's also a hell of a competitor. But just I think guys really gravitate to him just because they see how he carries himself, that humility, but also that confidence as well. So it's easy to rally behind him.
And then just when you're going through practice against him, what stands out? Because I notice the quick release, and for a young guy to never be scared to throw to a spot.
He doesn't put us in harm's way neither.
Before a receiver's even making a break.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, that's that confidence. I can't tell you where it comes from, but it's there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Dude, you're so nice to join us, and we don't want to keep you too long. I know you got meetings and probably want to cool. What's next? Cool tub? Cold plunge? What do you do?
I'm about to get a lift in right now.
Really?
Yeah.
And are you guys, do you have a walkthrough with them tonight, or was it just the joint?
What you should do is go lift with him, Jay. We can film that. We'll go viral, I promise you.
I don't know that Jeremy and I are quite lifting the same amounts.
I didn't say lift the same weights, just do the same routines.
I have asked Chad to get me a program before.
All the weights are overrated, man.
What do you like to do? Are you a resistance guy?
You want to know the truth? Like,
yeah,
I do Pilates a lot, man. Like,
really?
I love Pilates. I still lift weights a lot. But Pilates, man, it just has my body feeling so good. Just the way I can move, my core.
Might make him a better golfer. See,
you golf?
There you go.
I'm saying
golf.
you.
Okay.
You need to get those hips a little tight.
My hips. I'm externally rotated.
Yeah.
And I need to work on my internal rotation.
We can get you on a reformer.
Shakira say hips don't lie.
Hey man, men lie, women lie, not hips.
Don't.
Well, dude,
appreciate you, Jeremy.
Jeremy, thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
Hold on, let me see this real quick. Compete every day.
Yeah.
Is everybody wearing that?
They should.
If they don't wear it, they better live it, right?
Right, exactly.
Is that the message every day from DQ?
I mean, that's what we come here to do, man. Compete and win everything that we do. So, I mean, I think the mantra of this camp is just to compete, and that's what we want to do in everything. Compete on the field, in the weight room, in the training room, in the meeting rooms. Just compete. Just whether it be with somebody else or with yourself.
There you go.
Hey man, thanks very much. I really
brother.
appreciate you making time for us.
All right, bro.
Thank you for waiting through that break, too. That was kind of you.
All good.
Thanks very much, man. That is Commander Safety Jeremy Chinn. What an impressive dude. I'll meet you at the Pilates studio.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you, Sam. That was a lot of fun. That was a
compete every day, Jay.
Yeah. I mean,
it's the only thing I talk about, making like if you're not trying to get better, just incrementally better daily, you're missing the boat.
Well, dude, if you go back to, so I've talked about how last year got broken and that the team kind of fell apart in turn. If you go back to Chinn's rookie year in Carolina, we're going back to 2020. So we're going back a few years. Do you remember who won Defensive Rookie of the Year in 2020?
2020?
Yeah.
Chase
Young.
Yeah.
You know who came in second?
It was him.
It was him.
Yeah.
I mean, he started out really, really strong. I think he had 2 pick sixes. He scored twice that season, 117 tackles. Then his role kind of changed, but the defense and the culture and the staff, I mean, it flipped over I think 3 times in his 4 years at Carolina.
Mhm.
Right? And maybe even 4, dude.
Wow.
I think it was Rule, then Reich.
There's a lot of stuff there. It was a problem. I mean, and I don't think people understand when you have constant change, it's hard to grow. You have different messages. You're adjusting. You can't. If you can't do something consistently, you never ever reach your full potential. You know, and you hear guys say, "Okay, I had this, I had that, I had that," and then you hear okay, let's look at Tom Brady. Tom Brady was in one place for 20 plus years.
Right.
He was able to get into a rhythm and live it. You think about other guys who you start something in 1 year, 2 year, boom, your coordinator's gone. He had the same coach, the same head coach with the same mindset for 20 years. You grow then. When you have constant
Think
change,
about
you can't
his
get it done.
coordinator. You want to talk about Brady? McDaniels gave up other jobs just to stay.
Yeah.
You know, and then left the Colts high and dry. Eventually he took that terrible Denver job and had Tebow and whatever else. But situations can change careers so dramatically. And I mean, how many times have I talked about the example I love is Santana and Reggie Wayne, both coming out of Miami. One of them gets drafted to the Colts, gets to play with Peyton Manning, ends up in the Hall of Fame.
There you go.
You're telling me if that gets flipped and Santana gets drafted by Indy instead of playing for the Jets and the Skins, he ain't going to Canton?
You see what he's done with mediocre quarterbacks. You know, and the thing about, I think when you look at that, see, this is how people got to look at stuff. Santana had some quarterbacks that weren't as good, just like Terry's going through his career right now. And now he hopefully has one that's going to be that guy for him. But they still produce with those. It just lets you know how good they really are. But they don't get that love when you don't have the right quarterback throwing it to you.
Totally, man.
Instead of people saying, well, damn, he did that despite. They look at the fact like who's throwing him the ball. I think when you look at who's throwing him the ball, that shows that he's a lot better than what you think he is.
100%, man. Okay, let's get a little traffic report because I really appreciate Commander's PR getting us a player. We thought that was coming. We weren't sure exactly when, and then it all kind of hinges on when practice ends. So we do need to check in on some baseball, and we're lucky that we got Toby with us today. So we're going to do a little bit of a baseball segment coming up at 12:30. I think at 1 o'clock, because we don't necessarily get to promote this, at 1 o'clock we're going to rerun that Jeremy Chinn interview.
All right.
Because I thought he was really interesting and telling of the culture they're trying to build. 1:30, Brendan Porath's going to talk to us. You got the FedEx Cup kicking off this weekend in Memphis, which is just got to be worse weather than here in Miami.
Yeah, I need to know what Brendan thinks about Scotty saying, well, I don't know why they call this thing a year-round deal. It's year-round because you get points and you get slotted based off of the points.
When you're Scotty and you're winning 5 or 6, it ain't year-round. He's not going to grind the John Deere and the...
But what I'm saying is year-round because you get positioned based off of that.
I want to hear Brendan explain what the hell Matt Kuchar did. Because I dropped a tease a couple days ago about him being a douche. I need a full explanation. Maybe I need to recant my testimony. I highly doubt I need to recant my testimony. But I wanted to check in with Jeff because his Ashburn syndrome knows no bounds. And I think that conversation with Chinn was such a good kind of reminder of what they're trying to do. And it's not flashy because Jaden gets all the headlines, right? Like Daniels is the excitement here. But they're trying to rebuild a defense on the fly, and they're trying to establish something where the work is what's most important. Jeff, what did you make of that interview with Jeremy?
From what I heard, I could tell it's a guy who's buying into what the coaching is bringing forth and what they're presenting, and that, you know, he's there for the hard work. He's not there to play around, you know, and I just think I'm trying to, you know, calm down because my Ashburn syndrome is pumping, but there's no way you can hear him talk and not get excited for the season, you know? And when you have, I said it in one of my raps, if you're not right at the top, it's not going to flow down to the bottom, you know? And it's like, we finally getting that structure at the top. And now it seems like, you know, it used to always be a thing where it was like players don't want to play in Washington. They're here to get a check. No, it seems like they're buying into the system. They're trusting it and they're trusting the process. And I think we're going to see progress. We're going to see progress this weekend from last weekend.
You know, I think one thing that I notice about this team, all these guys have egos, but you see how they all discuss their quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And when your quarterback immediately lowers himself to make sure people understand, I don't think I'm better than you, I'm one of you. That changes the whole dynamics of a football team. You know, you think back to the Philadelphia Eagles with Randall Cunningham. People had issues. The team had issues with Randall because Randall kind of felt like he was a different part than they were.
Sure.
Jaden hasn't done that, and I think that glues the team even closer. So the little interaction between he and Mikey, if those two tools are around here a long time, watch how this team is for a long time.
Yeah, because Jaden seems comfortable. Listen, man, you're the quarterback. You're always the center of attention. But he almost seems comfortable not having to be outspoken, boisterous. You know what I mean? Like,
being outspoken don't make you a leader.
Totally.
Being outspoken, like
we have seen
just
that,
because
dude.
You're the dude that's speaking the loudest on your team sometimes doesn't mean you're the leader. It's the guy who has influence. And you watch him, and I think he has great influence. And he speaks, he's very similar to completely different position, Art Monk. All Art did was make plays, and when you expected him to talk, he made a play with his he talked with his play. He didn't try to sit up here and become somebody else. And that's the thing about him. He's comfortable in his skin to where I can be me 24/7 because my dudes know how much work I put in. I don't have to change for the next person to think I'm that guy.
Toby, what did you make of the Chinn interview? Just kind of anytime you get a chance to really sit down and talk to somebody is so different. And I thought he was pretty telling about what they're trying to build in Washington.
Yeah, he's an impressive guy. I had a chance to talk to him as well. He's an impressive individual. He fits perfectly with what they're trying to do. And it's clear that these guys are buying into, like he's saying, you're going to work hard. And I think that's part of why they brought in Dan Quinn is he's going to bring that cachet with him that people are going to want to play for him. There's numerous guys on the defense and coaching staff that came here because of Dan Quinn. I think Jeremy Chinn might be one of those guys. And working with Frankie Louvu and these guys, I think the versatility and the energy that these guys bring, I think is going to be fun to watch. And I think they're all bought in, and those guys are kind of leading that charge. And it's cool to hear him talk about Sandra still in the way that he did. I think there's just a lot of good guys in that locker room that are bringing a good energy for the team this year.
That what you just said there, Toby, about people have bought in, that's more than half the battle. Like a lot of coaches can draw X's and O's, can draw up schemes, but a lot of guys can motivate you, but who gets people to buy in 100%? I think the coach that can make people buy in is better than the coach that can scheme the hell out of stuff. Because we saw the coach could scheme, but the players didn't buy in. Did they have success?
Well, you've heard my theory on there's three types. There's three buckets of types of coaches in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
You've got your people person, motivator, gets guys to buy in. The room is together.
Yeah.
Then you've got your scheme, strategy, superior technique, right? Like we're going to out scheme you and get our guys open or get our guys into the backfield, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Then you've got, and dude, people can think what they think, but this is real. Your third bucket is ownership or GM stooge. Like you're here because you're not really calling the shots and you're willing to accept that role because there's only 32 of these jobs and you're going to try to get your hands on it as much as you can, but you know that you're not actually in control.
Yeah.
Now, when you get a Hall of Famer is when you get the guys that are people. And
the guy to do the first two things.
And
then where ownership decides to let me move aside because this guy knows what he's doing.
Joe Gibbs.
Bam.
Bill Parcells.
Andy Reid.
Mm-hmm. Sean McVay, I think, is on that track. Maybe Kyle. But that's where you break through. When you can do the people stuff and the strategy stuff, that's when you break through. We don't know enough if DQ is the strategy side of this. We know he's the people side.
Well, have you seen
undoubtedly
I
the people
think we
side.
know he's a strategy guy based off of his defensive prowess. I don't know if we know how he could bring his influence to the other side as well. But looking at practice, you see physicality on the offensive side too, okay? And a lot of times people say that the team takes on the personality of the coach. When I look at my guy, Dan is a aggressive, physical mindset guy. And I think the whole team is going to have that.
Totally. And I think, Cliff keeps a low profile. Cliff is not out here for interviews and Instagram likes. But Cliff has locked in.
He has an ego as big as coaches have egos bigger than players.
Sure.
And when you have that, you got to be about something. Okay. Listen, man, that dude believes in his stuff, and he knows he has somebody now who can run it, and he doesn't have to worry about constantly, hey, you looking at your stuff, because that dude probably, I think when Cliff gets up sometime and get to work, he probably look at Jaden stuff and say, "Damn, you still here? You been here this long already?" He's getting there before coaches.
Cliff gets there early. But yes,
if he get there before Jaden, then he ain't leaving. Because what is it, 4:45, 5 o'clock?
No, Jaden's like a 5:30, 5:45.
Now,
Cliff's a 4:45, 5 guy. Regardless, they're getting there early as hell. They're putting the work in. Everything is building. Look at Kendall.
Kendall playing some football. He playing some golf down here, I'm sure.
Kendall, what's your handicap down to now? A 5?
All right, brother.
All right,
baby.
good to see you,
Man.
man.
Appreciate it, man.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here. B. Mitch and Finley. Maybe Kendall will join us. We'll find out.
bum.
This is Landfill's theme song. I can't believe Jeff's playing it
How
without him
to
here.
act.
B. Mitch and Finley live in Miami, Florida. We just watched Dolphins Commanders practice. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream. We had Jeremy Chinn, Commander Safety, join us. That was pretty cool. Kendall Fuller speaking with the media now, showing love to DC, showing love kind of the whole operation. Helping us now because I got to say, you are very, very good at tracking all things Jaden Daniels does. Is our friend David Harrison from Sports Illustrated and the Locked On Commanders podcast. Dave, what up, dude?
What's up, man? How you doing? Staying cool?
Yeah, I mean, bro, we're in Miami in August. Like, it's gonna be hot.
We can't complain about this.
Yeah, I think this is better than the weather was last week.
1,000%.
That was
I've always said
miserable,
that.
dude.
Yep. I'd rather be dry and hot than cold or wet or both.
Yeah.
So from our location, B and I got really good look at Dolphins offense versus Commanders defense, and we got to watch all three levels. You know what I mean? I thought the Commanders starting D looked pretty good.
It did. It did.
Now that's not to say Miami's not going to get some because that's how football is. You seemed pretty locked in on Jaden and the offense.
Yep.
Let's start with the tackles. What do we see with the starters?
Yeah, so I mean, Andrew Wiley back out there with teams, right? So good to see him out there. Didn't get every single rep. Chris Paul got out there. Trent Scott got a little bit of burn as well. So a little bit of a rotation.
Big Luke on the left side.
Big Luke on the left side, exactly. With Brandon Coleman, who, I mean, let's talk about just for a second. I don't know how much of this is his own doing and how much of this is just coaches telling him to do it anyway. But even though he's not going full practice, he's still out there in pads. He's getting work on the side, and he's definitely taking the mental notes. I think that's cool to see the young kid doing it. But man, I mean, the pass rush was not getting to Jaden as much as it certainly was last week in the joint practice. I did note a couple of practice sacks, in one specific session, the second session of the day. The Dolphins did get a couple of practice sacks from DBs on late developing plays, and that's going to happen from time to time. But your O-line typically was giving Jaden Daniels the time he needed to get the ball out, and that's all you can ask from him.
It's funny what a difference it makes with Luke and Wiley compared to last week in New York against the Jets with Scott and Chris Paul. The offense functioned.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Starters.
Right.
Guys that have done it for a long time, and I think that's all you need. Because I think what people think sometimes is that the guy needs 8 seconds to throw the football. No, he needs about tops 4.
Right, 3 to 4. Yeah.
And if he's just comfortable in that, he can do real well with it. And those guys seem to give him that.
Yeah, absolutely. And even Chris Paul, for the struggles that he did have, when he was in there with the first team for the period that he was in there, he looked better. He looked improved and, could be kind of, knocking off the rust a little bit. He hasn't done a lot of tackle work since he left college. But, he even looked a little bit more improved. And certainly you could make the argument that maybe Miami doesn't have the pass rush that the Jets do as well. But, give credit to where credit is due. I'm not going to worry about, they could have faced this or could have faced that. The bottom line is they're facing who they're facing. And they did well in that matchup.
And I think I saw in the game last week where I saw running backs chipping and things like that, which I believe would be something that's implemented throughout the season. If you need a little help, they can help them.
Right.
Because people think that you just put a tackle and just let him block one-on-one all day. Some of the best get help.
Yeah.
I used to chip for Jim Lachey.
Yep.
So other guys going to need help.
That's crazy. Think about Lachey. If you're listening to us now, we got David Harrison sitting with us. Tell everybody what your Twitter or X is.
D Harrison 82 is my X account.
D Harrison 82 is a huge Logan Thomas Ben Sennett fan.
Was he born in 82?
I'm guessing it was the latter. I'm trying to put us all on the stream. I'm trying to be very flexible with my camera for the stream folks. I know you charted Jaden. You do seemingly every day.
Yeah.
Run us through the numbers. Run us through the impression. The way B and I thought was he was getting really good work. He also got a lot of work because Mariota didn't go.
Yeah.
And Hartman's not going. It makes me wonder if he's going to get less work Saturday night than we're expecting.
Yeah.
But let's go through today.
Potentially, but unofficially, I haven't scrubbed my notes up. Unofficially, 11 for 16. Today, five touchdowns, right? And B. Mitch, you were talking about this before we went up back on the air, but 5 straight touchdown passes in the red zone session. And to your credit, the work thing, right? So watching the practices, so on, the last couple of weeks, for the most part, the first team session, Jaden's getting 1 or 2 passes, the rest of his run fits and doing all that kind of stuff. But this one, 6 passes in that red zone set. The very first one was incomplete, but after that, it was Terry McLaurin for a touchdown pass against Kendall Fuller, the old buddy out here in Washington. Back shoulder throw in the inside corner of the end zone to Jamison Crowder, a left corner throw to Luke McCaffrey, and then a slant to Terry McLaurin that I don't know. My eyes may have been playing tricks on me because I was looking through my binos, but I could have swore that thing deflected off an offensive lineman's helmet. But either way, Terry McLaurin brings that in. And then John Bates, who's getting tight end 1 reps with Zach Ertz, back home, hopefully waiting on or celebrating some good news in the back part of the end zone. And the best part about that to me is it's touchdowns all over the end zone, right? Because what was the big worry about Jaden is he's got like 2 or 3 specific zones he can hit, and after that, it's kind of no man's land.
Did you buy any of that BS?
No,
I did not.
Absolutely not.
As a radio program, we did not.
Before he was drafted,
you
look at some of the stuff in LSU. I saw passes getting caught in the middle of the field.
Yep.
What do people say? He don't throw in the middle of the field. What do they mean? He don't throw it 5 yards or 7 yards? Because he threw it 15, 20, 60 in the middle of the field.
Yep.
You gonna lose your mind over somebody doing a dump off in the middle of the field?
Yeah, people get wrapped up about like he didn't do it the most. Like of all the quarterbacks in the draft, he didn't do it the most or more than this guy or more than that guy. But the question is, can he do it? The question isn't how much did he do it in college. I mean, Terry McLaurin didn't run the full route tree at Ohio State as much as some receivers do in their careers, but the man can.
College football, they got wider hashes. Like everything is different, man. You got to accept that that's just a different.
JP, let's think about it. I didn't catch a punt or a kickoff in college.
Right, dude. And
never did in my life.
And I've been
in my life, I didn't do it.
400 of each in the NFL, the only man to ever do it.
But it's also like, the analytical community, whatever you want to call it, I have a real tough time trusting college football analytics.
Right.
When the variance and the delta from week to week and team to team, 1 week Bama's playing LSU and the next week they're playing Murray State. Like you can't measure that the same. So Jaden, pretty impressive. I saw he had the pick. Looked like it bounced off Cole Turner's hands. There were a couple of INTs, but this practice practice ended with Kendall grabbing one off him, right?
Yeah, a couple of interceptions, his second and his third actually in 11 so far this training camp preseason period, which is still impressive when you look at a rookie quarterback only being picked off 3 times. But then you look at the context behind the interceptions today. The first one, like you said, a seam route. Cole Turner puts the ball on Cole where he can catch the ball to protect the ball from the defender. Defender hits him in the backside, pops the ball loose. Goes up in the air. There's 3 Dolphins defenders there. One of them's coming down with
you
it.
could just see them celebrating. They were already the sideline was already running up the field as soon as the ball popped up.
Yeah, exactly. And Cole is, he's already. I guarantee he's already told Jaden, "That's on me," and I've got to bring that in. And then the second one, Terry slips on the outbreaking route.
Right.
And Kendall is just like, "Oh, if you're just
going
to gift it to me, I'm gonna take it." You know what I mean? So you could call them not against Jaden Daniels. In the stat box, it's not going to matter. But from when you're evaluating the quarterback. Both those throws are where you want them. They're on time, and they're exactly where you need them to be for your receiver to have a chance. So good practice for Jaden.
And that's what I've seen what he does 99% of the time. He throws the ball where it's supposed to be.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, and what definitely doesn't matter is the results of a play in practice on August 15th.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, if anybody's trying to extrapolate or draw anything from that,
somebody will.
I'm sure.
Somebody
if you want to extrapolate anything, okay, let's look for the next time Cole Turner gets that ball to bring it in. Let's look for and Terry, look, he slipped on the indoor field. It is what it is.
You mentioned a name there I want to circle back to. Jaden connected with Luke McCaffrey on a touchdown. A lot of excitement about Luke. Obviously, the pedigree's outrageous.
Right.
He runs clean routes on air. Like when we watch him in not warm-ups, when we watch him in individual drills, really impressive. I do think some of the bumps, some of the press, he's got to get used to it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's okay for a third-round rookie that made a position change two years ago. Obviously, a lot's being made of this hunt for wide receiver 2. And there's this mindset well, is that bad for Jahan Dotson? No, he's competing. They want everybody to compete. I also think Zacchaeus has been better than a lot of people were expecting. Diami's been better than what we've seen. What do you make of this receiver group after Terry?
So Olamide Zacchaeus has really stood out, like you mentioned. And OZ is a guy that, when I was covering the Tampa Bay Buccaneers more regularly, I remember him, not having explosive games necessarily, but he was always just a thorn in the side of the Buccaneers defense. So when OZ went to Philly and then, coming in here, I'm very familiar with Olamide Zacchaeus. So the types of plays he's making they're not different than what I've seen him do pretty much his entire career, but the consistency with it and the connection with Jaden, that's what's standing out. I think that's really significant. As far as Jahan, if the battle for the second receiver spot is a problem, it's only a problem because Jahan's making it a problem. If he makes it a problem, if he takes that a certain kind of way and lets it impact his practice and his preparation, that's why it's going to be a problem. If he comes out and competes and proves that he's the second best receiver on this team, it's not a problem, right? And as far as Luke, like you mentioned it, I actually talked to Luke a little while back. talking about like releases and everything, and he says like that's kind of the most fun that he's having right now in this period is learning how to stack his release with his stem, how to manipulate the defender better, how to get more creative in doing that, because in the NFL game, obviously DBs are a lot better and they're going to counter what you're doing a lot easier, and then the inexperience at the position. But fun trivia fact: Luke McCaffrey, best Washington franchise player to ever come out of Castle Rock, Colorado. It's my hometown, so I just want to give him.
There you go.
Him and Christian. I told him I always said Christian is the favorite son of Castle Rock, Colorado, but I think Luke might have to take that seat.
It wasn't Luke Del Rio the quarterback on Christian McCaffrey's high school team that won
He may have been.
I may have that wrong. I know Luke Del Rio was on a Colorado State Championship high school football team with some other stud player, but my math, I think I'm right on that, but I could be wrong.
The McCaffrey family is they're loved in Castle Rock, Colorado.
McCaffrey's, he talking about Del Rios.
I'm saying they were on the same high school football team.
Luke and Luke.
I believe Luke and Christian. I believe.
Yeah.
The ages sound about right.
So what you mentioned earlier, talking about if somebody allows, that ends up being in body language, right?
Was that?
You said if Jahan allows it to become a problem, to become a problem.
Yeah.
If you're not willing to compete, then that's the problem. I think ultimately people have to understand Jeremy Chinn was just sitting here with a bracelet that said compete every day.
Mm-hmm.
That's what every player has to do.
Yep.
No player should be satisfied with nothing, because the next day you can lose it.
Absolutely.
So if someone worries about competing, then that's a problem with anybody in the NFL. For people start saying I'm talking about one person.
Listen, my last I'll make this is a personal story, so I'll make it quick because nobody cares. But my last boss in the Army, right? He comes into the unit that I'm already in, and at that point in time, I'm known. I'm not trying to toot my horn, but I'm known as one of the best kennel masters in the military working dog program in the United States Army. Already established that reputation. He comes in, and I immediately start hearing from my peers, he don't like you. Never even met me yet. He don't like you.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are like, man, what are you gonna do? What's the problem? Like, how are you? I said, I'm not gonna do nothing. I'm gonna do my job. Like, at the end of the day, like my job is going to speak for whatever problem he's out with me before he even talks to me. That's his problem. That's not my problem.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do my job. And guess what? We got him a lot of compliments. We had him do a lot of speeches praising us, and I know it killed him every single day, and I loved it. I loved every minute. I don't think any coach here is hoping against Jahan in that light, right? But yeah, man, if Jahan is being challenged to prove that you're the number 2 receiver, go out there and accept that challenge and prove it.
Prove it.
Yeah.
David, thank you, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, coming up next, we're going to talk some baseball, and it's totally not.
David just basically talked to that guy that called me an ass.
Totally not because it's a sponsored segment. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Music hit me
so hard.
Oh my God.
Shout out to the Dolphins. Dolphins just impressing us all damn day, B.
Yep.
First, PR was really cool, setting us up, and then they just gave us lunch. We got ribs, mac and cheese, caprese salad. Only one dessert, though. I'll show it to the people on the stream. B-Mitch demands that I share it. I'm not so sure.
Nah, I don't want that. You good.
Nah,
I'm
I
jealous.
think they have more upstairs. Yeah, sorry, Jeff.
Jeff, I'm gonna bring you some.
Guess what we just had?
What?
We just had oatmeal cream pies from Chris Russell.
Those are banging, though.
Yeah, they banging.
The question
They're not
is,
belling these ribs.
The little Debbie joints?
yeah, but how long did Chris Russell have these oatmeal cream
Oh,
pies
he found those things from
before
like 8
he
months
offered
ago.
them to the entire station?
He found those from 8 months ago and say, "Let me bring this into them."
Is Rooster in the studio?
No, he's in his studio getting ready for his 2:00 show.
Yeah, the show doesn't start till 2. All right, well, we're having a lot of fun out here. Coming up in about 10 minutes, you're going to hear Brian and I got to interview Jeremy Chinn. I want to re-rack that just because we didn't get to promote it. Kind of just happened. Jeremy Chinn is going to be your starting. I suppose he's kind of a strong safety, but it's not. The roles aren't nearly defined like people
I'm
are
a strong
used to.
DN.
Yo, like a you know who Chinn reminds me of, but with more size?
Who?
Landon Collins. Like I could see a similar role that Lando had.
Yeah.
But I did want to do this. Oh, Jeff doesn't even have it on here. Jeff, where's my baseball read? I was going to hit it for you. The T-Mobile, all of our baseball coverage is presented by T-Mobile. Check them out at T-Mobile.com/switch because they will save you money against AT&T and Verizon. Toby, hit it. Baseball update.
Yeah, I'll give you this, JP. I was out at Camden Yards on Tuesday. You'll appreciate
Oh,
this.
you went.
I went to the game.
Best press box in the majors.
I didn't go I went as a fan. I went as a fan.
Okay.
Shout out to my guy Craig Heist for hooking me up with some tickets. And
Heister?
I feel like
Heisty.
I feel like a kid every time I walk into Camden Yards, JP. Every time I walk into Nats Park, it's exciting. It's a baseball game. You know, you're excited to watch the team play. But every time I walk into Camden Yards, I feel like I'm a 10-year-old kid again because it just feels different. And so, not to say that I don't dislike Nats Park, but there's no park better than Camden Yards. And it was awesome to watch a game out there. And it was cool to see the first matchup between James Wood and Jackson Holiday. They got the win on Tuesday, and then the O's won last night. So ends up being a split of the season series. But it's always great to go up to Baltimore and check out Camden Yards.
So they just couldn't get their bats going last night. That's all what it was.
Yeah, and DJ Hurst looked solid last night, which is fun. He's a guy that's one of my favorite pitchers to watch at this point. Mackenzie Gore has been really disappointing recently. He's been one of my guys to watch. But DJ Hurst last night, he just goes out there and competes, and you don't know exactly which kind of DJ Hurst you're going to get that day, whether he's going to be able to find the strike zone or not. But last night he was able to fill it up. His big thing is he's got to get a third pitch to lefties, I think. You know, he's got a nasty changeup, which is his best pitch. And so he throws that exclusively to righties. And so he has better numbers against righties as a left-handed pitcher. I think he's got to find a third pitch against lefties. You saw an at-bat against Gunnar Henderson, and he kind of knew he was either getting a fastball or a slider. So he was kind of able to foul some stuff off and end up taking advantage of the at-bat. But I think overall DJ looked good. The bats just went cold, and I think you're going to see a lot of that. But Andres Chaparro made
my guy Chaparro.
He made
Who'd they trade him for?
Dylan Floro. And that was a deal. I can't remember what's the deadline, 3 or 4 o'clock. That was a deal that the Diamondbacks general manager said they got to cross the finish line with like a minute to go. Like you have to have like the receipt from an email, like accepting the trade at a certain time at the top of the hour. And I think he got that email from Rizzo at the top of the hour. So that was something.
That's one that might have just been a text too.
Yeah.
Like, we don't even have time for the email.
Yeah. And so that was a last minute deal. I think they wanted to deal Floro all along, and Chaparro with a heck of a debut on Tuesday night with 3 doubles, and he's going to provide some power. We'll see what he ultimately gives the team, but I think they're going to continue trying out these various guys at the corner positions on the infield, whether it's Chaparro. They got Tena, who's injured right now, but they got him in the Lane Thomas deal. So they're going to keep trying things because Lipscomb wasn't really cutting it either.
Kind of going forward for Nats fans, we're looking at next year, right?
Yeah.
I've heard Dylan Cruz is really starting to rake in AAA. I know he had a bomb the other night. What are the chances we see him next month at Nats Park?
I think they're pretty good. I think we haven't seen Cruz go on a dominant stretch. Maybe this is his dominant stretch. He's homered, I believe, 3 of his last 4 games or something along those lines. So he started to get things going a little bit more, but he hasn't really struggled. Early on, he was a little bit slower out of the gates than you'd like, but it was never a huge slump. And ever since he's kind of gotten out of that early season struggle of just getting into the flow of the season, he's been basically the same player, it seems like, in AA and now into AAA. So I think you'll see him in September. I think it makes sense to get him some time just to get adjusted. And they're going to try and do it, in September to keep him rookie eligible for the new pick promotion thing so that he'll be rookie eligible next season. And if he wins rookie of the year next year,
sure.
they get an extra pick. So I think that's
cool.
something they'll try to do. But yeah, I think I would say 70% chance that you see Dylan Cruz at some point in September.
I like that.
They're going against the Phillies the next 4 games here. What do you predict?
The Phillies winning 3 of 4. Is that bad? The Phillies haven't been playing the best baseball either, but the Nats, I think their big thing was pitching. We talked about this when they were supposedly competing for a wild card spot, even though I think we all knew that was smoke and mirrors. Like, the pitching has kind of hit a wall for a lot of these guys. And, like I said, Hers has pitched well from time to time. Parker struggled and then pitched well. But I think these young guys that are going through it for the first, the second time, even Jake Irvin in there, it's just kind of hitting a wall because it's so different going 162 games every 5th day. So these guys, it's new to them, and they're kind of hitting a little bit of a wall. Whereas, tonight you're going up against Zach Wheeler, who's one of the best pitchers in baseball. So I think they'll give it their best, but there's just not enough offensively. And then the pitching is kind of hit a little bit of a wall. So I think it's just going to be about surviving the last month and a half of the season.
When Cruz comes up, Young's what's that outfield look like? Because Young to me is a part of this thing going forward in center.
Yeah, to me, Jacob Young could very well win the Gold Glove in center field. He's
good.
It's him and Siani in center field, the Cardinal center fielder for who wins Gold Glove. So I think the thought process going into the year was that JY would be the 4th outfielder in the future, and then Cruz would play center. And now that, like you said, JY's been so good, and he's batting 9th in the lineup. So it's not like you need him to be a huge impact at the plate when he's playing Gold Glove center field. I think Cruz ends up playing right field, or they'll move Wood to right field and Cruz in left. I think either way, those guys are going to play the corners because JY is just too good in center.
Last one and be quick. All of a sudden, they got a fireball minor league pitcher. Sayorka? What's the kid's name?
Sakura.
Where is he? Get me up to speed. Because this guy seems there's nothing. I mean, you guys hear me. I watch Skeens every time I can. Like, I love young fireballers.
Yeah, Sakura is a kid who was 6'6". He was drafted in the 3rd round in last year's draft, the 23 draft. He was a high school kid out of Round Rock, Texas. His favorite pitcher is Nolan Ryan. So if that doesn't give you a little bit of an idea of who he is, but he threw 100, I think he said, like his sophomore year of high school because someone made him mad. And so I would take the over on 6'6", by the way, but he's someone that was drafted in the 3rd round.
He could still be growing. Is he 20 years old?
When Grant and I talked to him down in spring training, I think he's more like 6'8" than 6'6" at this point.
Wow.
But they drafted him in the 3rd round, and he was a 1st-round talent. But with baseball and their signability issues, he ended up going in the 3rd. He said he was always going to sign, so I think there was a miscommunication there with his agent. But the Nationals get lucky, and this is a kid that he had a decent outing yesterday, I believe it was. But before that, he went 11 innings in back-to-back starts, no hits, 1 walk, and like 20 strikeouts. Like, damn, in A-ball. So I think it's still going to be a bit before you see him wearing the curly W here at Nats Park, but he might be alongside a guy like Gore, one of the guys that is an ace type, that it has that sort of potential. So I'm excited to see how he keeps developing.
All right, Toby, if people want more content, they can listen to the Bustin' Loose Nats podcast via the Odyssey app. When we come back, Commander Safety Jeremy Chinn sits down with me and B. practice has ended. Commanders and Dolphins got good work in today. Jeff, we're taking everybody behind the curtain here for a moment. In just a second, you're going to hear from Jeremy Chinn. But, Jeffrey, so did the update play?
Yes. I don't know why you didn't hear it.
Is Toby doing it live?
Yes.
Okay, maybe that's why we're not hearing it. So to me and B Mitch, it just sounds like the music is playing, and we were like, "Oh man,
we got a news dance to the song."
Yeah, people got to be wondering what the hell is going on as they drive around in their cars.
Oh yeah, I don't know what was up with that.
All good. To caffeinate today, so far I've had like, it's so hot out here that I'm only drinking about half of these things. How much would you say Diet Pepsi I've drank?
That's about half.
And then I might be hitting the wall on this Dr. Pepper. What do you think?
That's less than that. You drank more of the Dr. Pepper than you did the Pepsi.
Well, it's colder and I'm chugging it.
Take it to the head, dog.
I'm not really a soda chugger. I feel like that's a one-way ticket to Hiccupville. Brian, it's been a good day. I think you see Dan Quinn really making an impact on this team from a motivation competition side.
Mm-hmm.
What to you at this point on August 15th is the biggest kind of storyline facing the Commanders?
The biggest storyline? I still believe the biggest storyline is the competition at quarterback and the secondary. Because I think they are somewhat sure of who their beef is going to be. I don't know if they're 100% sure who the total safety or cornerback receiver core will be.
Mm-hmm.
And so for me, when I look at it and I listen to the coach, he's talking about competition at receiver, and he's definitely talking about competition at safety for sure. So I think, to me, that's the biggest, because you basically know the linebackers per se. You know basically at least 2 full lines of D-line.
Right. I think you know the starters of your safeties. I think Quan, Chinn, and maybe Percy have kind of established themselves.
But I'm saying
you're talking like down the line.
That competition level is what's behind it, and then you watch but no, the story is competition.
Yeah.
You know, he mentions it daily, and when you talk to players, they mention it. So that is something that has stuck with them from everything he said. They understand that it's going to be about competition.
Competition is the mantra. Competition is the message. Commander safety Jeremy Chinn sat down with Brian and I and said how much the competitive mindset is impacting this football team. B. Mitch and I were just talking about it. We both watched the Jets practice, and then we watched today. This looked like really good work for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like it. It's always nice going against somebody else, a different team, when you're going against your own teammates since OTAs. So it's always good working these joint practices.
Dan always talks about putting you all in tough situations and things of that nature. How do you react to how he's changing up different groupings and things like that to make sure you find out what guys can and can't do?
Yeah, I think it's been really well. As far as switching up different personnel, guys working with different guys, and being in different situations, just seeing how our defense can gel together under whatever circumstance we're thrown at.
So as you guys come down here and face a team like Miami with just track speed all over the place, Dan, before practice, said he likes to put you guys in almost more difficult situations on days like this than he necessarily will in games. What was it like going up? I mean, Tyreek's running around. You got Tua slinging it to him. I mean, there's a lot of talent on that Dolphins offense.
Yeah, I mean, there is for sure. I mean, it's great work. Like with all the movements they do, the motions and stuff. It really keeps us disciplined with our eyes and certain techniques. So, I mean, no, they have a very explosive offense. They got track stars all over. They got a 4x1 team. So being in these situations, man, it's only gonna help us.
How do you see this growth of the team has been going from the beginning to now? Because as media people and fans, we look at it, we think we know, but you're in it. You know exactly what you think how the growth is going.
Yeah. Yeah, man, I think it's going really well. Anytime like a team travels like this, I mean, this is the second week in a row we're away from home for 3-4 days. So just being able to be around each other, eat dinner together, spend time in the hotels, be around the city, whatever, just spending that time together. I really think it just, it gels us together really well.
What's it like? I mean, you've been in the NFL for 4 seasons. What's it like to travel this much in the preseason? Is that different, weird? Do you like it?
I mean, I've traveled a little bit in previous years in the preseason, but I mean, I do like it. Like I said, it only makes the team closer at the end of the day. So when you can have that before the season starts and just kind of have a rhythm and know how things on the road are going to be, it feels pretty good.
Well, and then getting an off day in Miami might not be the worst thing.
Exactly, right?
I mean, tomorrow, though, I'm sure you guys are locked in meetings, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
Do you get to, like, at least get out for a dinner or something?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, tonight we got a little bit later curfew.
Good.
So this will be like our dinner night, hang out a little bit, but nah, it's always great. They take care of us. We got time to be human beings, so it's nice.
You got to talk to the rookies like, yo, I know we're in South Florida, but it's still a work trip.
No, they've all got good heads on their shoulders, man, so we'll make sure they're looked after.
Speaking of the rookies, Sam are still. So, I mean, you see where B and I have been sitting, and when you guys opened in team drills was in that red zone goal line stuff with the starting defense out there against that Dolphins offense, and looked like there was like a double fire blitz, and then Sam still is on the long kind of drag with Tyreek and just makes a play on the ball. Like, what's it like seeing a rookie like that, no fear going against Tyreek Hill?
Man, I love it, man. I love it. He's got a great head on his shoulders. He's competitive as hell. He works his ass off. So I'm really excited about him. I'm really happy that, he's with us, and I think he's going to have a hell of a year.
That's the kind of rookie that make you not have gray hair. Well, you have to worry about it.
He's a great rookie, man. He brings us snacks. He brings food on the plane. So, I mean, every box he checks it.
See, some people
kind of
welcome
food?
it, JP.
What kind of snacks?
Man, the meeting rooms is full. It's full with snacks, whether it be honey buns, candy, chips. I mean, he takes.
He makes sure the veterans are taken care of.
He's gonna order smoothies for meetings and stuff.
That's awesome.
During camp, he brings Chick-fil-A onto the plane. So, I mean, he does everything. He'll have a good Christmas for sure.
That's good to hear, dude. What's it like for you after 4 years in Carolina, where the last couple of years had to be pretty rough? You know what I mean? Where now you get this fresh start, and these guys clearly wanted you, identified you in free agency. How do you feel going into a season? This is your first season, after a rookie deal, after where your career started.
Yeah, man, I'm super grateful for this opportunity, just to be able to work with the people that are in Washington and be able to see me and recognize me and know what I can bring to the table and see that. So I'm super appreciative of the opportunity that I have. And I'm super excited, man. It feels like a revival for myself and my career. And I know I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be.
People ask you sometimes your predictions. I'm not going to ask you a prediction. What's your expectation for the team this year?
My expectation?
Mm-hmm. It's a different way of being asked.
Yeah. Man, really, I expect that this team continue to grow together and push each other. And I know we continue to do that every single day and continue to take pride in that.
Mm-hmm.
Then I just know that, the sky's the limit for us.
Definitely.
Now, we've got Jeremy Chinn joining us now live on the Fan, Commander Safety. We asked you about Mikey, who's a rookie. We're going to ask you about another rookie,
right?
Jaden Daniels, number 2 overall pick. You played with Bryce in Carolina. Like, what do you think of Jaden, both in how he carries himself as a rookie and just the performance on the field?
Yeah, I mean, he's very confident, like the way he carries himself. But he also has a level of humility too, as well. Shout out Ocho Cinco, man.
Are you guys boys? Clearly.
Hey, clearly you see what's going on. Come on. But Jaden, man, he's super confident, as he should be, man. He's worked very hard to be where he's at, and he's also a hell of a competitor. But just I think guys really gravitate to him just because they see how he carries himself, that humility, but also that confidence as well. So it's easy to rally behind him.
And then just when you're going through practice against him, what stands out? Because I notice the quick release, and for a young guy to never be scared to throw to a spot.
He doesn't put us in harm's way neither.
Before a receiver's even making a break.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, that's that confidence. I can't tell you where it comes from, but it's there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Dude, you're so nice to join us, and we don't want to keep you too long. I know you got meetings and probably want to cool. What's next? Cool Tub? Cold plunge? What do you do?
I'm about to get a lift in right now.
Really?
Yeah.
And are you guys, do you have a walkthrough with them tonight, or was it just the joint?
What you should do is go lift with him, Jay. We can film that. We'll go viral, I promise you.
I don't know that Jeremy and I are quite lifting the same amounts.
I didn't say lift the same weights, just do the same routines.
I have asked Chad to get me a program before.
All the weights are overrated, man.
What do you like to do? Are you a resistance guy?
You want to know the truth? Like,
yeah,
I do Pilates a lot, man. Like,
really?
I love Pilates. I still lift weights a lot. But Pilates, man, it just has my body feeling so good. Just the way I can move, my core.
Might make him a better golfer. See,
you golf?
There you go.
I'm saying
golf.
you.
Okay.
You need to get those hips a little tight.
My
tight,
hips. I'm externally rotated,
yeah.
And I need to work on my internal rotation.
We can get you on a reformer.
Shakira say hips don't lie.
Hey man, men lie, women lie, not hips. Well, dude,
appreciate you, Jeremy.
Jeremy, thank you so much, man.
Thank you,
Hold on,
man.
let me see this real quick. Compete every day.
Yeah.
Is everybody wearing that?
They should.
If they don't wear it, they better live it, right?
Right, exactly.
Is that the message every day from DQ?
I mean, that's what we come here to do, man. Compete and win everything that we do. So, I mean, I think the mantra of this camp is just to compete, and that's what we want to do in everything. Compete on the field, in the weight room, in the training room, in the meeting rooms. Just compete. Just whether it be with somebody else or with yourself.
There you go.
Hey man, thanks very much. I really
bro.
appreciate you making
man.
time for us.
All right, bro.
Really enjoyed that interview. Just a guy that's focused on the right things. That's a guy that was I think he got stuck in a pretty bad kind of circling, like that Panthers situation got worse and worse.
Yeah.
Rule gets fired. They bring Reich in. Steve Wilkes. Reich gets fired. Rule gets fired. Steve Wilkes kind of writes the ship. Then they fire
do well,
him.
then they get rid of him.
They bring in Reich.
Then they got rid of him after 1 year.
Yeah, I mean, it was just we don't know what stability this Dan Quinn group will have, but it sure seems pretty stable.
It seems a lot more stable than what he just dealt with.
Sure. Kind of going around the league real quick. Some bummer news, I would say, out of Buffalo. Matt Milano has been really good for a long time, but just struggled to stay on the field. Milano, he tore his bicep?
Yeah, he's kind of like that kid. What was it, Lee in Dallas?
Yeah, Sean Lee
was always hurt, and Matt's starting to get those little bang up a lot too.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I don't know what the Bills are going to be, but did you see that graphic I dropped in the chat last night? I saw this last night and couldn't help but think about it. And this is overly simplistic, I understand, because it doesn't measure games played or touchdowns thrown or anything else. But the most turnovers in the NFL since 2020.
Oh, yeah, I did see that.
I mean, Buffalo will go how Josh Allen goes, and there's no denying how great he can be. Some of the throws he makes, some of the way he runs, shows reckless abandon with his body. Like Josh Allen can absolutely be great, but he has 14 more turnovers in the last 4 seasons than the next closest guy. And the next closest guy isn't very good in Derek Carr.
Okay.
Josh Allen has 75 turnovers since 2020. That's 4 seasons. That's a lot, man.
The question I would ask is this, okay? We consider him top 5, right?
Yeah.
So consider him against the other 4 people that he's compared against.
I mean, I think it's fair to compare. Like, to me, it's Mahomes, and then you can argue Allen.
They consider Mahomes, Burrow, probably Herbert,
Lamar.
So you put them, and you compare him to them.
So this is where the straight numbers get tricky, is that Lamar and Burrow have played a lot fewer games. Allen doesn't miss time.
I know they played a lot fewer games, but on top of it, he has 75 plus.
No, he's at 75.
Okay.
That
So
little
it's
number
75 or more. They put 75 plus right behind it.
Yeah.
Nobody else is in the 70s.
Right.
It's him.
Like, to me, I don't think people should, but people do make the comp between Allen and Mahomes. I don't think there's any comp.
Mahomes has 54. That's 20-something less. Now,
And that's in about the same amount of games.
Same amount of games. And then Mahomes have played in how many Super Bowls? And so
1-3.
those 21 interceptions or so.
Fumbles. Either way.
And fumbles. That causes a lot of mishaps for his defense. Has to be on the field more. or they get out there, interception or fumble in the territory, and now other team get it in the red zone, it screws up stuff. So when you are a guy in the top 5, you should not be at that high when it comes to turnovers.
No, man. Like, to me, the guys that are worth comparing here would be Goff, who usually plays every game, and Pat, who usually plays every game. Like, Lamar is at 51 turnovers since 2020, but he's also missed probably almost a full season. Like, I mean, he missed at least 14 games over 2 years. And then if you want to, like, continue to extrapolate that, Dak missed a full year. Russ missed half a year. Stafford's missed time. Kirk had 53 and went down, week 7 of last year? Like, all the rest of these dudes have missed time.
Back in his 14 games, you think he had 25 more turnovers?
No, but I'm saying that he could have been the next tier up.
I'm saying he could be the next tier up, but I'm just saying
Allen's numbers.
Allen has a tier, then there's nobody in that next tier, and then the next tier is 3 people.
I'm with you. That's why I wanted to point it out. The numbers stand out. I don't know that this is the best way to – what I'd like to see is one of those charts that, like, show, like, games played the turnovers. You know what I mean? Just to give it a little more context. But we could talk about Matt Milano and losing Steph Diggs and all these things in Buffalo. He's got to protect the ball better, period. Mm-hmm. And then maybe that's when they break through and they can really win a Super Bowl because he's got unreal talent. Real quick before we have Brendan Porath join us, what do you think of the Judon trade to Atlanta?
They weren't going to pay him.
Will Atlanta pay him?
Probably will. They made the trade knowing what he wanted and why he was having this problem. Now, I don't think Atlanta wants to go through what the Jets are going through now with Reddick.
What the Jets are going through with Reddick, just when you think the Jets have everybody on the same page, they don't, and they got more S. Listen, Brian and I love football. We talk about football 95% of the time. Brian and I love golf, and we talk about that probably 30% of the time when we're off air. Coming up next, our guy Brendan Porath joins us from the Friday. Live, Miami, Florida. Looking at Hard Rock Stadium, it appears nobody is currently jumping the fence to get in there. We'll see if they get the same crowd for the Copa America final.
That's the Copa America final.
You don't think preseason game 2, Commanders Dolphins will get the same passion?
Nah.
Our buddy Brendan Porath about to join us, but I want to start real quick on something, Brian. You and I always support athletes getting paid the most they can.
Yes.
So shout out to Alicia Newman, who has made over $150,000 on OnlyFans after going viral for winning the bronze medal and twerking at the Olympics. I just want to congratulate.
Hey, get your money, Alicia.
All right. One man who always gets the money.
Hey, Jeff, how much did you give her?
Jeff's a subscriber. Our boy Brendan Porath joins us now from the Fried Egg. Brendan, we are sweating away in South Florida, dude. How are you?
I'm good. Not bad. It's actually not too bad in DC for August right now. It is better than Memphis, where the golfers are, though, which is brutal right now, as you can imagine.
So I subscribe to the Fried Egg email. It's the perfect amount of golf content for a nerd like me. 3 times a week keeps me up to speed. I don't know if you wrote it or it might have been Andy. I'm not sure who it was, but explain to everybody why on earth, because the FedEx Cup used to kind of go between like New York, Boston, and it was like they tried to chase the good weather this time of year, and now they're playing in Memphis.
Well, it's money, as most things in professional sports. The origin story or the motive behind it is money. FedEx is based in Memphis. They have sort of their thumb on the scale. They are a sugar daddy of the PGA Tour, or one of them, and they wanted to bring it home. The event in Memphis was sort of a sleepy, snoozy event the week before the U.S. Open that not a lot of good players or top-ranked players would play. They had it there, and they were sponsoring basically the entire PGA Tour season with this FedEx Cup sort of contrivance or contraption they created in 2007. It's not that old. And they decided to move it to Memphis. The Tour Championship's always been in Atlanta.
Right.
Whether it should be is a separate question. I think obviously Atlanta should probably have a professional golf tournament. Whether it should happen in mid-August, separate question. I don't think it's ideal. The course is so-so. It underwent a significant renovation by Andrew Green, who I know you're familiar with, JP.
Yeah.
But it should be better this year. It's just in the kind of pursuit or answering to different sponsors, which is the thing you have to do when you're a major professional sports league. They've lost some real major markets, and it doesn't make any sense when you look at the schedule. There's no event in Philly. There's no event in New York. There's no event in Chicago. There's no regular event in DC, to name a few. And it just, especially in Boston, add another one, especially around the playoff time when maybe it might be nice to go to New York or Boston, even Chicago. It's odd that you've moved around so much and lost those completely off the schedule.
How much money is FedEx paying them?
That's a good question. It ranges. It's in the hundreds of millions of dollars per year. The payout and
let's go to Memphis.
So where is the playoff this year? So it's Memphis. Is it Cherry Hills? Are they going to Denver next?
They're going to Denver, but not Cherry Hills. They're going to Castle Pines in Denver, which has had professional golf, when I was a kid a long time ago. But that'll be interesting. They're going to hit it, 450 yards at 6,000 feet elevation, or 6,500 feet. So that'll be next week, and then back to Atlanta. And they've moved it all around, right? They don't want to go up against regular season NFL football, certainly college football on Saturdays as well in Atlanta. So they have moved it to be done by Labor Day, but it's sweaty, man, going to Memphis and Atlanta in August.
So they play this thing year round, the FedEx Cup supposedly year round. Do they get points for their seeding in this tournament?
They do not. So they get points in every single event, some more than others. And then the top 70 in points get into the playoffs starting this week. They cut down to 50 for next week, and then the final 30 for the third week.
So the points do matter for the final tournaments, basically.
Yeah.
I know that Scheffler was asking, why do they consider this a year-round thing? Well, you get your points, and if you're not in the top 70, you're going home.
Yeah, there's the third and final event is pretty goofy, and they've changed this thing so many times, like the format. the amount of points that are available, and it's 17 years old now. They've changed it probably 10 times, how the points are made and what the finals look like. The final one in Atlanta is a little goofy. They have a staggered start leaderboard. So if you have the most points after the second playoff event next week, you start at 10 under in the finals. And the last guy, the 30th guy, is starting at even par. And they're just a bunch of different slots in between, six under if you're whatever, 12th or something like that. And that's pretty goofy. And I get that's where Scheffler's has a bone to pick. Like, say he's first starting that week, he like kind of strains his neck like he talked about, or throws out his back. He can't play. He immediately drops the 30th and finishes 30th in quote unquote the race for the season long FedEx Cup and makes that 30th point bonus pool. I think with him, his problem is with the phrasing of race, season long race. It's a playoffs. If you want it to be a playoffs, like Patrick Mahomes can twist his ankle and he's out. Like maybe the best team doesn't win the playoffs because Kevin Durant gets hurt or something like that. Like that happens in golf. Like the best player during the season might not win the playoffs. So they just kind of get their wires crossed trying to make it everything and use all the different terms like season long race and the playoffs.
Hey, got to stay healthy. If you don't stay healthy in any sport, that can happen.
Speaking of the wires being crossed, is there any live? Remember, there was going to be this merger. Like, honestly, the real winners in this are the majors, and all of a sudden, we're all into Olympic golf because finally we get to see everybody on the same course.
Yeah, it does not. I mean, Jay Monahan spoke yesterday, the commissioner of the PGA Tour, and it doesn't sound like his job. Yeah, it's
what I told you about people that keep their jobs.
Yeah, cockroaches.
The subject of debate for sure in the golf world. It's been an amazing power struggle, and the fact that he's gone on has been a kind of a study in sort of wielding power in those struggles. But he spoke yesterday, and someone said, like, hey, you just released your 2025 schedule. Doesn't look like there's any contemplation of live with that at all. Or 26 or 27. Is it fair to say, like, you're not very close, that you're not going to be merged with live by then? He said that would be fair to say. And I don't know if he was addressing like the 27 hypothetical, 2027, because it could be like I don't know if they're just waiting for live to bleed them out or live to bleed out and just keep spending all this money with no real traction. If live needs to put the hammer down and take another ROM like they did last winter, that was clearly a move to kind of push negotiations along and hasten them by picking off ROM. It does not seem like any progress is being made, whether that's by design or by sort of dysfunction within the PGA Tour and their board trying to get everyone aligned.
What a mess. All right, last thing, dude, if you don't mind. Yep. I earlier in the week called Matt Kuchar a douchebag, and nobody knew what I was talking about, and I haven't explained it. I believe I'm correct in my assertion, but if you disagree, let me know. But can you just bring everybody up to speed on the BS that Kuchar pulled in Greensboro, please?
I mean, okay, so the hurricane or tropical storm hits the southeast last week. The event in Greensboro, they basically do not play for a day and a half, an insane amount of water on the course. They get 72 holes. They rush to like get the course in playable shape. Everyone gets to play. It's the end of the regular season. You got to get it done. And so they get it in shape. Sunday comes. They start the second round. They finish it. They start the third round. They finish it. And they start the fourth round. First time ever in tour history they've done 3 rounds in a single day. And they're pushing till darkness. They give them 5 hours to play golf, which would be an insane amount of time at our local course or club. And they're getting to the end, all this Herculean effort to get the course in shape, get everybody off. Matt Kuchar is not in contention. He is in 12th place. He's not going to make the playoffs. He's out. His season is over. And he decides to pick up his ball in the 18th, not fairway, but rough. The 18th fairway. His season is over. It doesn't matter. The winner or the second place player who has a chance to win decides to play in. A guy who could have the power to like, hey, I'm not comfortable. It's a little too dark. I want to pick my ball. Come back, play it in the morning. Again, that's context for Kuchar. Like, it didn't matter. I get that there was money. Kuchar's made $60 million. He's done some stuff recently, like stiffed his caddy, like legitimately stiffed him. in Mexico a few years ago.
I remember
And he
that.
just
He
makes
gave him $5,000 or something, right?
Yeah, he won, like, I forget what it was, in the high six figures. It's just a real, like, boneheaded move.
Dude should have
And he
got
decides,
a lot.
Right.
yes. And he picks up his ball, walks off, which means the scoring, the grounds crew, the dining, the range staff, everybody has to come back so Matt Kuchar can spend 6 minutes playing an inconsequential finish to 18. And everybody lost their mind. Right?
I would have told him he had to finish that night.
Yeah, everybody's got to come back. The CBS is like, the hell with this. We're not obviously coming back to televise it. They're done. All their guys
kind of dunked on him.
No, yeah, like we're not. And honestly, I've heard from the guys playing with him, the guy who actually had a chance to win was like, it was ridiculous. He wasn't in line with it. It was like, if anyone had a right to kind of like, hey man, this is not the perfect conditions to play in, and I could really win this thing, it was him. And he was like, no, Kuchar was ridiculous. He's out of line. And Cooch kind of has a little bit of, like, he does this aw shucks thing, but he's pretty sort of self-absorbed. And it was a mind-blowing, as you said, D-bag move by Cooch.
Yeah.
Well, he could just change the name from Cooch to Douche. There's somebody should just be there. And next, on the tee box,
right.
Matt Ducher.
That'd be so amazing. The tour that just kowtows to every player. Just the starter and John Deere
man.
next year. We got to get you on before the Browns game. How you feeling about your Brownies?
Deshaun Watson's the quarterback. I don't know. I don't feel great. We'll see. We got a lot of talent. We just need him to play. Like most teams, you need your quarterback to be good. And Deshaun's been pretty hit or miss so far.
Apparently, Brendan Ayuk was not interested in Northeastern Ohio, though.
I don't know. That's his fault. I could see him being not interested in maybe the quarterback situation, but that's the land of paradise, Northeast Ohio.
Thanks for the time, brother. I appreciate it, man.
All right. See you guys.
All right, man. That's our guy, Brendan Porath from the Fried Egg. Check out a lot of great content. If you're into golf, those guys do a tremendous job. Fried Egg, Brendan Porath has got the Shotgun Start podcast. When we come back, we got to make some bets.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Are you tired? You bet, yeah.
God, what an amazing song. Crank it, Jeff. Have you seen when he did the Tiny Desk concert for this? Juvenile said, I'll do he's like, what is NPR? What is Tiny Desk, the concert? If this gets 10,000 retweets, I'll do it. Have you seen that video?
Mm-mm.
It's incredible. It's just incredible. Imagine Juvie's crew at NPR, like that batch of hipsters. And when worlds collide, Jeff, greatness happens. The opposite of that is news that has just emerged that the whole world is retweeting. Andrew Marchand, we've had him on the show before, is a sports media reporter for The Athletic, maybe for the New York Times. No, the New York Times owns The Athletic now, so still The Athletic. Andrew Marchand reports ESPN has fired Robert Griffin III, per The Athletic. I can't say this is a shock. Robert's online behavior is like increasingly provocative. But he is really good at calling games.
Yeah,
we do know that he.
But you can't be doing stuff that's going to put them in having to be like you're a liability to him.
You know, he had been, I think, replaced on Monday Night Football by Jason Kelsey, and then increasingly this summer, I noticed it when Robert threw a tweet out there that was like, "Yo, any Redskins fans out there still want the name back? This is a safe space." And I'm just like, that seems like engagement farming. Obviously there was the photo with the croissant, which I just found bizarre. But if I had to guess, Robert had a tweet within the last couple of days going at Paul Feinbaum about his attacks, I would say, on Florida State. And that is kind of like an ESPN legitimacy thing, because a lot of people think ESPN played too great of a hand in FSU kind of getting screwed out of the college football playoff to get Bama in there. I think, like all things, Brian, you start messing with our money, we start paying attention.
Yeah, and I think that happened. Like, and one thing about it, you got to start to understand sometimes you're not bigger than the people paying you. Point blank.
All right, and then last thing, and we can go around the room and then we'll make some bets. Who knows what Robert has coming, right? Who knows what comes down the line if there's a new gig. But if Robert makes some big announcement now that he's fired, what are the percentage chances? Because a lot of his social media stuff has been wacky. What are the percentage chance he was trying to get fired? I'm just saying it's a non-zero. I got it at like
I don't know
3%.
if he was, I doubt if he was trying to get fired, but I think when you feel like somebody's about to fire you or you feel like you're being disrespected, you normally take more chances.
Jeff, chances Robert was trying to get fired.
I don't think he was trying to do anything. I think that's just him. Because the croissant joke was a reach. He just seems like one of them corny guys that just try to force jokes. Just stick to, giving your opinions about football.
But you know one thing about the real world? They got to pay him the rest of the years of that contract.
Yeah.
So he getting paid no matter what.
Tobo, chances he's trying to get fired.
I don't think he was trying to, but that podcast he's doing is about to get real wild now that he's not employed at ESPN.
Yeah, but the one problem, when you go wild, the people that listen to you for the regular stuff get turned off. So you never know. Brian clearly trying to make a tea time.
No. I'm trying to see. I lost my little thing. Heard it here first.
What, your credential joint?
Yeah.
Well, the good news is you don't need it.
Gather around.
Who's in charge of this today, Jeff or Toby?
Jeff, man, let's get into it.
All right, Jeffrey.
Landini, he did not hit his bet. He's sitting at 1-2. JP, you and I bounced back on the week. We're both sitting at 2-1.
Hit it from the back, and then it bounced back.
Yeah, nah.
You like that Big Sean line or not?
B, you sitting at 2-2, and tonight
I can't drop Big Sean lyrics. What the hell?
Yeah, some things you have to give context before you just start saying it. Okay.
You said we bounced back.
Yeah, and tonight I'm gonna take the Philadelphia Eagles 1+ passing touchdown.
Ooh, Jeffrey. I'm going to present a comment from the stream with no context. Lacrovius Acrophis just dropped in there. Yeah, pickle them. So whatever you want to do with that, B. Sight unseen. I don't even know the number. I know there's an NFL game tonight. I know that it's the preseason under 34.5. Bang. What you like, B?
I don't know.
Toby, you want to make
I
a
forgot
pick?
what I did last night. Jeff just said I lost.
Yeah, I'll make a pick for landfill. Minnesota Lynx -8.5 over the Mystics.
Jeff, who I took last night?
You took the
Is this the
Giants and they
Mystics?
got spanked.
Okay.
Is this the Mystics' first game back since the Olympics? It's got to be, right?
Yeah, it
I
is.
feel like they haven't played in a while.
Yeah.
Hey, Toby, I'd like to offer you a job. Would you like to be the official baseball correspondent for the B. Mitchell Finley program?
I would love that.
Okay, it comes with
Toby, give me the Twins tonight.
no financial reward and just an added responsibility, which is usually me texting you about 90 seconds before we
Jeff,
have
I
to go to
take the
baseball.
Twins
all
and the
good.
Phillies -1.5.
The patented
Gotcha.
B-Mitch last second parlay, baby. You could book that every day. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. We had a lot of people on the stream today. Thank you everybody that watched the program today.
Phillies -1.5, not the Twins. Just so you know that, because I know you're gonna try to
Got you.
throw some stuff next time.
Big thank you to all of our guests today. We appreciate Bobby Belt calling in, Brendan Porath calling in. Thank you to Jeremy Chinn for joining us. Thank you to Commanders PR for setting that up. Serious thank you to Dolphins PR and the
Yes.
staff out here at Baptist Health Training Complex. Thank
They
you
were
to-
fantastic.
They really were, man. They really were. And thank you to David Harrison for joining us. I know we didn't do Bleep You today. If you have a list of Bleep Yous you need to get off your chest,
Let's
make
do
sure
them tomorrow.
you can tweet those at Jeff, directed at Jeff. Say Bleep Jeff and just let him really have it. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
on the Fan, August 15th, 2024. You are listening live. We are coming to you from our Half Street studios, and we are taking you all the way up to about 6:10 tonight ahead of Nats pregame. Charlie and Dave, 10 minutes after 6, first pitch set for 6:40 in Philadelphia. Fred Smoot's on the show at 3. Don't miss it. Always entertaining to talk to the mouth from the South.
Smooty,
the former Redskins great. What's up, Danny?
Hey, buddy. It's starting to feel, it's not there yet. It's not there. I'm not saying that it's there, but it's starting to feel like the fall has sent an advanced letter of its impending arrival. You know what I mean? Like you got it in the mail. It's like, we're not here yet. We're not saying we're here. We'll be here soon. Just you wait. In the shade, it's not too miserable. It's on the way. Football is happening. We're gearing up towards comfortable outside temperatures. The Instagram in shape people with 3% body fat have to go back inside. I can't wait. We're close. We're getting there.
I don't remember all the details, but I saw a tweet yesterday suggesting that it was the longest day we were going to have until like next summer, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And that it would be the last time that the sun set after 8 or whatever the nugget was. But the point was, it's official. Like every single day now gets a little shorter than the day before, a couple minutes shorter. And this is the very slow burn initially to fall.
Mm-hmm.
But you fast forward a couple of weeks, it's going to look a little different at night. We're there. I was visiting with a buddy today. He brought his kids. I took my kids. We met at Chuck E. Cheese, and we did the thing. And we were just talking, and he's like, dude, football. You ready? I was like, I stay.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm always ready, man.
But you have to have a normal conversation. You're like, yeah, I'm excited about the year. Never mind that I spent the entire year thinking about it.
Football. Speaking of football, the Commanders were practicing with the Dolphins today. A lot of positive and glowing reports on Jaden Daniels from the Miami media. Isn't that nice?
Yes.
The Jets media, to a lesser extent, we saw some of this. Wasn't a great day of practice, but we saw that they were impressed, not only in the practice session and then in the game with Jaden Daniels. So we got our compliments. There's a pride in that. It's almost like being a parent and having other parents tell you that your kids are really well behaved or how cute they are, or that they say please and thank you and yes, ma'am, and no, sir. I just love reading all of the comments from the Miami media all over social media and the internet today about how legit and dynamic Jaden Daniels looked throwing the football.
Again, it doesn't make you 30 for 33 for 320 yards and 3 touchdowns in a week, but it's not. I'd rather hear it than not. I'd rather have the good things printed than not. You can swat them aside and say, I'm sure, in Baltimore for the joint practice last year, there were probably some nice things said about Sam Howell. And that was when Ron Rivera knew for real that Sam was the guy he really was. You could choose to be cynical or skeptical, and that's totally fine. I get it. We've all been here before. We've read the kind words about the Washington player that whether it delivers or not is still TBD. But I'm telling you, I'd rather hear the good reports from people that have no stake in the game than not.
Couple of NFL stories to start with today before we get to the Commanders. Matthew Judon officially traded to the Atlanta Falcons. This is one of those moves that I think makes as much sense as you're going to find with a personnel decision. They don't have a pass rush. They were the worst team in the league at getting to the quarterback last year. And over the last couple of years, few teams have been in the same zip code as them when it comes to ineffectiveness getting after the quarterback. Judon, who had 12.5 sacks in 2021 and 15.5 sacks last year before a season in which he only played 4 games and averaged a sack per game, is now headed to Atlanta for a 3rd-round pick. I really like this trade for Terry Fontenot. I also think it makes a lot of sense for the Patriots. You're in a rebuild. You don't necessarily need a 32-year-old pass rusher. And Judon, by the way, turns 32 years old today. So happy birthday. Get on a plane, get to Atlanta. But he's basically been a sack per game guy over the last 2.5 seasons. That ain't nothing. That's a 15, 17 sack player. Let's say he goes and gets you 11 or 12 this year. If you're Atlanta, you went and paid a bunch of money to Kirk Cousins. You're trying to win right now. Why not give up a 3rd-round pick for Matthew Judon?
No brainer. And, you don't want to be left in the Jets position of trading for somebody then going through some sort of prolonged contract negotiation or, stalemate or whatever. So you'd assume that maybe, the agent and them have been in contact and something probably will get worked out here sooner rather than later. But this is a void for the Atlanta Falcons in a very winnable, below average, even bad division. So they were a couple of pieces away. This is one of those pieces to me. Again, this isn't, TJ Watt in his prime. This isn't some superstar. A really solid professional pass rusher for a group that was in dire need of some.
The other thing I wanted to say about the Judon transaction is for a long time, we've had callers, we've had listeners ask why teams don't front load contracts more often. Why don't you pay guys, earlier so that at the back end of the deal, it doesn't get unwieldy? And I think this is why. That was a mostly front loaded contract. He got cap hits of about $30 million the last 2 years. His cap hit this year is sub $7 million.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the reason is the player doesn't want to play at that number anymore. And so now, after he's put up his big productive numbers, he goes, hey, I'm underpaid pretty massively. I'd like to be rewarded.
And he kind of has a point.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you're going, dude, we already paid you all the big money in this deal. Like, you agreed to the deal.
Yeah, we want you to think about the previous years being overpaid as part of this year too. And nobody does.
And that's just not how it works. So he's right to be upset at $6 million. That's $11 million less than Washington, just as an example, would have paid Chase Young this year if they picked up this fifth-year option everybody wanted him to pick up. Over $17 million for a pass rusher. That's the going rate. And he's going to make basically a third of that. And he's like, nah, I'm good on that. So that's why teams don't always like front-loading deals. It sounds great until the player's not happy and they need an extension anyway. So then you paid him on the front end and you're paying him again before the back end. Whereas if you backload the contracts and pay them a little bit earlier before they break out, then at least the money matches a little better with the production.
Yeah, you get a couple years of affordability. I put that in quotes. You get a couple years of, he's going to outperform his contract, and then you probably have to tear it up and swallow some, but still, it's probably better long-term for teams.
The other of the NFL storylines today was in Washington, where the Commanders did indeed officially sign Trace McSorley. And we found out that, according to Dan Quinn, not only will Sam Hartman not play in preseason game 2 this weekend in Miami, which we already knew, but they have ruled out Marcus Mariota as well. Mariota dealing with a bit of a knee. He's not going to play. We knew he wouldn't take part in the practice, but they're just going all the way through with it and saying he's not going to play in the game either. So that means Jaden Daniels starts, but I was hearing yesterday he's only going to play a drive or two. So less than a quarter, I'd imagine, for him. Then a bunch of Driscoll. And then
Trace McSorley show.
A quarter, maybe more, but I would imagine a lot of Driscoll, like second quarter, third quarter Driscoll. And then you finish out with McSorley.
I think McSorley is going to play the most snaps in the game. I know that sounds pretty intuitive.
I think Driscoll would.
So
I think I could be wrong.
I think they'll do Driscoll for, the remnants of the first quarter until halftime. I can't imagine him coming out and starting the second half. And maybe I'm wrong about that. I guess it also depends on how things go. If Washington goes, down the field and scores on their first drive like they did in the first game, Daniels' day is done. Driscoll probably plays the rest of that first half, and then I could see them handing it off to McSorley.
Dan Quinn was asked about the wide receiver position today, and namely the number 2 wide receiver position. I think de facto that's the expectation is that that's Jahan Dotson, right? Even though Jahan Dotson, I think, is going to play the slot, which traditionally you would think of as the third receiver. But number 1, number 2, number 3, I don't know. There was a great quote this week by Matt LaFleur, the head coach of the Packers, where somebody asked him, like, who's your number 1 wide receiver? And they've been asking him this all camp, apparently, because they've got Dobbs, Watson. They got the Michigan State rookie from last year who was awesome as well, who led them in targets and catches. And he said, if someone else asks me about the number 1 wide receiver, I'm going to vomit. He's like, that's not a real thing to us. Like, you guys care about that. For us, they're just roles. Who's X on this play? Who's the Z? Who we throwing it to? And I think that's actually how teams think about it largely. But I also get the exercise on the outside where, as fans, as the media, we're going, Terry McLaurin's their number 1. Presumably Jahan Dotson, your number 1, your first round pick a few years ago, is your number 2 wide receiver. Except if you kick him inside, he might be the third read or whatever it is. But I digress to say that Quinn was asked about the number 2 wideout, and it did not sound good for Dotson, and it did not really sound good for their certainty in their wide receiver room. This is what he had to say.
Where are you at with the wide receiver 2 search?
I would say we are right in the middle of it. And so you'll see a lot of guys in today. You'll see 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a lot of guys that are really battling. I've been really impressed with Alameda And I thought he's had a really strong camp. Looking forward to getting Luke some extra work into here, Jahan, Diami. So that's where we're at. And then the special teams is going to have a factor in that as well.
So he name-checked 4 different guys, but he basically said there, Danny, there is a competition still going to figure out who's going to be the second guy on the field when we run with 2 wide receivers.
This is the point I made earlier in the week as well, all but confirmed here by Dan Quinn. It's that a guy that's your true number 2, and I know that if teams don't think of it that way, that's totally fine. The rest of us peasants and peons will think of it that way. Your number 1 option is Terry McLaurin. The targets say that, the production says that, etc. Show me a number 2 receiver around the league. Devontae Smith in division. Go around, find the second best wideout on a team. Tyler Lockett in Seattle. Name anybody. That guy is not playing deep into the second quarter of your first preseason game. He's just not. That's not how it works. That's not what's normal. That's not what's typical. This is the act of somebody that is in a battle, that is needing reps, needing to demonstrate his superiority or not to McCaffrey, to Crowder, to Zacchaeus, to De'Ami Brown, the guys that Dan Quinn mentioned. So I understand also the point about true number 1 or number 2. Like Amon-Ra St. Brown is a slot receiver. He's the number 1 in Detroit. Different schemes thing. Chris Godwin has had massive years out of the slot, quote unquote, in Tampa. I mean, there are guys that dominate their roles, so that's fine. X, Y, Z, call it whatever you want.
Yeah, I think as a team, you would view it, to your point, like the second most targeted guy or whatever. But the point stands that the radar went up and the antenna starts to raise when you see Jahan Dotson playing in the second half of a preseason game. And it's why Monday we're going, what do we think about this? Now, he played in the slot so much that I think he is transitioning to that position. Same with Jamin Davis as an example. Although it's not a great comp because I actually think Davis could be on the bubble. But Jamin Davis is going to play a lot in the preseason and more in the second half than you would expect because he's quite literally learning a new position and like getting work at a new spot. Whereas Dotson in the slot, if he's running on the outside in the third quarter and fourth quarter of a preseason game, that would really be telling to me. But I don't think it's that wacky or big of an ask for him to move inside where he's played some. It's not like he's learning a new language, I don't think. It's not like you're teaching him Spanish, so it shouldn't be that big of a transition. But I just think this is a telling clip that we just played. First of all, they continue to be blown away by Alameda Zacchaeus. He's the guy when I went out to those practices at receiver that stood out the most. Of all the players in the room, which isn't to say that Terry McLaurin's not the best, but just the days I was out there, maybe the first day McLaurin might have been the top guy, but Zacchaeus was like the most targeted, most frequently thrown to active receiver. And he's got some time with Dan Quinn in the past as well. So it stands to reason Quinn's going to like him. But he names him first and saying, I love what he's done. I did like that I heard Luke McCaffrey's name brought up. They did mention De'Ami Brown, who made the big catch. Jahan was obviously referenced there. But if you're Dotson, and at this point now, 3 years in, you're not definitively just when 2 receivers are on the field going to be that guy. Even if you're moving to slot, that feels telling.
Right. With this quote unquote position change, and I actually would say I'd push back a little bit. Next Gen Stats had him in the slot last year around 40% of the time. It was a different scheme, different design.
60% of the time in this game they just played.
Yeah,
that's a big difference.
It's gone up, but so it's not as if it's not like a Davis. You're an outside linebacker. Now you're not. Now you're defensive end.
I think they could view him as a slot receiver. The last staff viewed him as an outside
as
receiver.
like a little bit of everything. I'm actually with you. I think he's going to play a lot more in the slot. But again, I don't have a better way to put it than this. He could be your starting slot receiver, which means he's in on 11 personnel or certain other packages. He'd be out of the game in the first quarter. He'd be out of the game early in the second quarter. He wasn't. He was in that same group of you've got something to prove here. I think that's the way we should look at it, regardless of, or maybe irrespective of where he lined up and how. It's how long. It tells you haven't won anything. You have not arrived. Your draft status doesn't matter to us, certainly. And they're proving that. You are fighting it out with these other guys that Dan Quinn named.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear, though, that they've sent the message as loudly as they can in that building. If you weren't brought in by them, we don't really care how you got here.
Yeah.
To your point, first round pick, second round pick, Forbes was listed with the backups on the depth chart as an example. I don't think they care at all.
No, they don't.
How much a guy got paid by the Marty Party, which is awkward for Martin Mayhew, still there.
Still there.
Or how many, what pick was used on a guy in the Rivera era. I tweeted this today at Grant H. Paulson, if you want to go check out the tweet. But the 4 first-round picks for Ron Rivera.
It's just so bad.
Chase Young, third team in 10 months right now.
Mm-hmm.
Jamin Davis, new position on the bubble trying to make the Commanders. Jahan Dotson, to paraphrase Quinn today, may not start. And that's not a fair way to put it because everyone's in 11 personnel, but you get the point.
Right.
And then Emmanuel Forbes trying to bounce back from a horrendous rookie season where he got benched and is battling to even be on the field as a starter this year. That's your 4 first-round picks as a regime, which is pretty stunning. But what did you guys make of what Dan Quinn had to say about wide receiver today? And what do you make of his comments as it pertains to Jahan Dotson? We'll open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines. We'll hit them hard next. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. And if there's really a chance that Olamide Zaccheaus is their number 2 or De'Ami Brown is their number 2, shouldn't we be revisiting the Brandon Ayuk conversation then? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Where are you at with the wide receiver 2 search?
I would say we are right in the middle of it. And so you'll see a lot of guys in today. You'll see 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a lot of guys that are really battling. I've been really impressed with Olamide, and I thought he's had a really strong camp. Looking forward to getting Luke some extra work into here, Jahan, Diami. So that's where we're at. And then the special teams is going to have a factor in that as well.
Dan Quinn today ahead of a workout with the Dolphins, which apparently was a nice showcase for Jaden Daniels. We'll talk to Cameron Wolf. NFL Network covers the Dolphins in Miami. He was at practice today, and he's joining us in 2 hours at 4:30 right here on Grant and Danny. Phone lines open, 800-636-1067 if you'd like to chime in on this wide receiver room. And Quinn today suggesting there is a ongoing battle for the second wide receiver job. What does that mean for Jahan Dotson? Danny, I just saw that Haley Welch, who is the Hawk Tua girl,
yes,
threw out the first pitch for the New York Mets today.
I just sent that to you in the old DM chat. Just curious your thoughts.
So you're just teeing me up to be furious.
Yeah, I thought you'd be interested in that.
Oh, I didn't realize you sent that.
I thought you'd find that interesting and want to comment.
I'm looking at MLB's Twitter account.
That's what I
just
sent
tweeted
you
out.
away, yeah.
Viral internet star Haley Welch threw out the first pitch at the Mets game today. Number one, thank God it was the Mets, not the Nationals. Embarrassing for the Mets. Now, if the Nationals do this, I'll kill them when they do it too. What a joke. You loser franchise. You absolute terrible, second-rate, inferior New York franchise. That's your first pitch? Good for you. Second, only in America. Only in America have these 15 minutes now become 3 hours. From the director that brought you the Kardashians and Real Housewives of whatever the hell. You should all be ashamed who have made this possible and have put this person over. Back to you, Danny.
Tough for me on this one. The thing I always try to distinguish is I have no animus or ill will towards an individual person. In other words, like,
no, I don't dislike her.
I know, I'm not saying you do. There's just minding your business to answer the question. What I can't stand is the consistent elevating and putting over of zero accomplishment. See what I'm saying? Like, this person didn't invent something. This is not a excellence in an academic field. This is not some sort of thing that's going to help people. This is worthless. And not only is it celebrated, it's continued to be thrown, and then we just pretend that it's worth something, and it's wrong.
Where I come down a little differently, we agree mostly, but it's the reason a person gets famous, I think, is really important. The thing that made her famous was something that we should all be ashamed of, honestly. If we're what if that was your daughter, is what I would ask people. But we're not. We love it. We clap like seals. We high five. We put posters up about it. She becomes the meme. She gets the book deal. She hosts the new Ellen show. We can't help ourselves. It's Kim Kardashian. How did we find out about Kim Kardashian? She was an actress in a movie. Wasn't a drama or a comedy.
No.
But it was a movie that she was in that people watched. But here we are. I mean, again, only in America. Let's go to Raphael in Dunkirk. Raphael, what'd you make of what Dan Quinn had to say about the number 2 wide receiver battle?
What I make out of it is this. Dotson's going to need to be running like a Nissan GTR with brand new tires and brand new brakes. Okay? Turning around, the first 2 names that TQ said, those would be the Chevys running out front. That's how I see it. Because old cars can't make it, they're going to be changing. Really soon. To a 3rd, to a 4th string. That's what I'm looking at.
Right. This is still a sports radio show, though, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I call all the time.
Gotcha. Okay, we were talking about Jahan Dotson. Were you talking about cars?
Exactly. Well, Dotson's supposed to be like a Nissan. Fire it up, buddy. You can choose that, but faster and better.
Okay. I think I get it now. I didn't at first. And I don't now either. Was Jahan Dotson the Nissan? I thought we were eavesdropping on a conversation that he was having about a used car. and a negotiation with somebody.
So confident. Like a minute into that call, I just kept waiting for you to handle that because I was sure he was not aware he was on the air yet.
And it turns out
he was selling a vehicle.
It turns out that was a prepared statement. Like those remarks were like,
I like when you go, yeah, man, but you're on the air. We're doing the sports show now. And he's like, yeah, he's the Nissan. Like,
and
yeah,
I missed
idiot.
a lot
what
of it.
Don't you get, Danny?
Man,
you dummy. He's the Nissan.
Thank you for listening. Thank you for calling. That's one of those like 800-636-1067. Give us a call. I have a point I'd like to make. Here is my analogy. Here's what I've thought of. Here's how I'll quantify my position. Jahan Dotson is a Nissan. Back to you.
The game that we've never played before, but we could be playing right now.
Uh-huh.
Does he know that he called us? Where it's like we go to him and he's not sure yet if he's on the radio or is he's. Here's the game. Making a call to the fan or selling a vehicle, a used vehicle to a buddy.
Like, because we've had the occasional wrong number or like a confused person.
Yeah.
Like, remember the person that called us and wanted us to break down like the Seattle Sounders?
Of course,
because we're Washington. He just like looked up Washington and like this is the first thing that came up. So like Washington sports. I'm like, I don't know much about that squad, bro. But like that happens, and like, or we get phone calls occasionally from someone that wants to know what time it is in Vancouver or whatever the hell's going on, like different radio stations. I thought that was that.
I appreciate the call.
Thank you, sir.
I think we're better for that call.
Jahan Dotson, Nissan.
As a show in my day.
Rev it up.
Let's not call him Jahan anymore. Let's call him Nissan.
Nissan.
Let's go to Kevin in Arlington. What's up, Kevin? If Alameda Zacchaeus was a vehicle, what vehicle would he be?
He'd be a Nissan 280Z.
280Z.
Oh, all right.
The 280Z.
That makes Luke McCaffrey an SUV. I'm going to say he's a Ford Explorer.
Yeah. You know, I was thinking, is he saying that Nissans used to be Datsuns? I don't know. Hey, here's the thing. I have a micro and a macro. The micro is we've got McLaurin and Jax. You signed Pringle a few weeks ago. You signed Bryant this week. It's Terry and the Jags, boys. We picked second overall because we had the 31st, in my opinion, worst roster. Maybe New England's was worse, but we're starting from scratch. My only problem with starting from scratch is we're Terry McLaurin injury away from Jag World. We're in Jag World already at offensive tackle, unless my guy Brandon Coleman surprised. All the money spent this last year, so it's not just an indictment on the last regime, and I'm not saying it's an indictment on Adam, but you know they said slowly roll, people. This can take a few years because all the money really went on the defense with Luvu and Dorrance Armstrong and Chinn and Wagner and Fowler. Not that there was big money, but the names and the culture changed. The investment was on that side of the ball,
which I disagree with.
Thanks, Kev.
And I think with a number 2 overall pick at quarterback, shouldn't have been done that way. Give me weapons, give me playmakers, give me guys that help elevate my quarterback more directly. I have no problem with making your defense better too. They had enough money to do all of it, right? One of the things we've talked about is Jahan Dotson, Terry McLaurin, anybody on offense is going to be better served, just like Jaden Daniels, the rookie quarterback, is going to be better served if your defense is better. There's less pressure on you to go out and excel. But the one thing they didn't do was add directly at tackle prior to the 3rd round, add a weapon at wide receiver. So my assumption was they really like their group, but we're finding out that's not necessarily the case. So one of 2 things then needs to be concluded. The first is that they thought that this group was good enough to help elevate Jaden Daniels as a rookie and to be a good offense, and they thought wrong. Or 2, and this is probably more realistic, it hasn't been a big priority for them yet to really address the wide receiver room. They're okay not being great right now. They think Jaden Daniels will be plenty fine in year 1 with this wide receiver room, and they'll go out and they'll address it in the future. But it's got to be one of those 2 things.
Right. And now, and for the whole offseason, I'm going, it's option 1. They must not know it's not good. They must not be aware. This otherwise really smart group. Over the last week, I've kind of shifted to, I don't think they care. I don't think they care that now the tackle position I find incredible because I don't have an insight into their thinking. Not that I have any kind of direct line, but for the receiver spot, I don't think they care that it's not good. I think they're going to major in tight ends, dump it at Austin Eckler. McLaurin's your only real threat. The other guys are going to be, seldom targeted, and they're going to run the dang ball.
For this year, I think that's true.
Yeah.
I think long term, it'll be different. But the reason I 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago when you were out, have said I would have no problem trading for Brandon Ayuk, giving up picks, $30 million, and a receiver if that's what it took to go get him. But I would not do that. It's not my preference. It's not my first goal, right? It's just one of those things I wouldn't hate, but I would do something else. But the reason that I wouldn't do it is because I kind of thought that they like their receivers enough. If they are right now behind the scenes going, it's Terry and the Misfits. It's Terry, some screens to Olamide Zaccheaus, and then a bunch of guys that are going to be, third, fourth wide receivers this year for us. Then you probably should be talking about going and getting Ayuk. But that's maybe where they disagree with us, you and I on this show. Their prioritization of having a strong receiver room for their number 2 overall pick does not seem like something they care a lot about. You and I care 99 out of 100. They care like maybe 70 out of 100. Now, I wish those things were closer together, but as long as Jaden Daniels, via running game, via better defense, via McLaurin, Ertz, Sinnott, whatever else they want to bake into the equation, has a decent year, then it really won't matter. But if he struggles, if this goes badly this year, all signs right now are very positive, but if he really does struggle and they can't make plays and receivers aren't getting any separation, then they're going to have to answer some tough questions with Brandon Ayuk just staring at him all offseason saying, I'm happy to go there. At the same time that they were telling you that their number 2 wide receiver might be a journeyman 5'8" guy from UVA.
Yeah, or if it wasn't, Ayuk, it could have been somebody else. It could have been in the draft. It could have been, instead of, a defensive tackle that we all like, it could have been a speed receiver in that spot. I mean, there were a million avenues with cap and draft space to add, cap space and draft picks to add somebody at that spot, and they chose not to until a conditional end of the 3rd round player who is part of this rotation as well. It's not a priority for them, and the only 2 conclusions are what you laid out. They liked the room, or now that I've come around to this week, they don't really care about the quality of that room.
For those of you guys who were like me, maybe not inclined to want to go get Ayuk, whether you hated the idea, think it's a bad idea, or you're like me and you just said, probably not. Too much money, too much to give up right now. If, in fact, they're sitting there today saying we don't really like the receiver room, as evidenced maybe by going and getting Pringle, Martavis Bryant, whatever else, shouldn't they revisit that? I mean, isn't that something where they should pick up the phone and see what it would take? We're Grant and Danny. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Dan Quinn today saying there's an open competition for the second wide receiver spot. I was just sent some numbers here. Over the past 10 seasons, there have been 9 instances of a wide receiver meeting these qualifications. 24 or younger, round 1 NFL draft capital, so first round pick, 24 or younger. 350 plus routes run in a season, so you didn't get hurt, you played a lot. Target per route run below 17%. So this is how often you're thrown to. So we're taking that you were drafted in the first round, your age, that you played a lot, and how often you got thrown the football into account, basically. And there were 2 guys last year that added to this list of 9 players over the last 10 years. And they were Quentin Johnston, who's supposedly the big bust out with the Chargers that everybody is over, and Jahan Dotson. And Dotson in 2022, in 12 games, was on this list, and in 2023. The other names on this list, Nelson Aguilar, Philip Dorsett, Jalen Reagor, Nelson Aguilar again, Quentin Johnston, Laquan Treadwell, and John Ross after he was drafted in the first round for the Bengals. So I know Eugene Shen's long gone, but there is an R&D department over in Commander Land.
Maybe they had that spreadsheet there.
They might be diving in on some of those numbers. Let's go to Shane in Switzerland. What's up, Shane?
Hey, what's up, Commander Danny and Grant? How y'all doing today?
Good, buddy.
Doing well.
Hey, look, here's the thing. Our receiving core, I'm happy with our receiving core. Our receiving core is a good receiving core. Is it the top 10 in the league? No, but I think they have potential. What's going to make this receiving core is going to be the tight end room. If we can get any production out of tight end room, that's going to open up our receivers. And number one, it don't matter if you got Jerry Rice out there. It doesn't matter. If you can't keep him upright, it doesn't matter who's out there. So, yeah, I think they still need to address the offensive line a little bit more. But I like our receiving core. I like where it's
Let me
at.
ask you, as far as the receivers go, McLaurin's proven. Obviously, you're high on a Jahan bounce back, which, I mean, he was a first-round pick, and he flashed as a rookie.
Brown's going to be my surprise.
I was going to say, what else do they have that you like? So Diami's your guy.
Watch and see. This is going to be his breakout year in the league. Because, look, face it, if he doesn't produce this year, he's gone. He's out of the league. He's not in. Let's just call it what it is. Maybe somebody picks him up. But I think he's going to have a breakout. He had a decent, but I think Brown's going to surprise a lot of people this year. I really do. I think he's going to step up. And I think our tight end comeback player of the year is going to be Rodgers. I think he's going to surprise a lot. The speed is still there. He's, going across the middle.
Rodgers?
He's going to be hard. Yes, absolutely. That's my comeback because I'm sorry they just did. I'm been away, so I don't know.
Okay,
so
yeah.
I'm
He's
just
gone.
catching up.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I appreciate you, Shane. Yeah, he's not on the team anymore. So I don't know how good of a chance he's got to be your comeback.
That'd be a real comeback player of the year.
Twice over. He
Came
might
back
be
on the team.
coming back with somebody else. I hope Shane's right about Dyami Brown, and he may be. Dyami had the big catch. He has not had a legitimate opportunity in an offense with a quality quarterback, and so the stars could finally align. But I would be curious. I don't know the answer to this. I'm just spitballing out loud. Has there ever been a wide receiver drafted in the top 3 rounds, especially, but even an undrafted free agent type, who played for 3 straight seasons, healthy, active on game day, like 50 times, who caught fewer than 13 balls for 3 years in a row and then became a really good player? I would imagine that's a very, very small group of players, don't you?
Yes.
I mean, 3 years where you're active and available on game day. If they want you to run routes and go catch the football, you can. And you've caught 12 or fewer balls. It was 12 catches, 5 catches, 12 catches over 3 seasons. And now you become a stud. There's just such a small chance for that.
Yeah, I mean, there have been late breakout guys, but not with what you're talking about, right? Like, I think it took Jimmy Smith, name jumped off the top of my head, like 4 or 5 years to finally break in the league and find something and be, a Pro Bowl caliber player. That's not what this is. This is a guy, as you said, now a couple regimes, a 3rd round pick who at one point they said, hey, we think we got something here. And then he's DNP, coach decision, inactive, not targeted.
And if they were a team that ran 12 personnel or something with 2 tight ends or 3 tight ends,
right,
and they ran the ball a million times, maybe. Last year, they ran 11 personnel, 3 receiver sets or more, 75% of the time. Only the Rams, Panthers, Bengals, and Colts had 3 or more receivers on the field more than Eric Bieniemy. So there was really no good reason, if you're healthy, for Dyami Brown to not have fought his way into the mix last year. Let's go to Joe in Manassas on Grant and Danny. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, what's up, Grant and Danny? Love the show as always. Long time no talk.
Oh,
hey,
buddy. Dude. It's been a minute.
Yeah, what's up, fellas? Hey, but no, I'm really worried. I mean, like that guy. I mean, he's not worried, but he doesn't even know who's on the team. That being said, yeah, that Dotson. I mean, Zacchaeus. If they're talking about him being the number 2, wasn't he like a special teams player in Philly last year? Like, I mean, I know they have good receivers, AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, and that cast of characters, but isn't that scary? I mean, to run that guy out there as your number 2 when he couldn't. Even, I mean, that's just scary to me. I know he's put in the work in the camp and looking good, but man, that's an indictment on our receivers. And Jahan Dotson, is he really that bad? Or he can't get open? I mean, like that scares me.
I don't think he's that bad, but look, we're going to find out this year. I think a lot of last year had to do with Howell and Bieniemy, and he just wasn't a factor, but he was on the field. They didn't throw to him. I think if you're wide open clapping for the football, you probably get it more often than he did. To answer your question on Zacchaeus, yeah, he was pretty uninvolved last season, but that hasn't been his whole career. Year before that in Atlanta, he had 40 catches for 530 yards. So he has actually produced in the league, but there's no disputing. If you're saying is an indictment, well, compared to Philly's
100%.
Yes is the answer. And compared to Philly's receiver room, it's night and day. They have AJ Brown, who's a top 5 guy in the league. Then they've got Devontae Smith, who you can make the case would be the number 1 here. If not, he's neck and neck with Terry, probably in that range among wide receivers in the league. And even beyond that, I would say they're deeper down their depth chart than Washington is. So him catching 10 balls last year actually speaks pretty well to him. They have Paris Campbell, who's come in from the Giants. They drafted Johnny Wilson from Florida State in the 6th round. They still have the speedster John Ross, former 1st-round pick. So they're pretty loaded at wide receiver in Philly.
Yeah, it's a common theme, by the way, for the best offenses in the league. When you go up and down, Miami, San Francisco, Detroit, Philly, the Rams, it's pretty standard, right? Like you have a pretty good room. You've got a star and then good compliments. Not, we'll see what happens with Journeyman Jerry, a former 1st-round pick that couldn't catch 50 balls in an offense that threw it 600 million times last year. That's not what it looks like.
It's also surprising to me, Peter's coming from San Fran, that it hasn't been something he cared more about. Just because you broke bread with Kyle 1,000 times last year.
Mm-hmm.
Former receiver, sees the game through the lens of a receiver, gets all those receivers open the way that he does, the plays that they make. Where you saw Brock Purdy, who's solid, look like a elite player based on all the weapons around him. Fred Smoot, the longtime great corner here in D.C., 2 different stints, and one of the more entertaining guests that we have on is going to join us next on Grant and Danny. I want to talk to him about Mikey Sanders still, who's been turning heads, the early returns on Jaden Daniels, and his thoughts on Dan Quinn and Joe Witt's defense. We'll do that next on G&D. Attaboy, Toby. Toby Altizer, ladies and gentlemen, on your update here on the Grant and Danny radio program. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condori and Murat can guide you and your family in the right direction, help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you to get a discount. kmlawyers.com. All of our training camp and Commanders coverage today is presented by Paul Henry's Windows. paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Let's talk to Fred Smoot, one of our good buddies, longtime terrific defensive back with Washington, and of course, one of our favorite football guests this time of year to break down the secondary with. Smooty, how you living?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Man, I was wondering, did Danny ever think about my offer that I made to him, and do I need to sugar the offer up some more?
No, Fred, it's not necessary. It's very kind of you. Yes, there's been a lot of pondering.
Christian pondering. Although I will remind people, there's a lot of people probably weren't listening, that Smooty called in out of the blue a couple weeks back to offer Danny the ability to go to a game at the Artist,
like the ultimate VIP package,
formerly known as FedEx. He was going to come get Danny in a limo. He's going to get him into the suite. He's going to do all kinds of nice things, get you down on the sideline pregame. And Danny promptly told him to kick rocks.
That's not what I said. I said I'm a big Fred Smoot fan.
He is a big Fred Smoot
I like
guy.
Fred Smoot a lot. First of his name.
Hey, you know who I like, Smooty? I want to get your take on him. What have you seen from Mikey Sanders still? He looks pretty mature.
Looks tough
in the nickel.
Hey, first of all, he's everything that you want in a defensive back, especially when you talk about a nickel back. And think about this. When you think about some great championship teams, and that position always sticks out, and they always got a guy. I had the luxury of playing with Antoine Winfield, one of the better. When he moved inside, man, he was one of the better cornerbacks to ever do it. Then you got a guy like Rondé Barber who affects the game in such a way. I can even bring up Dre Bly if you want to bring up a guy like that. I think everything you want from a guy, especially with his study habits, especially with his instincts. Well, people got to realize he used to play a lot of wide receiver, so now he still thinks like a wide receiver. He still anticipates anything down and distance, any formation that you put out to him. He's seen it before. He understands what spot the receiver's trying to get to, and he's playing above his age. You know what I'm saying? He's one of those guys, he looks comfortable. He looks the part. Like I said, everything you want in a nickelback.
So, Smoody, help folks understand a little bit. Having played the position as you did at such a high level, that adjustment going from college to pro, where everyone knows that the game's faster, guys more physical, things can get more complicated. Why does it take some guys maybe longer for it to click in than others? It seemed like Sammer still walked in day one ready to roll, but a guy like Quan Martin, it's taken a little bit longer. Came onto the scene last year, now kind of looks the part. Why does it take some guys longer than others?
I think it has a lot to do with mental capacity. How fast does a guy learn? And you got to realize this guy was with Jim Harbaugh. He was with a pro coach while he was in college. They ran pro schemes because of the Baltimore Ravens defensive coordinator. He understands what he was getting into before he got here. So, yeah, some of us do mature faster than others. And the one thing that's different about college and pros when it comes to the cornerback position is wasted motions and wasted steps. You can't afford to do those. And some people need time to clean that part of their game up. And now you have to match the mental to know what I can do inside of a play call. And plus you have to match the speed and understand that these receivers will not make mistakes. You have to force them to make mistakes, but that's when you got to also lean on your defensive line because an uncomfortable quarterback makes mistakes, and let's give us a chance to make plays on the ball.
Fred Smoot on Grant and Danny went to Mississippi State. He's a Bulldog, just like Emmanuel Forbes. Now, I don't know what your take is on Forbes at this point. I'm imagining, because you guys are both from Mississippi State, that you're gonna see through some rosy glasses, okay? But I do want to know if that is the case. Like, convince me why I should still have high hopes that he can look like a first-round pick, because it was a rough year, as you know, last year.
I got you, Grant, and I know how to pull on your horse screens also, like I know how to pull on Danny. All right, the one thing I know. Now, the one thing I know about you, Grant, you love you some baseball, right? You love everything about it. I've heard you talk about James Wood before he even got into the majors. All right, check this out. Well, you know a guy like James Wood could get the yips, right? He could get the yips. Like he can go on a month and a half, just cannot get right, cannot hit the ball right, and then he gets it. and then the guy gets back to what he's doing. Because the one thing about Emmanuel is what got him to the league was him making the play on the ball at the highest point, him being able to transition in the air to understand where to accurately go get the ball. Now, what he's been doing since he's been in the league is he's right there. Nobody's just raw out beating him. He's right there. He's just not finishing the play. And I equivalent that to yips, and that's why I love that we got the defensive back coaches we have now. Because the one thing the blind was leading the blind last year. Like he was literally got through out there and said, "Hey, go check AJ Brown and make sure you do the best job you can." I'm sorry, a lot of us would have failed in that situation, that scenario. Well, now he got some people that's going to break him back down and build him back up, and they're not going to give him nothing. They won't pacify him. They did not draft him, but they still see something in him that they know they can break out. And I know Coach Witt, he loves ball hawks. You think about those DBs that they had in Green Bay with Al Harris and Charles Woodson, all the plays they made. Look at what Dallas did with Bland. Nobody looked at Bland as a top cornerback in this league. They transformed him into that. Diggs, do you think it's a coincidence that they put one guy in and another guy in and they still lead the league in picks? Because they need one person to get the ball back. Because the thing about St. Juicy is he's a nullifier. You're talking about a guy with, I think, 1 or 2 picks in his college career and pro career. So the guy that's going to get the ball back going to have to be Emmanuel Forbes, and that's why he's the project that they were working on, and they're really focusing on strengthening his peak. I mean, at the peak of the ball, playing the ball at the highest point and coming down with it.
How close is he, Smooty? And Fred Smoot with this here on G&D. Like,
I love the James Wood reference, by the way.
Yeah, first of all, great job, master, like a maestro tugging on the heartstrings. How close do you think Forbes is, maybe not being the guy that we thought, but being a guy here?
Yeah. Well, guess what, Danny? He one play away. You know when you make that one play that says, you know what, I'm back, I belong. It's only one play that he needs to make to come in, and I'm hoping it happens in that first game. Like, if you get back into it and understand, then he'll stop thinking. The one thing about the cornerback position is, if you think long, you think wrong. You got to react. We are not dogs. We are cats. And one thing you can't ever do is afford to fall on the ground. Second thing you can't ever do, be behind your guy when you're not supposed to be behind your guy. Understanding where I need to be at, but it only takes one play. And when he makes that one play, he'll come out of his shell and understand he do belong. And I'm telling you now, playing in this defense, this is a defensive back friendly defense. He won't be, how should I say, in emergency mode all the time, trying to get out of there. What I want to do I want him to slow his back pedal down, lower his back pedal, and start the attack going downhill like he did when he was in college.
Fred Smoot on Grant and Daniel. We'll get into some of the other areas of the operation in just a moment. I want to go back to what you were talking about with the coaching, though, because I am very, very much with you that I think the defensive backfield specifically, the coaching last year was not good enough. It's an easy punching bag to swing at because the listed coach of the DBs after Harris rolled out was a guy whose previous stop was on a high school field who had ties to Jack Del Rio. And now you've got not just Dan Quinn, who did some incredible things, Legion of Boom all the way back to Seattle, but Joe Witt, you mentioned his chops, his resume. I think that these young DBs, maybe more than any other position group, should be giddy about the coaching they're about to get.
Oh, no, more than giddy. And guess what? They also strengthen the middle of the defense. Look at the better defenses in this league. You look at San Francisco. Hey, even the Cowboys. I can't hate on the Cowboys. Very good defense. You look at the Ravens. The middle of their defense, the linebacking core changes everything. The defensive linemen, when they make tackles when guys get started. Those violent collisions happen from the second level and the third level. So when you get that second level fixed, that second level causes chaos. Not just in the run game, but in the passing game. They change everything, and you put that in front of a defensive backfield. They stop all they throwing over the middle. It changes everything. It reshapes everything. And guess who's going to benefit from that? The defensive backfield. Okay, what about a quarterback that actually gives you a 10-point lead, and now I'm not playing from behind all the time. Now guys have to come out, and we know they throwing the ball, so now we in pass rush mode. We are in pass get the ball mode. So it's different scenarios that nobody brings up. Every game we played last year was a close game. game. And when you're in close games, every play counts. So y'all remember every time every DB gave up a pass because everyone could change the game. Well, if you can play in a different mind frame and in a different scheme, it gives you a chance to be not good. It gives you a chance to be great because it reminds me of when we brought London in. Everybody thought London was at the end of his career. Very much. Bobby Wagner is 1 year older than London was when we brought him in. When El Capitan came in that room, everything changed. When Bobby Wagner come in that room, the people that used to be captain ain't captain no more. I got the ring. I'll show you how to get there. Follow me. All right, so that's what it's about. The tone setter. Defense wins championships. Offense sells tickets. That'll never change.
Smooty, a couple of guys on this defense, names that we know, they're pretty high draft picks. We're playing deep into the second half in that first preseason game, thinking about Jamin Davis and Big Fidarian Mathis. What does that mean? How should we interpret that?
They're trying to find out what they do well. Where can we play these guys? I'm proud of Jamin and taking this challenge on head first. I think he's going to actually, once he learns to rush with a lean, once he gets rep after rep after rep after doing it, I think he'll be a guy that has a chance to actually go out there and make plays off the edge. Because the great thing he'll have working for him, that nobody's going to come in there and say, we have to stop Jamin Davis. There's going to be other guys on that defensive line they'll be keying in on, allowing him to run free. I don't know if y'all seen this quite violent fella we got named Frankie Luvu. He's going to be a guy that they're going to have to find out where this guy is. And when they're doing that, a guy like Jamin Davis has a chance to rush the passer. And we talk about it. How many times are we going to have down and distances, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10, 3rd and 7, where these guys can pin their ears back and rush the passer? I think Jamin is going to work his way in there. For Darian Mathis, I think, as I count players, you don't forget we got Newton. And nobody's seen Newton yet, but we know he's going to be good. Like, we got so much depth in the interior. And we're talking about a guy that's ability hasn't been the best when it comes to availability, because that's the best ability. So if I'm Phil Mathis, I need to put my hand in the dirt this preseason, and I need to go out here and make some plays because good teams cut good players, and that's a good problem to have.
Fred Smoot with us on Grant and Danny. When you were playing, the joint practice thing wasn't big yet. Did you guys do any of those?
Yeah, we always did it. We always did it with the Ravens. Like, I used to love the joint practice. I used to love to pick off old Joe Flacco a time or two. I thought it was great because you get tired of beating up on your teammates. And if I'm at practice with Terry every day, I know his mannerisms, I know his habits, I know our offense. So it's a little cheat code in there for me too. But when we get out there and we're playing against guys on the other team, we get to measure ourselves up. We get to do a lot more when it comes to the playbook. And I think that's the part y'all not understanding. Like, they go into these preseason games and they show nothing. All right. But at one of these padded practice, we can get super detailed. We can do situational stuff. Like, we don't even know if we get into the red zone in a preseason game, but at a padded practice like that, we can do 20, 30 plays of nothing but red zone. All right. The one-on-ones even mean more. Like, everything changes when another team comes. And I know we get feisty, and I know we fight, and they're just part of it. Brothers fight. But at the end of the day, I think the coaches get a lot from it, and I know the quarterbacks and the rest of the people get a lot too.
So do you think then they need to do anything about some of the melees? Like, my contention is, I think that there are teams still holding out. The Chiefs are an example with Andy Reid. They refuse to do it because they don't want to risk the injuries in a fight or whatever could come of that. I think the way that it's going to go is there's going to be 18 regular season games as of next year or soon. And then there's only going to be 2 preseason games. So everyone's going to have to do more joint practices to get ready. But then they're going to have to start suspending guys for fights, fining them directly, maybe suspending them if they go wild and swing a helmet or whatever, in a way that they don't now. What would you think of that?
Well, I'm glad that I don't go to the high school that you're the principal building, because you're hard on people if you're going to suspend these guys for fighting at a practice, man.
How else are you going to get them to stop, Smoot? How are you going to get them to stop fighting?
You're not going to stop a boxer from sparring. People going to get hit. This is a contact sport, man. This is not pillow fighting. All right, nobody put pillow fighting in the Olympics.
But you don't fight during the regular season.
There, but
Smooty.
Yeah, guess what? We get in shoving matches all the time.
I understand, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about 40 people coming in from the sideline, push and shove, and get into a big shoving match. Someone takes off their helmet. You got some idiot punching someone in the face mask, breaking his knuckles. Well, why are we doing this?
Hey, you know what, Grant? If you're going to do all that crying, what the baby going to do? Okay, it's going to be fights, man. But you cannot suspend a guy for a season game. Do you know we only play 17 of these games? I can't afford to lose any of my players through suspension from a practice fight. That's not even equal. You can't even compare these things. Yes, they are going to happen, and yes, you can. Now, let me tell you what. If you want to stop fighting, start docking us pay. Start saying, you know what, $10,000 every time you fight. We'll stop fighting then, because we don't love nothing more.
You didn't care about
$10,000.
$10,000. You spent more than $10,000 in a night.
Yeah, because Dream was open at the time. But I can tell you this. All right, guys do not like to lose.
Hey, why didn't you bring me with you? I guess I was only
There's
13.
a good reason, yeah.
That probably wouldn't have gone
Yeah,
well.
I've been saying you were so young at the time, Grant. You didn't need to see those things.
I know why I didn't get the invite on Lake whatever the heck that was. I was probably only 14. You'd have gotten in a lot of trouble bringing your boy.
Yeah, Minnetonka, it's pleasure being washed in the waters of Lake Minnetonka, man.
Lake Minnetonka. That's not really what it is it?
Yeah, it's Lake Minnetonka.
Minnetonka?
Yeah. It's the lake that Prince stay on.
Oh, okay. Oh, so it's beautiful out there, I'm sure.
Oh, drop dead gorgeous, my friend.
I love it. Smooty with us on Grant and Danny. Let's get to serious business here. Jaden Daniels, would you play him more than a drive or two, or do you think that's good enough here in this final time we see him perhaps in the preseason? There is a chance he could play in the third game too, I guess.
Yeah, I would play him in the first quarter. I just want him to get more situational. I want more things to happen. I want to see him see guys falling near his legs. I want him to get outside the pocket and make some plays. I want him to have some situational awareness, and the only way to get that is to get in there and spar a little bit. I want him to make some mistakes. Like, the one thing about it is everybody wants their prospects to be perfect. When we don't make it to the league perfect, we have to grow, and we have to grow in this game. And the only way we can do it, in the mortal words of Marty Schottenheimer, is to get in that ring and fight. So yeah, I want him to get in there. I want him to throw some plays. Hell, I want him to play for the whole first quarter. If you ask me, I want him to get out there. And I don't want him to play him as much as Bo Nix played. I don't want him throwing 30 balls in there, but I do want him to get in there, especially against the Dolphins team. They got a lot of good players over there. Yeah, I want him to do a great defensive backfield over there. And I heard, from practice, I've seen a couple clips of plays they made. So I've seen them make some plays in practice. So you got to love that.
So, give me some milestones for Jaden Daniels, things you're looking for, where he kind of every time he passes a little test. It sounds like one today, good red zone work in that joint practice against Miami. But what are some of the things you go, okay, by this date, I want to see this?
Okay, milestones. You know what? I can't say his milestones. I just want to see maturity every week. And I'm one of them people. I want to see people troubleshoot, but you can only troubleshoot if you're in trouble. So I want to see him make what do you do after the mistake, after the interception? That's the guy I want to see. I want to see can you climb out of these positions that I know you're going to be in. He has a great arm, but weaponize your legs when need be. All right, that's what I want to see. I want to see him protect himself. One, that's the first thing he has to do. Learn how to protect himself. Two, understand when to weaponize my feet, when to weaponize my arm. Three, and this is the only way he can learn this. This is by trial and error. When can I squeeze it in there, and when should I just hold this thing and take a second and go to the next play? These are the things I need to see a quarterback do. But naturally, with his work habit, naturally with his arm talent, naturally how he's calm, cool, and collected, I think he has a chance to beat it. And I know how people feel it, because everybody got Bobby three-stick-itis, and everybody thinks it's a chance that he's going to be very much like Robert Griffin. No, they are two different, totally people, because the person, Jaden Daniels, is going to be what take him to the next level.
Smooty, we're hanging out next Saturday, a week from this weekend. You, me, and Danny, among others. We're going to be at the AWOD Football Festival in Richmond.
Oh, yeah, most definitely, guys. I'll be down there. We're going to enjoy it. Maybe we can actually get Danny to actually drink a beer again and put gluten in his body, because I know he's been taking care of his body so much lately. Well, maybe he could do that with, some old pals. Just getting back together, getting the band back together.
I still owe you some bourbon, so I might have to scoop some before I get down there.
Yeah, but make sure it's Basil Hayden, friend. That's what friends do.
I knew you were going to say that. You're such a Basil Hayden mark. I don't know if that's in my budget. We'll have to see what happens.
Oh, yeah, big money, Grant. Yes, it is.
It'll be fun. I look forward to seeing you.
Good,
we're going to be down there throughout the afternoon. We're on in Richmond right now, so For our Richmond audience that's going to the event, and anybody up here that wants to go down, Smooty and other guests from the Commanders are going to be joining us. It'll be a really fun day all day long down in Richmond a week from Saturday. So we'll kick it, man. It'll be good.
All right, Danny, and I'm looking forward to seeing you at the game. I'm going to be relentless. I don't care if I have to send a helicopter, a dragon, whatever I have to do to pick you and Lil Danny up. We're gonna make that happen this year, my friend. We're gonna get our fan base back, one fan at a time, starting with Commander Danny.
If you send me a dragon, I'll go. That's all it takes.
I can the way Fred operates, he is so relentless. I can see like a car showing up in front of Danny's house that's just designed like a dragon.
Or the license plate just says dragon.
Yeah,
Look, this counts.
It's a dragon. Or just like one of those old skateboards, dragon skateboards.
Oh, good pull. The dragon skateboard.
Smoody, thank you, buddy.
You're the
We
best, bud.
appreciate you.
Hey, anytime, fellas. Thank y'all for having me on.
See you, pal.
Love talking to Smoody. Always so fun. Joining us here on Grant and Danny. He mentioned Robert Griffin III. Robert Griffin III is in the news
There's
today.
some news.
Our guy is out at ESPN. Let's get into that next on The Fan.
hell you gonna get fired on your day off? I don't know.
It's a great scene in Friday when Mr. Jones asks Craig how he's going to get fired on his day off. Now, if you think that's kind of mean, guys, why are you making light of that? Robert Griffin III just tweeted that video out. So we got the idea from him. We're just telling you that was the statement he has provided to this point, is that clip right there from Friday. But Robert Griffin is out at ESPN after 2 years, or I should say with 2 years remaining on his deal. He's been there longer than 2 years. But he was on a rocket ship. He had an unbelievable start at ESPN where he was very quickly on Monday Night Football. He was one of their lead college football analysts. I always thought he did a great job in the booth as a color commentator. And he's no longer at the company. Now, The Athletic broke the story today, and it was Andrew Marchand who did the reporting. He claims that he got fired. That's very different than budget cuts, I think, although maybe it's semantics. You could tell me what you think, Danny, but I think when I hear fired with 2 years left on your deal, that tells me you're not getting paid. Whereas somebody else has subsequently reported that not only is Robert Griffin out, but that Sam Ponder is also out, who's been hosting the early Sunday morning NFL pregame with the crew of 7 or 8 people that they have sitting around the desk leading up to NFL football Sundays, and that they're both out via the latest budget cuts at ESPN. But Griffin specifically is a stunner because of just, he was ubiquitous on that network. He was on everything. He was the poster child for a lot of their football coverage for his first couple seasons at the network. And with 2 years left on the deal now, he's out at ESPN.
Yeah, this is, I think, the polite and nice thing to do if someone's been let go multiple years in advance, if there's no, sort of public spat that's taking place, is just sort of say budgetary reasons, or, you just name something in general and you kind of move on. 2 years left is fascinating. That's the key part. If this was an expiring deal in 6 months, you'd go, we're just going to do this now, as our new fiscal year starts at a certain point in time, we're not going to bring you back. And you could say he's quote unquote fired with however many months left. 2 years left on a deal to just be let go. Something happened. There's no other way around that, right? I don't know what that something is. I'm not here to speculate. I have no clue. But whether it's a sea change or whether it's displeasure between the two parties, I have no idea. But that's one of those we're all going to be left with the polite explanation where we're not going to be really allowed to dig and find anything else if they're just saying, it's budgetary reasons. But that's very, very unusual, is to have it go that way. Budget stuff is, hey, this guy's expensive. Let's get him off the books. Maybe 6 months, 3 months, whatever, right before the contract expires. Another 2 years where he's probably getting paid because this isn't like for cause. Man, that is pretty stunning, because you said it. This was a rocket ship.
Yeah.
Like, he was born for this. I thought he was excellent as a studio guy, talking about college football, but he was pretty good at everything.
Yeah, he was very good at the desk. I thought he was better for games, though. Just my own proclivities. I really liked him in the booth broadcasting games. It was a little like shtick heavy, innuendo heavy for my style, but I thought when he just talked ball, he was awesome and really could have become one of the great analysts, because he has energy and a passion for the game and a big personality, which we saw here. Obviously, my relationship with him goes back to before he was even drafted in 2012, in the earliest days of 2012 when Washington, was trading up for the number 2 pick and was going to take him. But as someone who, like him, has young daughters, I mean, he's got, I believe, 4 kids now. I think he's got 3 young girls with his wife, and then obviously his oldest daughter as well from his first relationship when he was here. You feel bad because it's family that's affected.
Sure.
And everyone's like, oh, he's made a lot of money. Well, no kidding. But if you're out a gig, if you're not getting that money, that's still a major change of kind of lifestyle potentially. Now, hopefully he will get paid every penny. One of the reports says that he was going to continue to get paid for the next 2 years based on the downsizing. But that's, again, different than what Andrew Marchand was suggesting with his initial report. So who knows what's what. More interestingly for me, though, in addition to there's 2 prongs to this. There's 2 sides. The first is it's hard not to think about this from the same lens as football, where it was like he burst onto the scene. He was this unbelievable rocket ship rising star. And then within a couple of years, everything changed. That's very, very odd. Why did that happen? Why does that happen? But the other side of this is I think he's a fascinating free agent from a sports media standpoint right now. His social media accounts are very, very popular and get tons of engagement. He he's not that much younger than me, I don't think. How old is Robert Griffin? He's got to be in his young 30s, right?
I think so.
I'm asking this
mid
for a
30s.
reason.
Yeah.
Is he about my age?
Let me look.
Here's what I'm going to say. And the reason I even asked the question. He seems to be unbelievably plugged in with like new media and what gets clicks and kind of that generation and that era.
35, right around your age.
So, wow, that's crazy to me. So we're about the same age. So I would say then I'm more of an old man than him in a lot of ways, but he is locked in on TikTok and Reels and all that stuff. And, he posted the Friday clip just as a thing that's going viral now since the news came out that he is no longer at ESPN. Like pretty much all of the stuff that he does online generates a lot of interest. There's occasionally a straight-laced take. Like today he tweeted about Matthew Judon and why it makes a lot of sense. And it was just a normal football assessment. He did something similar with JJ McCarthy. But then a lot of the time, it could be politics, it could be sports, it could be world news. He'll just say, hey, give me your thoughts on this. The next thing you know, there's a million people arguing in his comments. Or, he'll do some type of meme or post a picture where it's a funny thing on his head or, whatever.
He baits the hook, throws it in the water, and gets responses.
He's eating a croissant, and just like gigantic croissant that he's shoving into his mouth.
The joke is that the croissant's too big. It's a big croissant.
It's a very large croissant.
That's the entirety of it.
But the point of the dude's story is, I don't know where you go if you're him. I think there's a lot of companies that will want him. But does he want to be a great football analyst and sign with Fox Sports and be a part of the Gus Johnson broadcast on, maybe you're not the big noon kickoff guy that Joel Klatt does, but maybe you're their number 2. Do you want to go work at another up and coming network with games? Do you want to be the face of some social media company where they care about the engagement and they live online and they do videos? I don't really know, but I think he's got his finger in a lot of pies. And I do find him to be a really entertaining kind of free agent to see how this ends.
This sort of feels very FS1 to me, as if that's the natural next step.
But my point is that was ESPN, and maybe it was just a bad fit, but it didn't work there. There's something they didn't like to get to here.
Totally. And I think FS1 won't mind that.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, because FS1's basically the
like ESPN does not want you popping off about the what's going on with Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And I feel like FS1 doesn't mind. Like we're Club Shay-Shaying until we weren't, because I guess he's doing something else. But if you employ Skip Bayless and you have, some sort of, that's the television version of engagement farming, of screaming hot take about how the Cowboys are going to win the whole thing and LeBron is a choker. And you do that every day for hours. And it's not even about the viewership. It's about the tweets. It's the engagement. Eyeballs. They want eyeballs. And they're good at getting, and someone that's good at getting eyeballs is that guy. So that feels like a natural marriage.
Fox Sports.
I do.
I could see that. I mean, what is the other network at this point? I don't see him as like an NFL network guy. They're a little more straight-laced and buttoned up, it feels like. He's fun is maybe not the right word, but like he wants to do a bit where he's on camera holding the microphone, and at the end of the clip, they zoom out. Now you find out he's on a boat, and he's jumping into the water in his full suit. Like, that's where Robert Griffin's doing. Who has that kind of fun? Who's doing that kind of thing? I don't know. But I view him as viral social media type stuff. And maybe networks would, he could sign on with NBC and they could have him as their social media correspondent who also is on Football Night in America or something like that.
Or something, yeah.
Like I could see that. Maybe like an NBC. That would make sense. Maybe you have a deal where he sits down on because I think he would do good for himself and do well if he was like doing a night show with, he sits down with Jimmy Fallon and talks football once a month or whatever. Like NBC could use him, how they like to move all these parts around and they have all their people at the Olympics to show everybody off. Maybe he could do 4 or 5 roles for them.
That's what you're cooking there. I mean, to me, the fact that he's pretty sharp when it comes to football analysis and sports analysis in general. Has a pretty unique perspective as a guy that obviously was a Heisman Trophy winner, but also a track star at one point. So he knows a couple different, sort of ends of things. And then you mentioned sort of the social media stuff. It just, I know I've already said this, but it screams Fox Sports to me, where you get the best of both worlds. The studio guy that can hold his own and can spar and have fun debates and be energetic and bring that every day. And then also when he's away from the studio, Ketchup or mustard? Let me know in the comments and get a million engagements.
He loves those.
You know what I mean?
Here's what I'm thinking.
Mustard, by the way, is the answer.
Depends why and how and when.
Ketchup is for children. Mustard is for grown-ups.
Ketchup on fries? Yes.
Mm-mm.
Ketchup on a hot dog with mustard? Yes.
Mm-mm.
Raheem, mustard.
Mustard. Colonel.
You think Griffin wouldn't have been perfect at the Olympics doing skits and bits the last few weeks? You know, they had Colin Jost, the guy from Saturday Night Live, who's married to my favorite person.
Scarlett Johansson.
Scarlett Johansson.
Mhm, sure.
They had great actress, by the way.
Very good.
They had Snoop Dogg everywhere, all over the place. Like you couldn't.
I saw Snoop Dogg a lot.
You couldn't turn on your channel and not see Snoop Dogg. You don't think Robert Griffin could have been doing skits and bits and chasing birds and running, trying to outrun an eagle and showing you what it's like to run a 40?
100%.
Absolutely. So
Born for that kind of thing.
Olympics in 2028 on NBC. I'm calling my shot. Griffin in like year 2 or 3 at NBC. He's going to do some.
Mike Tirico in the studio just going, here we go. 3, 2, 1, live. And we go now to Robert Griffin, who's at a park doing some kind of bit. Off to you.
Skits and bits. But I think you could also include him on games.
Uh-huh.
They've got the game like Todd Blackledge, the college analyst,
Mhm.
is going to be sitting next to Noah Eagle for their Friday night game, Packers Eagles, to kick off the NFL season on NBC, like the Friday night in Brazil or wherever that is. That couldn't be Robert Griffin in the booth that game?
That could be.
Like, I think there could be a role there. G&D on the Fan, our double play is next. I want to talk about fall weddings and a controversy surrounding people being angry about going to fall weddings because football's on. Top of the hour, the Beltway Blitz at 5 o'clock. Cam Wolf of the NFL Network covers the Dolphins, was at Commanders Dolphins practice today. We're Grant and Danny. Grant and Danny, welcoming you back on the Fan. All of our coverage of training camp today is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation, paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. The Commanders did practice with the Dolphins. We'll get a full report on what went down from Cam Wolf, NFL Network, and Dolphins Media. He covers the beat in South Florida. He'll be joining us in about an hour and 10 minutes. Beltway Blitz, top of the hour. Let's get to our double play. Driven to you, as always, by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
I had dates yesterday. Not like a date where you go someplace and you dress nice and you ask them questions about themselves. The fruit, dates. I never see dates. I never see them. I never know where they are. I'm always very pleasantly surprised when they're around. I don't know how you buy them. I don't know where they are in the grocery store. I don't really know anything about them other than whenever I see them, I eat them. And I think to myself, why don't I have these all the time? They're so good. I don't know how good they are for you. It's probably better than eating like fried pizza or Oreos or something like that. Maybe there's some sugar, maybe some carbs in there. I don't know.
What's a fried pizza?
Look, it's a pizza, but it's like turned up a notch. It's fried. I just made it up.
Okay.
But it's like, I'm just thinking if something was doubly unhealthy.
Yeah.
Dates are delicious. I want them all the time, and I feel like I can never find them. That's what I got.
There's been a raging debate online the last couple of days. I don't know really how it started. I think probably like everything, there was some Reddit thread where somebody was upset, and then it went all over the internet. And now everyone's weighing in from all circles of the web. But there is a huge debate right now on fall weddings and whether it's acceptable to not attend a wedding over large college football games. And part of the reason for this big debate was, as Darius showed me the other day, so the Knot ranked October 12th of this year to be one of the 5 biggest wedding dates of 2024. I don't know what specifically it was about 10-12, but there was something about that date for the people doing fall weddings. I went to a couple of these in my life, rolling hills of Virginia or out near Blacksburg, buddies that went to Virginia Tech. They're beautiful. You get hay bales and some pumpkins on them, and people wear, a little jacket or what. Everybody loves going to a fall wedding. It's very comfortable, scenic, it's beautiful in the mountains, whatever. You guys get the drill.
Yeah, I got married on October 2nd.
Wow. Fall wedding guy over here.
Fall wedding.
That is a choice. So October 12th is a top 5 day this year for a wedding. That's also one of the biggest days in recent college football history. The slate includes number 2 Ohio State at number 3 Oregon, number 4 Texas at number 15 Oklahoma, number 6 Ole Miss at number 13 LSU, and number 8 Penn State at number 23 USC. On paper, outside looking in, one of the biggest college football dates in recent history, and also going to be the biggest date for weddings this side of the summer. And so the debate's been raging about whether it's selfish or ridiculous for people to get married in the fall. But Danny Rouillet, it sounds like I know where you're going to be on this because you got married in the fall.
Yeah, grow up is my response. Those college football games will happen. Marriage, that wedding day is a one-time thing, right? That special day is a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Hopefully, for everybody involved, your friends, you're going there, you'll be able to catch most or some of these games with DVR technology, with the ability to record or watch on your phone or whatever. Again, the overly machismo tough guy talk, like, you can't get married during football season. Yes, you can. Summer sucks. It's too hot. Anything after April basically is too hot. Dudes have to wear
spring is nice.
Wool covered attire in suits or a tuxedo. Miserable. Winter, perfectly fine, but then you can't really go outside. The best weather of the year is fall. It's the prettiest. That's when people should get married.
Winter's a great time. That's when I got married.
Winter's really good.
Spring is also a very acceptable time. So I would agree with you generally that you shouldn't make a big deal about when someone gets married. If you've got to bow out, you got to bow out. I've missed so many weddings in the fall in my life. It's not funny because I often travel for my baseball coverage in the league championship World Series for MLB Network Radio.
Yeah, where you're working.
So like 1 to 2 weeks at a time. Or when I was certainly on the Redskins beat back in the day, if I have obligations through one of the local outlets or something, Commanders wise, can't go. So the amount of times I've had a buddy get married and I've missed is a lot. I've never missed when I was a groomsman. I've made that work. So like Jim, who's in my wedding, I was in his wedding, was a fall wedding. I was there. Now it was a Saturday, dropped in and beat feet out of there that night and was back on Sunday.
But you never missed because you had to watch Florida State LSU.
I have not.
You know what I mean?
Having said that, this is where we'll part ways. In a million years, I would never have gotten married in the fall. I just wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have asked that of my guests. I would not have done it for me. And luckily, I married someone who views it similarly, honestly. A little different now with 3 kids at the house, but she's still a season ticket holder. We'll not get to every game this year, but we'll get to a bunch. But I remember when we were talking initially, she's like, all right, so when are the times that make sense? February after football season? What about, early summer, June or something before training camp? Like the idea that someone would even consider getting married in the fall is just we just think differently about the world is all. Fall's football time, man.
Right. I mean, if it's a Sunday wedding, like my buddy Ryan got married Sunday at 1. That was tough.
Do you have any issue if you're rude enough to get married in the fall with people being on their phones watching the game?
No,
while they're
again, it's all trade-offs
during the ceremony.
Like it's rude to get married any day after April 1st up until the start of October because it's too hot. Women get to wear comfortable things, or they can like put a little wrap on if it's cold in the air conditioning inside. But they have like sleeveless dresses and things that are comfortable. Again, dudes are wearing suits in the blistering heat of sky misery. Horrible, ridiculous.
February wedding.
Everyone,
that's why your boy did the February wedding.
The inconsiderate thing is summertime, and that's when everyone gets married is the summertime. So the considerate, smart thing is let's go to a place that's beautiful. Let's be somewhere nice in a comfortably temperature time.
I think the most considerate time is the February-ish, late winter.
Because honestly, there's not as much going on. Generally.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just a dead time in most calendars.
January, February, not much happening.
I think summer's perfectly reasonable.
Wrong.
Vacation time of year. People are able to get out of work. It's a lighter schedule for a lot of people travel-wise in terms of job obligations. And then I would say spring would be next on the acceptable scale. Spring's not a bad time. It's comfortable. There's not a ton going on necessarily. Maybe a spring break situation. The only time that's rude and imposes on your guests is the fall. And specifically, any time in October is an outrage, if I could say that.
You could say whatever you want.
Yeah.
It's you get totally reasonable to get married to Saturday in November. Let's get crazy. September. Like what? That's so weird. Again,
November's not as bad. November's not as bad generally. The closer you get to Thanksgiving, because we're winding things down for the holidays. There's a little more wiggle room for people.
But the tough talk.
October is tough.
Michigan's playing Nebraska. They'll play again. You know what I mean? Like settle down. Like I'm missing college football. It's not the same sport as it was.
You get like 7 or 8 of those when you're really at an age where you can thoroughly enjoy it properly. Like once
the wedding?
You have, no. The game.
Oh, the college football Saturday.
You know what I'm saying? Like
right.
You get a handful of those. Then you have kids and everything's over. Like you know what isn't fun for me anymore? College football Saturdays. I don't have them anymore. I haven't had a real good, awesome college football Saturday. Maybe one in a few years.
So then, are you yelling at your kids every day because you've taken away my college football Saturdays?
No, but I definitely think it. I mean, no, but it's part of it. I've made this bed that I sleep in, and I'm happy about it. I got cute kids. I'm very lucky.
Yeah.
But one of the trade-offs is my college football Saturdays have been completely ruined, and I'm very lucky because my wife is still kind enough to give me my football Sunday. A lot of husbands don't have that, so like I'll sit in the basement. My kids are mostly going to be loud and jumping all around me and ruining my time as best they can. But she's also great about bringing them upstairs, and her time gets ruined. Like her football.
That's
Sunday
right. There's a trade there.
has been ruined. But I mostly get a Sunday. But I wouldn't dare ask for a Saturday and a Sunday, and that's the difference. I know I'm going to be the worst dad and the worst husband on the planet from September until December. I already know this, and so does my wife. If I went to her and said I'd also like to be the worst husband on the planet and the worst dad on the planet on Saturdays too, she would be within her rights to punch me in the face.
I smell what you're cooking. I just can't do the tough guy thing of.
I'm not going full tough.
I'm not saying you are. I'm talking about something side. I can't stand you can't name 10 players on Oklahoma and Kansas State, and they're both top 25 playing on a Saturday. It's like, you can't get married in the fall. You can't get married on a Saturday. You can. It's fine. It's totally fine.
I can't believe you got married in October though.
I'll do it again tomorrow. Not tomorrow. It's too hot. I would do it in October again.
That's. I hope you don't. I hope you just stay married.
No, we're going to stay married, but I'm saying if we choose to renew our vows, it'll probably be in October.
Wouldn't have had that in the office pool. Darius, what's your ideal? If you're getting married, what month would you want to be married in?
Whew, that's a good question. I honestly, I'm halfway Team Danny here, where I kind of don't mind the college football Saturday thing because college football isn't a big part
You're
of my
not
life.
a college football guy.
I'm not that big of a college football guy. So yeah, that doesn't bother me, and I do think that the weather plays a big part, and I would prefer to be in cooler weather than I would in the summer.
What about winter?
Winter's
Too cold.
A little too cold.
Okay. You do indoor ceremony. We didn't go outside.
Yeah,
It's kind of
everybody
what we
has.
do.
Yeah, everybody has their preference.
All right, Toby, when are you getting married?
That's a good question.
I didn't mean it like when specifically.
Yeah,
like
There's not
like
like a
to answer
parent
that as
asking, "Hey,
well.
Toby,
Yeah.
when
Toby, why aren't you married?
Yeah.
can you get off your butt?" And
I don't, to be honest, no idea. Never crossed my mind. So as long as it's not a Sunday, again, like I do like college football, but I don't know. Maybe I should change my answer with some future opportunities. Maybe I love college football.
Oh, there you
there you go.
Just sprinkle that in there.
Big college football guy.
Yeah, college
big
football
college
guy.
football. You know what? Screw it. I want Sundays can go. Whatever. But I'm fine with whatever.
Beltway Blitz next on G&D. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Canori and Murat can guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll do whatever you need. Help you to draft a will or set up a revocable trust. They can create a healthcare power of attorney. You just have to schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you so that you can get a discount. kmlawyers.com. It is time for our Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny coming up at about 4:30. I want to dive into the Commanders' running back position, but we kick off our Blitz before we talk Caps. Big news day for them and Commanders with the Nationals. They will have to deal with a split after yesterday getting knocked around by the Baltimore Orioles in Game 2 at Camden Yards against the Birds. Our guy, Toby Altizer, who is the co-host of one of the great podcasts in America, Bustin' Loose Baseball, available wherever you get your audio. Toby, what'd you make of the little two-gamer with the Birds?
Well, I got to go up to Camden Yards, so that was fun to go to the old ballpark and enjoy a game there. Tuesday was good. It was good to see the bats get going. An impressive debut by Andres Chaparro and a cool return to Camden Yards as a player for James Wood. And then not so much yesterday for the team, but I thought DJ Hers looked solid. I mean, you got to feel good going into Baltimore. I know it's only a 2-game series, but you got to be fine with a split. That O's team is good, even though they've been struggling. The Nats, they're just not up to par right now with those teams. So it's good to at least take one in a 2-game set.
Toblerone, the Nationals have an affordable catcher in Keibert Ruiz. Obviously, we know that he's on the long-term extension. Is their catcher position solved? Are they good enough there?
Not at all. Not at all. The thing about Keibert is coming out of last year, you felt pretty good. He'd hit the 18 home runs. He had, I think, 67 RBIs. You felt good. And then you come into this year, and he has the illness, and he drops to 20 pounds. And at some point, something that happened back in April and May, we're in August now, we've seen some good stretches from him, but not enough to feel like you say where it's set. He's affordable. He's nice, but, they clearly don't feel all that set when you go out and draft a guy and Caleb Lomavita pretty early in the draft. I don't think it is set. I don't think they're going to go, spend big money on a catcher, but it's not the biggest position of need, but it's also not set either.
You mentioned Andres Chaparro had the 3 doubles. He also worked a couple of 10-pitch walks in the game yesterday, having some really good at-bats. He's not old by any means. He is in his mid-20s, 8 seasons in the minors, getting his first shot. Not going to be a guy that plays defense at a high level or really has even a defensive position. But Toby, they may have found another stick here who they could at least get some production from.
Yeah,
down the stretch.
If you're going to question Mike Rizzo about anything, you can talk about the draft and the development and stuff. It's not trades by any means. This is a last-minute trade. We talk about the John Lester and Lane Thomas deal getting done at the deadline. I heard the Diamondbacks general manager talking about this one getting done on the minute, about the Diamondbacks acquiring Floro in this deal. It seems like they might have found something. I watched his batting practice when I got to the ballpark on Tuesday. That was impressive. Line drives all over the place. He's going to be a nice power bat, and there's questions at the corner infield spots. Trey Lipscomb had an opportunity at third. He didn't take full advantage of that. I don't know that he can play third, but first base is open as well, and if you're able to hit, they'll find a spot in the lineup for you.
Yeah, you mentioned Trey Lipscomb. I want to ask you about him. Kind of a forgotten man. Remember spring training, he was the Nationals' best player. He and James Wood kind of vying for that role. We thought he may be the everyday second baseman. Luis Garcia quietly having a pretty good year in that regard. Where does Trey Lipscomb kind of fit into the picture to you?
Yeah, maybe a utility infielder down the line. Like he's great defensively, and that's evidenced by him winning a Gold Glove for the team last year in the minor leagues. But I think questions at the plate are always going to follow him. I just don't know what his ceiling is as a player in terms of hitting, and that's obviously what you're going to base a lot of it around. So I would think that he could be a bench bat and help you defensively, and maybe fills a Ildemaro Vargas type role when they move on from him and go full in on the youth movement. But hopefully it's something he goes back down and can figure out a consistent stroke.
Toby Altizer, you hear him right here on 106.7 The Fan in the evenings, on the weekends, filling in during the week, and you hear him on Bustin' Loose Baseball talking about the Nats. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Absolutely, anytime.
All of our baseball coverage on the Fans presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan against AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Let's talk hockey. Bailey Johnson covers the Caps for the Washington Post, and we've actually got some Caps news today. as we sit here in August, because they brought in old friend and Cup hero Jacob Vrana.
He's got a tattoo to prove it.
Bailey, what's going on with Vrana and the Caps?
I mean, in a sense, a lot, and in another sense, not a whole lot. He's just coming in on a tryout for camp, so nothing's promised to him. There's no guarantee of anything. He is literally coming in to show them what he can do and try to make the team. I do think there's a potential opportunity for a spot on the wing if he has a strong camp, but it's been a difficult few years for him since he got traded out of Washington a few years ago. So a lot on the line for him to prove that he still has what it takes to be a consistent NHL player.
Yeah, tell people about his last couple of years. They traded him to the Red Wings for Mantha. He's since played in St. Louis. He's been in and out of the program with the league. Like, where are we at on V?
Yeah, you pretty much summed it up. Traded to the Red Wings, spent time in the player assistance program while he was there. When he came out of there, got traded to St. Louis. He only played about 20 games in the NHL last year and spent most of the season with St. Louis's American League team. Had an okay season down there, not like unbelievably outstanding, but a pretty solid, strong season that suggests that he's still got something to give. He's 28 now, so not quite the same young kid he was when he got traded out of here a few years ago. Obviously, one would think really hungry to prove that he is still capable of being a full-time NHL player after a difficult few seasons, and the Capitals are expecting a competitive training camp, so any pieces they can add to increase that competition and have guys really fighting for roster spots, I think they're looking to do. And obviously, Vrana's got a lot of connections to the organization, and for the fans, it's exciting to see his name, but it'll all depend on what happens when they hit the ice in about a month.
Yeah, Bailey, I think you said it. Not a lot of downside for, a camp body that if it works out, great. If it doesn't, you've already got some competition there. Where might be his avenue to crack this lineup or crack this roster? And kind of how set do you feel like they are right now this minute?
I don't feel like they're set at all. They've added so many new pieces this offseason. I was just making a list the other day as I start to prepare my content as we head into the season. And even I was forgetting some of the people that they've brought in. I had to remind myself of things like the Pierre-Luc Dubois trade and a lot of the signings they made in free agency. There's 7 new guys that could be full-time NHL players this year. So there's a lot of change, a lot of turnover. I think they're looking at a couple guys from Hershey, like a Hendrix Lapierre, and maybe even someone like Pierre Dubé or Ethan Franks could get a look in camp on the wing. I think one of those spots is where Vrana would fit in as well. My sense is that the Caps don't want to have to put someone from Hershey in because there's nobody else. Like, if one of those guys makes it, that's awesome. That's what they want. But they need to have some veteran presence and not be counting on the young guys if they're not fully ready. So I think that's where Vrana could fit in kind of a third line winger role if things work out. But there's a ton of things that are open in the roster right now. A lot of flexibility. Going to be a really interesting training camp.
To remind our listeners of some of the names you just referenced, and you said they brought in a bunch of guys. Pierre-Luc Dubois is going to be a top 6 center. Andrew Mangiapane could be a top 6 wing. They brought in Taylor Radish, who could be a third line wing. Brandon Duhaime is going to play on the 4th line, likely with Dalton Protis. You got Jacob Chikrin, who might skate with John Carlson. First line of defense, Matt Roy with Rasmus Sundin as a second line defenseman, perhaps. So it's a very, very different roster, to your point. Are the Capitals back? I mean, could they be really good again?
I think they're going to be better. They've added some scoring, and they're also, I think, going to be stronger defensively. A guy like Matt Roy, I'm really excited to see play. He's a really good player, really, really solid defensively. Chikrin brings a lot of a two-way game that I think could work really well next to Carlson, like you said. There is a little bit of a question of how all these new pieces are going to fit together. Like, when you turn over a third of your lineup, that is going to take a little bit of time for them to come together. But I like the swings they've taken. Dubois has had a difficult couple years as well, getting traded from Winnipeg to LA and then LA to here. So he's another guy who kind of needs to prove that he can still be a top 6 center in this league and can take that role and run with it. So there's, again, going to be a lot of competition, and it'll be interesting to see how the pieces come together. But they certainly didn't, take last year lying down. They said, we need to get better, and they have definitely tried to do that.
Bailey, really appreciate the time here during the summer. We'll be talking soon, I'm sure.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. As always, hit that sounder for the Local 53. Weekdays, 10 to noon on 910 The Fan, and to a internet near you, the Richmonder, coming very, very soon in September. Our buddy Michael Phillips joins us. Miguel, it sounds like Dan Quinn's talking about a wide receiver competition for targets behind Terry McLaurin. Is that kind of come as a surprise? And big picture, what should we make of that?
Well, it's not great. You look at the last few first-round picks, and they're kind of all in this spot, right? Jamin Davis doesn't have a defined position. Emmanuel Forbes is needing to prove himself in the second half of preseason games. It certainly sheds light on how we got here in terms of a 4-win team needing to rebuild. This is surprising because I think 2 years ago we'd all agree it was a good rookie season for Jahan Dotson. Obviously, he didn't win any Rookie of the Year awards, but he looked good. He had a hamstring injury. He played through it. There was potential there. Last year, everybody was a dud, but I didn't have him circled as guy who needs to be on notice this year. Let me tell you what, Dan Quinn has circled him. He is a guy who needs to be on notice this year now.
Trace McSorley signed at quarterback, likely to play Saturday night. What did you think of that addition?
It would be nice to allow me to get an earlier bedtime, so I appreciate that. Obviously, the guy with kids can't go to bed a little earlier. You know, if they didn't sign him, it was Jaden Daniels and Jeff Driscoll, and obviously, if something happens to Jeff Driscoll, you don't want your starter going in the second half of a preseason game. There's no long term here. He's just a guy who needs to eat some innings during a contractually obligated football game on Saturday.
Is there somebody that isn't being discussed enough right now for you? Whether it's like someone flying under the radar is due for a breakout, whether it's maybe an issue. Give me a guy that you want to shine a spotlight on.
It's tough to know what the radar is, but it's Mike Sanristel for me. He's the cornerback, and I'm borderline with that. I think everybody nods when they hear his name now. I don't think he's a secret. He reminds me of Terry McLaurin after being drafted. Remember Terry McLaurin, third round? He's a leader of men, and he's a captain, and he'll be on all the special teams, and you'll love this guy, right? That was the story. He's a Michigan man, and everybody at Michigan loved him and rallied around him. And then they show up, and like all of a sudden, you're like, oh, wait, he can play football too. I remember second week of training camp, McLaurin was not on special teams. Somebody asked Jay Gruden about it, and he was like, yeah, that dude ain't playing special teams anymore. Same with Sanristel. That dude's a corner, and that dude's a starting corner right now. And the sooner you get on the bandwagon, the smarter you're going to look.
Where are you worried about this roster?
Yeah, a lot of places. Probably start on the offensive line. That's an easy one. Wide receiver, now that you know that Jahan Dotson on the ropes is one. Tight end, it's about what does Zach Ertz have? How much blocking can you get out of John Bates? I just don't know if they've surrounded Jaden Daniels with enough skill players to make his life easier in his rookie year. I think they're making things harder for him. On defense, you'd probably start at corner. Look at the teams they're playing early in the year, man. If you're going to beat Cincinnati, if you're going to beat Baltimore, you're going to need to lock down 3 different receivers on every play. I don't know if this team can do that right now.
In terms of this defense, are we how much, what's a success for them being better than they were last year? Because they were ranked dead last in just about any category. We all think they're going to be better. How much, and how much should we go, you know what, that's a good enough improvement for year one?
I've got the number 20 in mind, right? If they're the 20th best defense in football, I think you've made the strides, done your roster evaluation. You want to salvage as many of these guys as you can, because that makes Adam Peters' job easier, right? If you can salvage Emmanuel Forbes, if you can get Benjamin St. Juste back to form, if you can find a spot for Jamin Davis, right? I just saved you 3 free agent acquisitions. I just saved you draft picks you can go use to make your quarterback's life easier. To me, it's about how many of these guys, because they had talent. You drafted in the NFL, you have talent. How many of these guys can they revive their careers and not have to replace them this offseason, which accelerates the rebuild?
Michael, thank you, buddy. Good catching up.
Take care, guys.
We will see you down in Richmond a week from Saturday at the Big Football Frenzy. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Cam Wolf, NFL Network, one of many reporters in Miami getting their first look at Jaden Daniels today, who seemed very, very impressed. So I want to catch up with him at 5. That should be telling. But next, are we talking enough about the running back position? Seems like Cliff Kingsbury's very high on the room, and we have heard rave reports on what Washington's thinking about its backs. Let's get into that next.
So I would say with the running backs, like Eckler's got a little more juice than people might think left. And, the nice thing for them is that it like fits, like it fits like with what they already have, where Brian Robinson has like sort of a contrasting style, and like that, and Dan Quinn obviously knows B-Rob pretty well, having been in the NFC East. He knows how physical a runner he can be. So the two of those guys can play off each other nicely. And I would not be surprised if we see them on the field together a lot. And I think Eckler, like what you want to go back and look at Cliff's offense in Arizona. Look how he used Chase Edmonds. I think that's sort of going to be the vision for us and Eckler, which is exciting if you go back and look at some of Chase Edmonds stuff.
That was Albert Breer of MMQB fame, SI's Albert Breer on the show yesterday. He had met with the Commanders, spent some time with the staff and players in Ashburn this week. But one of his big takeaways leaving camp was that Washington really likes its running backs, which shouldn't necessarily be a surprise because they've talked about this from time to time. In fact, Cliff Kingsbury was on a podcast with Diana Rossini of The Athletic, and she asked him something along the lines of, you'll hear the clip here, there's a little music behind it, which is always super annoying. But she asked him about the vision for the offense. Like, what do you envision? What do you see? And he started with the running backs. I think that that's telling. Not that he said he likes guys. Of course, the coordinator is going to say that, Danny. But what do you envision for your offense? His answer began with how much he likes his running back.
What is a Cliff Kingsbury offense going to look like in Washington? In your dream scenario, what are we going to see on Sundays?
Dream scenario is everybody stays healthy.
That's a good start. It's always a good start.
We're still trying to figure out what we are exactly. We want to play to our strengths and maximize the personnel we have. I really like the running back combination with Austin and B-Rob. They complement each other well. And then getting Zach here as a tight end, who's a quarterback's best friend, has been good. And then Terry McLaurin is tremendous. So it starts with the good pieces and have some other guys step up, and we'll build it from there.
So two things. One, I wish Cliff Kingsbury talked more. Two, I love his voice. It's so deep. You know how deep Cliff Kingsbury's voice is?
It's like there's some baritone to it. There's some gravitas to it.
He just has a really deep, find some non-music induced Cliff Kingsbury audio from Arizona. It's just soothing.
Because it doesn't sound like someone doing a deep voice bit. It sounds like it's
read a book, and I'll listen to it when I go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Is that weird to say?
A little bit.
Okay.
But I know what you mean. It's a nice soothing voice. If he's like, "Good night, moon," it's not an action movie, but it's like a nice soothing deep voice.
He's got a great voice. He doesn't talk that much. He seems to have very little interest in media stuff,
right?
Unless it's like hanging out with Peter Schrager, who's apparently his best friend.
Then
just ask Peter Schrager; he'll tell you. Am I wrong? Or, I mean, nobody loves talking about being friends with Cliff Kingsbury more than Peter Schrager. Yeah, here's some Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah, I don't want to get into the specifics of the process as much, but obviously historic franchise, incredible fan base, the opportunity to work with Adam Peters, Dan Quinn, who I've always had a ton of respect with, and then the ownership group, what they're trying to do, their vision. It's exciting times. I've heard great things about the DMD, so just honored to be here.
Give me those pipes. If I had those pipes, I wouldn't be sitting here right now.
It comes from deep down.
I'll tell you right now. It'd be the Danny and somebody else show. Okay, we'd be calling some games that we'd be busy working this weekend. If I had those Kingsbury pipes
leading up to week 0, GP on the call.
You'd be seeing me on Saturday on whatever network you're turning on.
Love it.
Those are some good pipes from Cliff Kingsbury. You know who gave him those pipes? Apparently, was Peter Schrager.
Peter Schrager
Come
gifted
on,
those.
I'm kidding.
We're having fun.
We're having a good time.
It's just jokes.
But Peter would tell you that he did. Just ask him.
I invented it.
He is friends with Cliff Kingsbury. That's the point of the.
I was hanging out with Cliff Kingsbury the other day.
Pick up that name I just
at Sean McVay's wedding.
Come on, we're kidding. That's the fun bell right there.
It's a
guys.
bell of fun.
We're just having a.
Just
I want this
fun
bell work.
It's not ringing.
There it is.
They dropped the name on it. There we go.
That's
worked.
the bell.
There it is.
Just got to drop it right there.
Yeah, right there.
Brian Robinson, Austin Eckler. Here's what I like. Complimentary is the right word. And they seem to, I like the tandem. I like how they're going to play off each other. Robinson, Thunder. Eckler, I'm not going to call lightning, but I think he does a lot of the things you don't think of as Robinson doing. They're also very different body types, right? Eckler, small, shifty, more diminutive. Now he's powerful, packs a punch, but Robinson is a big, thick battering ram. I think he got a shot to have a really nice A-B tandem here that you can keep both of them fresh. They can both do whatever you ask. I think they're both capable of being 3-down backs, but they're going to spell each other. This could be a really legitimately healthy situation.
I tend to agree. So let me just get a couple things off my chest, if I may. People have this romantic vision of a complementary backfield. It's actually not that special unless they're able to be in the game at the same time. And here's what I mean. For so many years, you have a first and second down running back, a large guy, thumper between the tackles. He's downhill. Enter the third down back. Here comes Chris Thompson. Here comes, J.D. McKissick. We've done that before. That's not special, right? That's a normal situation. What I want is unpredictability. I want a Brian Robinson, as you saw last year, he's able to do it. You can throw to him on early downs. 2 years ago, he caught 9 passes for Scott Turner, which is comical. I think probably 6 or 7 of those were screens. Last year, 36 receptions, including a couple great plays where he's running after the catch, catching Sam Howell balls and going down the field. So complimentary is only good if there's still some mystery. If one guy's in early and he's a thumper down between the tackles and the next guy comes in, it's he's either pitched to the outside or you're throwing to him. There's no mystery there. The defense can account for that easily. You need to be able to keep them on their toes and keep them honest.
But that's what I like.
And I think that's what we have here.
Both can do both.
Yes.
Like Robinson proved last year. I still go back to my first week at camp last season when the Bieniemy operation in Shebengus. And he was out there catching a million balls out of the backfield in those drills.
He's going to catch it better than people think.
I'm like, he's a receiver when you want him to be. Remember the Seattle game that you were talking about? Like 2 long catches, touchdown, completion. He could do that. Eckler also has always been
he's great at it.
Full back, a complete between the tackles, inside, outside thumper. And he is, to your point, exceptional as a pass catcher. But I think the thing that they can hang their hat on is if one of those guys is banged up or something, the other one doesn't have to be spelled because I can't catch the ball or because I can't run between the tackles. Then you just get a little bigger workload at that point. I'm also interested in what they do the rest of the depth chart, if we could kind of round it out. So there's 3 other backs that are really getting any work right now. Chris Rodriguez, 6th-round pick by the Rivera era Marty Party last year. He's going into his second season, led the team in rushing yards per attempt last season. Jeremy McNichols, who this group signed this offseason, who played pretty well, I thought, in the first preseason game. And actually, Dan Quinn gave a big hug on the sideline at one point. You could kind of tell he was impressed or happy with what he saw. And then the other guy is Michael Wiley, who after watching the film, Dan Quinn shouted out. He shouted out 2 players, one on defense, one on offense, and it was Michael Wiley, the college free agent, who got carries and popped a run out of Arizona in the first preseason game. So basically, I think it's a 3-back competition to be the 3rd back on the team between Rodriguez, McNichols, and Wiley.
And so early lead right now to me looks like McNichols. So just now, again, maybe that's based on usage. Maybe that's based on the fact that they brought him in. But it just sort of seems that maybe they're looking more for that than they are for another straight-ahead runner with some thump.
Well, I was going to say it probably – well, we could know. We'd have a good idea as to who's going to be the guy they pick if we knew what they were looking for. Do you want a Brian Robinson light? Because that's what Chris Rodriguez might be. Do you want a guy who's played in the NFL a bunch and you know you can count to like pick up a blitz? I don't know if that's a strength for Jeremy McNichols, but I'd imagine to have gotten 50 carries and to have caught 11 balls, done some of the things that he's done in the past in the league that you probably, he had a 28 catch season as an example. You don't catch 30 balls for a couple hundred yards in the NFL if you can't help in pass pro, right? So maybe because he can give you the Eckler, are you looking for Eckler's backup, or are you looking for Robinson's?
You know my answer.
I think. Well, I know what you want, but I'm saying that
what they're looking for.
Like to me, Rodriguez is more of a Robinson, probably without some of the ability to catch the ball. McNichols is more of an Eckler, but I would say he has a better chance to also be a running back, a guy with 90 career carries, than Rodriguez has to be a pass catcher. So maybe because his secondary skill is a little better, maybe that's where he has the lead. And then we just don't know as much about Wiley. We just haven't seen enough of him.
I think what sort of when in doubt, I'm going to default to, did the old regime bring him in or did this one?
Dude, I keep coming back to this. I think a lot of the Rivera draft picks are going to get cut. The first rounders are in trouble, it seems like.
Yeah.
The guys in the 3rd and 4th round, it was good knowing you.
Right. Shots across the bow in a lot of cases. Now, there's some guys like De'Ami Brown who seem to be more in favor now than they were then. So there are exceptions
That's
to the
short
rule.
list.
But exactly.
There's a lot more Braden Daniels is.
Yeah.
that are just buried on the depth chart, not getting opportunities.
So again, maybe it's an early tell. Maybe it's
When's the last
false
time you heard
snow.
Ricky Stromberg's name?
It's been a minute.
Center, 3rd round pick last year. You don't hear his name at all. That's not good.
Totally right. If you're a member of the Stromberg clan, you're right. So my guess is McNichols. I mean, I'm hoping that they sort of understand here. Obviously, being able to run the football is important, especially when it comes to protecting the young quarterback. But to me, what's more important than that is keeping him protected, giving him safety valves. That means a lot of Eckler, and then that Eckler style skill set, right? Where if he needs to stand for blitz pickup, I want that in shotgun, and if he can leak out and be another option as a safety valve, I want that. That to me is probably more essential than anything else. That's a direct relationship with that young quarterback. And you notice when Kingsbury was given his what kind of offense are we? Who do we have? The names he mentioned: Terry McLaurin, the tight end spot, and then the running backs. Right? It wasn't like we're going 4 wide, give him a bunch of opportunities, and we're going to sling it. Not that he would give that away, but you know what I mean. This was we're building one outside and kind of the old school triplets mentality, right? Of you think of those great Dallas Cowboy teams, Emmitt Smith and Novacek and Irvin. That's sort of far, middle, near type, offensive design with other guys sprinkled in. I think that's kind of how they envision it. So to me, that would sort of lead me to believe a pass catching running back is more to premium.
Let's open up the phones on this next. First of all, your thoughts on the running back position here for the Commanders. 800-636-1067. And here's the other secondary discussion we should have, and maybe we can get thoughts on via the phones. How do you think the B-Rob Eckler split goes? Who do you think has the bigger season this year, Robinson or Eckler? Who ends up really shining of the two? 800-636-1067. We'll answer that next. Remember, in 20 minutes, Cameron Wolfe, the national NFL reporter from NFL Network, was based often in Miami, was at Dolphins Commanders practice today. We'll talk to him on the Fan. I'm Grant. This is the Fan. MGM National Harbor listener lines are open at 800-636-1067. Are we talking enough about the Commanders' running back room? That's what we're diving into right now. Brian Robinson in his career over 2 years averaged 4.0 yards per carry, was a little better last year in that area than the season before. Remember, in his rookie year, in the offseason, right around now, actually, he got shot in the leg in Washington, D.C. He had to come back from that injury about a quarter way through the year, was able to, and he wasn't quite as explosive as he became as the year went on as a sophomore last year. But still, 4.0 yards per carry over his 2 years. Comparatively, if you take last year out when Austin Eckler played hurt and was behind a bad offensive line, he's a 4.6 yard per carry guy in his career. And that's a career that has seen him catch 108, 92, and 70 balls in 3 different seasons when he was at his peak as a receiver. So he's got huge numbers. Jeremy McNichols, Chris Rodriguez competing perhaps for the third running back job. Who is going to be more impactful this year, Robinson or Eckler? One of the questions we're asking you on the phones.
Eckler's my answer. He's a better player, and he could do more. And the only thing that you have to worry about him is, keeping him fresh, keeping him healthy, and limiting some of the hard contact that he's, kind of accrued over the years. Remember, he's one of the great goal line backs in the sport. You look at some of the touchdown totals; they jump off the screen at you. I'm not talking about catching a 15-yard pass and matriculating through some traffic. I'm talking about as a runner between the tackles, sort of working that last bit of a leg drive to get in. But Brian Robinson is who he is. This is a 200 carry, 800 yard type running back, right? You've got a couple of seasons of proof for that. He catches the ball a little bit better than people gave him credit for. You saw that last year, certainly. So you go back and look at some of the overall numbers. 2 years ago under Scott Turner, running backs, the top 2 guys, accounted for 410 touches. I don't think they're going to get to that total this year, although they might be kind of close if you consider
touches or carries.
Touches altogether.
I think they'll get to 410 touches.
I mean, last year they were at 350 between Gibson and
they never ran the ball.
But they threw it a ton to those guys. I mean, you had
I think they're going to
90
throw it a ton to
receptions.
those guys this
I
year,
think that's how you get there, right? I think it'll be right around 400, give or take. And I think Eckler ends up with more of those when you put both the rushing attempts and receptions together.
I think they'll combine for, 75 catches or so. And I think they'll combine for, certainly over 300 carries between the two of them. But yeah, I think they're going to run the ball a lot, and I do think they're going to throw the ball to Eckler a ton, which is why Eckler's my answer as well. Eckler is 29, Robinson's only 25. So if you would say Robinson will be the guy, it's because you're projecting either a breakout or maybe just that Eckler is slowing down. And last year was not pretty for him as a rusher.
No, the run totals were bad.
He was still pretty good, making people miss when you got him in space as a pass catcher. But his workload, the way he works out, the size he's got, like some of those things should age a little better than some of the bigger backs around the league that fall off at 29. Let's go to Anthony in DC. What's up, Anthony? How are you?
Hey, how you doing, man?
What's up, bud?
Good, thanks.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm a long-time listener, like 5th-time caller. But yeah. So I think the running back room is pretty decent. I think it's going to be well balanced. It'll be like a 2-headed monster type situation where not one running back is going to outshine the other. It'll be pretty well balanced. It'll actually be like a 3-headed monster because you got Jaden Daniels can run a little bit, although he's a quarterback. And then Austin Eckler is more of a pass catching running back, so it adds that element to it. So I think overall it'll be well balanced. And
I'm going to cut you off just because I can hear us in the background. So next time, do me a favor, turn your radio down just a little bit because it's a little distracting.
Appreciate you, bud.
Having said that, though, the Jaden Daniels point is such a good point. It's just so good that you bring that up because we haven't talked about what he does for the running game. We all saw 2012. We lived through that. We remember when Alfred Morris, who within a couple of years was down to just kind of your normal 1,000-yard back, who a couple years after that was a backup, who a couple years out of that's out of the NFL, a 6th-round pick out of Florida Atlantic was unstoppable. He was a 1,600-yard, 5-yard per carry for much of the season. I think he finished about 4.7 yard per carry guy because you're defending an 11 on 11. Because on those read options and that bare front, that edge defender is saying, I'd rather make sure Jaden Daniels doesn't get the ball because he's going for 70 and a touchdown if he does. We'll let Alfred Morris plunge into the line of scrimmage and someone else will tackle him. It'll be someone else's problem. I'd rather give up the 5, 6, 7 to him than the 29 around the edge to Jaden Daniels. And it's going to help Eckler / Robinson immensely, but also Jaden Daniels from that standpoint, like the rushing ability he provides. And they can't run him enough as far as I'm concerned. It's going to be a complete game changer for their running game. There's a reason why the Commanders had the #1 rushing offense in the league in 2012. Part of it is Alfred Morris, who was a Griffin creation largely.
Great. They were great working off each other.
But it was a Griffin accomplishment that they ranked 1 in that category. Let's go to Terry in Danville. What's up, Terry?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I think that Brian Robinson is the tone setter, so he would be the most important back. But I believe Eckler will be equally as effective. He will be the third down back. The big question is who's going to bag up Brian Robinson, and I think that's wide open. I believe the rookie is doing very well, and I know, Dan, if it comes down to the rookie and the McNichols or whatever, it's going to be the rookie. Less money, and that guy can do both. He can catch the ball out the backfield, and he's a good physical runner.
Do we know that yet about Dan Quinn? I mean, how confident are we that they're just going to go with the cheaper, younger guy? That's actually kind of the opposite vibe that I've gotten in camp.
Well, if they were up against the cap and this was a roster crunch kind of a thing, and they weren't looking sort of beyond this year as well, I do think that's kind of happened here for the first time. There's some forward thinking taking place, and I know you kind of might scratch your head and go, "Well, why did they sign all these guys for 1 year?" I think that's exactly why. Is because they don't want to get tied into long-term deals, have to pay out the yang on the back end just to be slightly more mediocre. They're doing this as kind of like a phase build here. So they're kind of eyeing the future. So if somebody can play and help you right now, I actually don't think they would mind that, certainly, even if he's a bit more expensive.
Yeah. And McNichols, while he's certainly not young, he's 28, which is, I mean, for a running back, frankly, you're nearing the end, as funny as that is to say. He has played everywhere. Listen to his team history. He's just bounced all over. Tampa, San Fran, Indy, Denver, Tennessee, Chicago, Jacksonville, Tennessee, Atlanta, Pittsburgh, San Francisco, Washington. So we're talking about the ultimate journeyman. Now, he's played a little bit in the NFL, but it is a replacement level. Like, there's no reason to pretend like there's not a guy like that in a lot of camps, which I would say the same thing about Wiley. I mean, there was 250 draft picks. Nobody took him. But I don't think going cheaper or younger is necessarily what Dan Quinn cares about, because they just had an offseason where they signed a bunch of veterans, a bunch of guys that could be around for 1 or 2 years to help them elevate the tide and kind of change the culture. I think what he cares the most about is how do they fit into the culture. And with all the funny things they put on shirts and all the words that they paint on the walls in the meeting rooms, like, do they live and breathe whatever those messages are? And if the answer is yes, the guy that lives and breathes them more, I think that's who Dan Quinn is going to keep. Cameron Wolf, NFL Network, covers the Dolphins based out of Miami quite a bit. He was at practice today. We'll ask him about the Dolphins and the Commanders. And Jaden Daniels next here on G&D. The exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny's, the law firm of Condori and Murad. They can guide you and your family in the right direction by helping you to draft a will or set up a trust. They can also create a healthcare power of attorney. They took good care of my parents and can take care of you. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that G&D sent you so that you can get a discount. kmlawyers.com. We're covering the Commanders all day and all camp long, thanks to our friends at Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Let's go right now to the BetQL guest hotline. Welcome onto the show, Cameron Wolfe. You see him on NFL Network as one of their national reporters. He is based often in Miami with the Dolphins, and that's where he was today, covering the joint practice between Miami and Washington. Cameron, thanks for the time. You're on in D.C. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Doing great, buddy.
Doing very well. Thanks for a few minutes. Let's just start with what you saw from Jaden Daniels. I always like when the reporters in other markets in these joint sessions get to see him for the first time. What'd you think?
Yeah, I thought he looked really good today. I actually have known Jaden a little bit. I was in LSU for his pro day and interviewed him for NFL Network there. And so I've been kind of following his journey from a distance, but I haven't got to go to Washington through my kind of camp tours this year. And so it was, I live here in Miami and I got to see joint practices here. And most of my eyes today were on Jaden. And I saw a guy that looked comfortable. He looked in control. You got a Dolphins team that threw a lot of blitzes at him. And, he wasn't perfect on all the plays, but he definitely didn't look like a rookie swimming underwater like I think a lot of rookies do. And so I came away impressed. I thought that the Commanders had their franchise quarterback when they drafted him, and today just kind of reaffirmed that belief. He had a really good preseason start last week, and I think he's building upon that. And so, the offense is very much a lot of 3 and 5 step drops, I think, to take care of their tackles. But I think that's a good way to get your quarterback comfortable. And everything I've seen from Jaden Daniels makes me think he's going to have some early success.
Cameron, what does he have now that kind of no matter what, if all the chips are down, things are bad, he can sort of rely on, fall back on? And what do you think he needs to work on at this stage in order to get where maybe he wants to go?
Yeah, I think he's probably going to have to work on what do you do when chaos happens, right? Because it's going to happen. They obviously don't have an A-plus offensive line, and there's going to be a lot of blitzes sent his way. And so how does he respond to the pressure? How does he respond when the first read isn't there? And so I think that's something we won't see until the regular season. From what I understand, he's going to play maybe 1 to 2 drives this week. And so you're not going to see him in a full function of a game. But what happens when you're game planning for him and sending blitzes his way? Does he completely rely on his legs, or is there ways he can use his arms and his quick ability to process to beat defenses? That's something he's going to be challenged at early.
Cameron, as far as the play time and the length of the time on the field for guys this weekend, how much of a test is Washington actually going to get? Are the Dolphin starters going to go?
Yeah, I think you'll see the Dolphin starters, some of them go for a little bit. Now, they've had some injuries, and so you won't see the full version of them. Jalen Waddle, Jalen Ramsey, Odell Beckham, Javon Holland, those are some guys who won't play this week. They all kind of have minor injuries that they're dealing with. But I do imagine that you'll see some of their starters. They didn't play them at all last week. I think you'll see maybe 1 or 2 drives for those guys getting their feet wet, probably similar to what you see from Washington starters as well.
NFL Network's Cameron Wolfe with us here on Grant and Danny. So you mentioned just, obviously with Miami, right? I think Mike McDaniel did such a good job of figuring out and catering things to what Tua does well down there, right? Just in terms of getting the speed, the yards
absolutely.
after the catch, finding him some, clean throwing lanes, trying to keep his feet clean, etc. What sort of things are applicable maybe for Washington and Cliff Kingsbury and company to do like that for Jaden Daniels to give him some success to hit the ground running?
Yeah, I think you hit it on the money. I think that, there's a stat called time to throw that I think is my favorite stat for young quarterbacks. And Tua Tagovailoa leads the NFL in time to throw. It's essentially how quickly you get the ball from the snap to out of your hands. And so, I think there used to be a negative notion of like the check down guys, the guys who throw it to the backs or to the slot receivers so quickly. But I think in this new NFL where speed and getting the ball in space is such a key, I think that's actually a positive. Like if you can make your reads very quickly, then I think that helps you maximize your playmakers and also prevents you from getting hurt. One of the reasons why Tua played all his games last year was not because they improved their offensive line dramatically. It was because he got the ball out even quicker, and he was in a position where he could protect himself just by getting rid of the ball. And so I think for Jaden, obviously he has his legs, and that's going to be a part of his game. But I think the real focus is, hey, we don't need to go to our fourth read on most plays. Most reads, your first and second read is going to be good enough, and you can have success. And if not, then get rid of the ball or make a scramble.
Cameron Wolf is with us, NFL Network reporter who's in Miami covering the Dolphins and the Commanders this week at joint practices. He'll be at the game, presumably on Saturday night as well. What did you make of Dan Quinn suggesting that outside of Terry McLaurin, there's still a lot TBD for Washington at wide receiver, including who their other starter is?
Yeah, I thought it was very transparent, and I appreciate it. I think that it's very much a kind of a real life look into where Jahan Dotson is. He's a guy who was a first round pick a couple of years ago. I think the anticipation was that he was going to be a kind of a duo with Terry McLaurin, and it just has not happened. You know, he had a little bit of upside his first year, and injuries happen, and this camp has been rough. You know, he's had some drops, he's had some kind of slow moments, and I think he talked today to the media and said, you know, confidence has been something he's been working on his end. And I actually got a chance to talk to Dan Quinn after practice, and I asked him about that receiver spot, and the first name he mentioned to me was Olamide Zaccheaus. And, you know, no offense to Olamide Zaccheaus, but if he's your number 2 receiver, then I think there's definitely some work to be done in that room. And I think it says a lot about the guy who's supposed to be that guy. And so I think that's a position that they're still looking for. They're looking for someone to step up. And if it's not one of the guys in that room, I could certainly see them looking in the market to go get a number 2 receiver before the season starts.
Who is Jahan Dotson as a receiver? I sort of had this wrong. I've been all over the pendulum here on or the spectrum rather on this camera. And when he came out, I said, wait, there's more to this than meets the eye. Not just a slot guy. I think he was hampered at Penn State by bad quarterback play. His year one kind of validated that. Last year was disappointing for everybody. Now he's kind of working more in the slot. I don't know exactly what he is or where he fits. Like if all goes well, if Dotson reaches his ceiling, what is he to you?
Yeah, I think he's a nice complimentary number 2 or number 3 receiver. I think that's all they're asking him to be. I don't think you need the guy to be 1,000+ yard receiver. I think you need a guy who can play in the slot. If you need to, can play outside. But I don't think the expectations of a first-round pick should no longer be the burden upon him. I think you just want a guy that can be a steady starter and contributor to the offense. And right now, he's not that. He hasn't shown to be that at this level. And so I think if you lower expectations, but also hopefully rise his confidence, then maybe you get you a player who gets you 700-800 yards as a complimentary guy for Terry McLaurin. I think they would take that this year.
Cameron, obviously covering the practice day for NFL Network, you mentioned getting to talk to Dan Quinn, but I'd imagine it's some other combos as well. They took good care of you. Who did you catch up with, and what did you learn about Washington?
Yeah, I caught up with Jaden Daniels as well. And like I said, I've known Jaden a little bit, and I really just wanted to get some insight for him of just kind of what this journey has been like. A lot of times as a rookie quarterback, you're swimming, going from, you know, pro day to combine to pro day to draft to on the field, and you never really have a chance to breathe. But Jaden, man, he's cool and collected. He's got that Cali cool vibe about him that, you know, whether if something bothers him, you can't tell, you know, and I thought it was really cool. I had a conversation with him about the blitz packages for Miami because they sent like 4 or 5 different blitzes at him, and he giggled and he was like, man, I was waiting for it. I thought I was ready. And he's like, they got me on some and I got them on some. But he's like, I needed that. He's like, I needed that, the looks to be able to figure out how I adjust, how I do things in real speed. And he also just talked about his biggest surprise has just been kind of the speed of the defensive alignment. He said a lot of times you think about, you know, the receivers and everything, but he's like, the defensive linemen close so quickly. And so that's really forced me to speed up my processing. And so we talked a little bit about that and his journey. I think that he's really connecting with Cliff Kingsbury. He kind of shared a little bit of perspective with me about how Kingsbury's adjusted the offense to fit his skill set a lot more. And he can't wait for Tampa. He said like 3 or 4 times in our conversation, man, I'm counting down the days to Tampa. And he kept saying, man, I want to play more. I want to play more. He was saying he wanted to play more last preseason game, but Dan Quinn's got him on a certain amount of snaps. And so he's eager and ready to go. He also joked with me that he and his LSU guys will compare stats all throughout the year. And that's going to be a competition between them. And Rashad White's another one of his guys there in Tampa, and they have a little competition for that first game against the Bucs as well.
So you mentioned Tampa week 1. Todd Bowles loves to blitz everything. I imagine a rookie quarterback, he'll be licking his chops. How do you think, the team will prepare for that, and Jaden Daniels by extension, sort of counteract some of those things? Because that's kind of the design here, right? Is Bowles trying to make you uncomfortable?
Absolutely. I think that's why when I mentioned Jaden saying he encouraged those blitzes, that's why I think this practice session was so good, because a lot of times in preseason, your game plans are vanilla. You don't even see blitzes in the game. And so the joint practices may be more of a blitz look for Jaden than he actually gets in the preseason game on Saturday. And so they're not Todd Bowles blitzes. Like no one blitzes like Todd Bowles. And so it's not like Miami simulating that. But the big thing is, how do you react when something catches you by surprise? And I'm sure there's going to be some blitzes that Todd sends week 1 that catch Jaden by surprise. But the more reps he can see against them, the more he can learn, okay, how quickly do I got to get the ball to my hot? Can I get to my second read on the look, or do I have to immediately go to the check down when I see the blitz? How quickly do I run? Who is my go-to receiver when all else fails? If Terry is double teamed, where do I go? Like, all these questions that I think are easy to go through on a whiteboard when you're in the film room are a little bit more complex when you're on the field. And so I think he got a little bit of it today, but it'll be nothing like week 1 when Todd's bringing those blitzes.
Cameron Wolfe, NFL Network, based out of Miami, joining us on G&D. Before we let you go, we'd be remiss if we didn't ask you about the Dolphins, the opponent this weekend. I know that's home base for you. They've been excellent offensively. And in the regular season the last couple of years, they've started as fast as anyone, and they've been as tough a team to beat as there is. And then they've really petered out. So two-parter here. Number one, how do they get over the hump? And then secondly, there's a good chance they're not going to have a single rookie starting for them this year. It's a pretty loaded roster. Should the expectation be that they're back in the playoffs, even out of that really tough division?
Yeah, I'll take this backwards. The expectation for this Dolphins team is winning a playoff game at minimum. I think if they don't win a playoff game, it's a disappointing season. They've made the playoffs the last 2 years, but lost in the first round. And that has been the focus all off season. I've talked to players and coaches here, and they've talked about those December and January months that you've mentioned, the times they've collapsed. How do we get better in that time? And even small stuff like Mike McDaniel a few times this off season has started his meetings at 8:24 or 10:24, with the 24 mark and the minute mark being important because they haven't won a playoff game in 24 years. It's the longest streak in the NFL. So he's trying to tell his players, like, let's embrace it. Let's attack this fact that, the reality is, me on NFL Network, people on ESPN, we're going to talk about this when it gets to the winter months. Whether the Dolphins are 11-0 or 9-2 or 8-5, whatever their record is, it's going to be this team collapsed last year and the year before. Why are they not going to do it again? And so I think they're trying to embrace it early. They're also trying to change their mentality of, some teams think they're soft. I've talked to defensive coordinators, and the perspective is, hey, this team scores a lot of points. This team's a video game team, but if you get them in December and January, particularly in cold weather, they're going to wither. And so they've talked a lot about being the bully instead of being bullied. Now, all of that sounds great. We're going to have to see it on the field, and a lot of that won't come into those playoff months. But I think this team knows that no longer are playoffs the goal. It's winning a playoff game and legitimizing themselves in those winter months as not just a video game team.
Cameron, this was awesome, buddy. Really appreciate the time, man. Thank you.
Appreciate you guys.
You got it. Cameron Wolfe, NFL Network, with us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Couple of notes, NFL and locally here with the Commanders to get to. It came down while we were having that conversation. Out of LA with the Rams, this is kind of interesting. So in the Rams preseason game coming up, you already know that Sean McVay doesn't ask his players to do anything during the preseason that are starters.
Right.
He's also not going to do anything during the game. He's going to be in the broadcast booth, at least partially, for their upcoming preseason game. Remember, there's been a lot of talk about him maybe being on ESPN eventually or whatever. So he is named Aubrey Pleasant is acting head coach for the preseason game. is going to give one of his assistants, who is, by the way, a member of the old Shanahan staff here in Washington, D.C.,
No.
that I knew back in the day.
You don't say.
He's now the pass game coordinator defensively and the DB's coach. He's been in Detroit with Dan Campbell as well. But Aubrey Pleasant's going to coach the Rams on the sideline. McVay will be down on the sideline some, but it sounds like for at least a good part of the game, will be in the broadcast booth during the preseason game.
Doing that like Greg Popovich bit, or Don Nelson used to do that to like give some of his assistants shine during games.
This is becoming a trend. We
yeah.
saw Mike Vrabel did it last year with the Titans. Now he's fired. So
I was going to say, maybe you don't always want to do it.
Maybe he wasn't as comfortable in his role as he thought he was. But this is becoming a thing, and I think it's a great opportunity for Pleasant to get reps. Clearly, he's not necessarily one of these guys who's out and about as a future head coach name, because he hasn't really been a coordinator. But now he's a pass game coordinator. A lot of people have thought, just with his people skills, he could be a really decent head coach eventually. Obviously, McVay thinks that, but we've seen this in other places. Normally, it's a minority assistant coach that you're trying to just have seen through the lens of head coaching candidate.
Yeah, and to me, again, if this is your approach in the preseason, and it's clearly McVay's, it's a philosophy. It doesn't just turn on and off at your convenience. This is how he handles it, right? He has basically delegitimized it to a degree in terms of its import. They get their work in elsewhere, and so you practice what you preach, and you give somebody a chance to give them some shine and a rep. It's basically, if you're secure enough, and he's got a Super Bowl win under his belt, and he's everybody's still in search of a handsome guy that's in shape with a flat top to run their offense or their team, their whole project in general. So yeah, he's pretty secure, pretty comfortable, and kind of doing both worlds. They're getting his foot in the broadcasting world, just to remind folks that he's available for that, which you can use either as an outlet or as leverage. Pretty smart.
It's just so funny. That graphic everybody uses all the time. I tweeted out Aubrey Pleasant was on that Shanahan staff in DC back in the day with Kyle McVay,
that one,
LaFleur, McDaniel, and every other head coach in the NFL right now. It's pretty much like the league is just, were you on that staff or not? There's like two groups.
There's like 6 people that had no affiliation with him. It's like Andy Reid, like a couple other guys.
The other story, though, you actually sent out in the group chat during that interview, was that the Commanders were working out, looks like a bunch of edge defenders. They had 4 different guys come in to work out together, which tells you they feel like they need an edge for some reason.
Yeah, so nobody signed us yet. I haven't seen that, and if somebody does, I'm sure we'll have it for you. But a few guys. The biggest name there is Justin Hollins, was a former 5th-round pick by the Broncos who signed a pretty decent-sized deal and has a couple bits of production over the years, but it's names that aren't terribly familiar, but readily available at this stage in August for after the first week of the preseason training camp style workout. So it's just interesting. Again, it's always hard to look at a move in a vacuum. If they had just worked out a group of players, one tackle, one running back, one linebacker, one dude for special teams, you'd go, okay. They went, bring me 4 edge rushers and have them do some sprints for us, or have them, hit a practice tummy. Hard not to notice those sorts of things in the week of, again, week 2 of the preseason.
Yeah, I never try to jump to huge conclusions with an August roster addition or anything like that. But when you bring in that number of players at one position, it just feels different.
Yes.
I don't know how to say it otherwise. A famous director is directing a John Madden movie. You'll never guess who's been cast as John Madden. We'll get to that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. You guys have probably long forgotten about this, but many months ago we heard there was going to be a John Madden movie made about his life. And we didn't know a lot of details at the time. I think we even suggested some possibilities as to who could play John Madden. It's going to be directed by and produced by David O. Russell, who's been involved with a slew of projects, including, among others, The Fighter, Silver Linings Playbook, American Hustle, works with Bradley Cooper a whole lot. There was some thought maybe Bradley Cooper could be John Madden, which I think would have made a lot of sense. The actor who is going to play John Madden in the film Madden, Darius, do you have a drum roll, please? Or I believe he's an A-lister. Would you say that?
Is he still?
Probably not.
That's so hard.
Here's how I will describe him. He has been.
He was.
And I would go as far as to say 90% of our listening audience would recognize him in a restaurant.
At least. Yeah.
The actor who's going to play John Madden. I like this guy. I don't know if this is going to work. This is the guy who's going to play John Madden in a movie. Seems like a bit of an awkward decision, I will say.
The run this guy's on is not good.
Nicolas Cage.
What?
Nicolas Cage is going to play John Madden. So here's the best I can do for you. We've got to steal the Declaration of Independence. And also, football is about football is about football. What? Nicolas Cage? John Madden? I can't see it. I can't do it. What run is he on that's so bad?
The run of movies. He's hasn't made anything worth a damn.
Give me his last few movies. I haven't seen anything good that he's been in.
So he recently did one of those like weird art kind of ones where it was like that actually was pretty well reviewed. The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, which I think was actually about him.
I'm sure.
And
that was the one where he played Nicolas Cage.
Here's like I'm playing myself. I'm gonna do it here. What? I mean, these movies, like he signed at one point this like huge mega deal. And so when he was, oh God, there's the Army of One, Arsenal, Vengeance, a Love Story, Inconceivable, Snowden, Dead by Daylight, Dog Eat Dog, Pay the Ghost, The Runner. What are these movies?
What was his last hit? Has he done anything since Gone in 60 Seconds? That was awesome.
So he had a voiceover in Into the Spider-Verse.
Doesn't count.
Which doesn't count because he's not like starring leading in it.
He's just doing a voice.
But he did like The Sorcerer's Apprentice,
No.
like one of those like Disney movies that I guess did okay.
No. I want to know what movie has he carried on his own since Gone in 60 Seconds or I'm going to steal the Declaration of Independence. What has he done?
His last like where he's the headliner. I'm playing Ghost Rider. I'm a rider, but I'm a ghost. You know, like garbage. All garbage.
What year is that?
2008.
That's so bad.
No, it was 07.
Is that 17 years ago? Are you kidding me?
No. Like Nicolas Cage at one point was hitting nukes.
The last time I saw Nicolas Cage, and I don't mean in person, we don't see each other very often, but I saw him on whatever, it might have been like a show or something. He looked like he had a lot of work done. He just looked so different and old. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he will because I barely recognized him as Nick Cage. Maybe he can look like John Madden.
He had a run. All right. Mid to late 90s. Living Las Vegas. Outstanding flick. A little bit depressing, but tough. The Rock. Con Air. Face-Offs. Face-Offs, I'm sure the plural. Two Faces came off. Snake Eyes. 8mm. Gone in 60 Seconds. Bolts. I mean, nukes.
Swung on and belted.
And I mean belted.
That's Aaron Judge in May.
Just tanks.
Every at bat ends up with a fan getting a souvenir in section 237. That is a run. What year was Raising Arizona?
Oh, I want to say 92, 91, maybe. Forever ago.
So
87, longer than that. Wow.
I mean, how many years would you say? Because it goes back that far.
Yeah.
To find like Nick Cage's prime. So what we're saying is, it's not that he's not capable. It's just
what I'm saying is he's 30 years removed from really good movies. That's tough.
How does he get that role as Madden?
I don't know.
How does Hollywood work?
I don't know. Well, his real last, I'm not even doing a bit. His real last name is Coppola. as in Francis Ford Coppola. He had to change it because everyone got mad about the nepotism. That's how Hollywood works.
Okay, but that's not what I'm asking.
Well,
really.
you know what I'm saying? Like, he's just around.
Okay, I did. Well, first I didn't know that, so that's a good nugget. But what I'm saying is, and maybe I didn't say it clearly. Why would Nick Cage get the Madden role that I'm sure a lot of legitimate, excellent, top of their game actors want right now? Like, how do you cast that? Does the director have a vision of what he wants his version of Madden to be? And somewhere along the lines, as he's reading the script or going over writing it with someone or however it goes, they go, what would be perfect for this is Nick Cage.
It's a guy who sort of talks for a second and then shouts. Like that's what we need for Madden. Now listen, David O. Russell is a stud. David O. Russell you want to talk about a guy that hits tanks.
Yeah,
all that guy does is make smash movies. Everything from Three Kings to The Fighter, American Hustle. He's awesome. So I think sometimes directors, producers, people at a high level, they have nothing but like just bombs in there, or not bombs, actually the opposite. Just home runs in their repertoire, in their category. Almost want to go, watch this. Watch me pull this off. Watch me do this. Watch. I'm going to turn this, what should be a B actor, screaming his lines, this borderline lunatic. I'm going to turn him into this beloved character.
But I
Watch
already
this.
casted this for them. Weren't they listening to Grant and Danny?
Yeah, we did bits.
John
Goodman.
John Goodman is Madden. What are you doing?
If you want an authentic reprint, just get Caliendo to do the voiceover or something. But in terms of an actor, there are plenty of guys who could do it. Like you want to go younger to show some early years or something, like do a Jonah Hill bit. But John Goodman has the gravitas and the chops to do the whole thing. He's a great actor. For whatever reason, I really do. I think David O. Russell's almost like, this is like a bar bet where someone's like, you won't be able to make a movie, bro, with Nicolas Cage as John Madden. He's like, oh yeah, watch me.
I don't understand this casting. I wish I did. By the way, it's funny to think about a lot of like the really great heavy actors that would have played a good Madden. Sad to say, many of them are no longer with us.
Yeah.
Like John Candy would have been great as John Madden, I think. Chris Farley would have played a great Madden. Maybe Belushi could have done Madden.
Yep.
But a lot of these guys, I don't think it was the weight as much as the drugs in some cases.
It depends on the...
But it might have been a little bit of a column A, a little bit of column B. Would you have been mad if it was Caliendo?
No. Listen.
But I think it's I think they want to make a legitimate movie and a drama.
Of course.
And Caliendo would have been like a kind of a cheap comedy.
Yeah, there's no way to avoid that because he can't not be funny.
Like Goodman, man. That's the answer.
Yeah.
Okay, this is going to make you mad. Kevin James.
No, it wouldn't make me mad at all.
Kevin James could play.
He could do a serious turn. Like nobody gives any respect to comedic actors. You don't see comedies anymore. Nobody cares. Everyone just sort of was like, yeah, the fact that Eddie Murphy played 10 different characters at one dinner table, remembering what he said 7 hours ago in a totally different voice. Yeah, that's not that big a deal. But this one person was mute, or they played the piano, or they did a movie that was, during World War I. Nobody ever appreciates that. So nobody ever gives the proper credit to comedic actors. So I think it'd be awesome if somebody like Caliendo got a chance to do it, because no one's ever done a better Madden ever than that guy. I understand what they're trying to do.
If we want to go full on comedy, I got an idea. I don't know how you're going to feel about it.
Okay.
He's my guy, and I know he could pull it off. Jack Black.
Dude.
Jack Black
he'd
as John
be a
Madden.
smash.
That'd be great. I bet this movie's fine.
I thought you were going to troll me, by the way, and be like, Larry the Cable Guy as John Madden.
Well, you could do that. I mean, I wouldn't go see the movie probably. In fact, I'll see the movie no matter what. I think they could have hired someone I've never heard of. But Nicolas Cage is going to play John Madden in a movie from David O. Russell about his life in the making of the popular Madden video game. And this is becoming a little bit of a genre now. You got like the Air movies that were so popular with the behind the scenes on Nike striking a deal with Michael Jordan. The biopic has long been popular with musicians and artists, in that game. And I think it's a type of movie that people really like.
You take these fascinating characters, especially ones that had 2 full acts, right, in terms of Madden, right? This was, or maybe 3 ultimately, as a beloved head coach, then as like America's broadcaster, and then as a guy responsible for this multiple $trillion franchise that is Madden football. That's an institution. That's actually pretty damn fascinating.
Let's go to Mark in Occoquan on Grant and Danny. What's up, Mark?
Hey, been listening to your show for a long time. I grew up with Mike Madden, John Madden's oldest son. I was John Madden's gopher at CBS when I went to college at Rutgers. So I know a little bit about the Madden family.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. In fact, I talked to Mike Madden yesterday. He's been my best friend for 46 years.
Oh,
So
that's awesome.
did he know about this? Does he know that Nicolas Cage is playing his pops?
Yeah. There's 2 movies in the works. One with Will Ferrell supposed to be playing John Madden, and then this one came out. There were some issues about. So John Madden's agent is a guy named Sandy Montag, and Sandy had told the family. This is after John passed away. Sandy had told the family that he read the script, and turned out he hadn't read the script, and they blessed off the movie, and so it's kind of gone back and forth about. There's a lot of poetic licenses taken in the movie.
In which movie? The Ferrell one or the Nicolas Cage one?
The Ferrell one.
Oh, interesting. So I wonder if they're going to now have this one after the fact to clean it up. So this always happens, by the way. Like I'm thinking of Armageddon and Deep Impact,
right?
Where it's like
two movies about apocalyptic asteroids,
like a saturation on the same subject. So there's 2 movies being made about John Madden simultaneously.
Yeah. So there's the one, and I don't know which one was first. I think the Will Ferrell
here's
one
what I
was.
know. I'm looking it up now. So it says May 27th of last year, actor Will Ferrell to portray John Madden in upcoming movie, according to report. And I kind of remember talking about this on the show now. So that is basically 14 months ahead of this one, I would say, if we found out today who's going to play Madden in the other one.
Yeah, they were both being negotiated at the same time.
Interesting. Well, color me way more interested in the Will Ferrell offering.
Yeah, well, it's funny, though. In the Will Ferrell movie, it's going to focus, if I remember correctly on that one, it's going to focus more about the Madden video games and how it came to be. But they had Mike portrayed as this nerdy kid who plays Dungeons and Dragons, that he didn't like football and stuff. And Mike was like an all-county linebacker and tight end, played slot back at Harvard. So there's some poetic licenses taken in those movies.
Interesting.
Appreciate you, Mark. That's good insight.
Thank you,
I
buddy.
love that he met with the Sun, and the Sun's issue with the movie is like, they thought I was a nerd.
They made me academic. I used to thump skulls.
Will Ferrell is slated to star as Madden, an upcoming movie about the Hall of Fame coach and broadcaster who also became famous for the football video game that bears his name. So it sounds like the exact same thing as the other one.
I was going to say.
But why would, if someone's already making this, why would you go about making another one? Like we had the author on of the Aaron Rodgers book this week. And I asked him, why'd you write a book about Rodgers? And he said, I was actually hired to write a book about LeBron James. But while I was doing my research early on, I found out someone else was working on a biography on LeBron James. And I said, well, why would I do that? Like similarly, they're probably part of the way through finishing this or making this movie with Will Ferrell.
Yeah, somebody spent some money at some point here, right?
Why
to
are
get this
they
going.
doing this? The movie called Madden will be produced by Amazon and MGM Studios, directed by David O. Russell. This is the same one.
Wait, it's the same movie?
Unless
David O. Russell's doing 2 Madden movies?
There's no way. So could Will Ferrell have backed out and Nick Cage got the role?
You know, it's classic mix-up. 2 David O. Russell movies.
The movie called Madden, produced Amazon MGM, directed by David O. Russell. Bro, this has to be the same movie.
Okay, there's not 2 movies.
I mean, there's got to be one Madden movie, and Will Ferrell's got to be out. Can we get someone on this, please? I'm going to text BDK. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're taking you up to 6:10. Major League Baseball wants to make a crazy change. We'll cover that. Plus, a lot of praise for Jaden Daniels today. We'll read the receipts. Top of the hour, we'll get you ready for Nats baseball ahead of pregame. Nationals, Phillies tonight. Just a good old-fashioned reunion. Nats and some of their former teammates. Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, Trey Turner. A few of our favorite Nationals in recent history going to be teaming up against the Nats this evening. We'll get you the lineups and the report on the pitching matchup before we get out of here right at the top of the hour on Grant and Danny. Quickly on Major League Baseball, did you see today there is a story that baseball is at least considering, we'll see if this happens, the possibility of dictating that pitchers have to go 6 full innings before they can be removed from a game in the future. It would be a new rule. Now, there would be caveats. If you give up more than 4 runs, if you get injured, if you've thrown 100 pitches, a team could pull you. But essentially, the idea would be that there wouldn't be bullpen games, that teams couldn't just pull you out after 5 innings and 1 run because they don't want you to face the order a third time, taking some of the analytics, bullpen usage, the specificity of matchups and roster out of the equation. It's something baseball is looking into possibly to try to bring the value, as they're calling it, back to the starting pitcher.
I would pick up the phone. You dial 9 to get out, then you push the area code. I would call either Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or even NASA, whoever wanted to do it. I would take bids for a spaceship. I would take that and put it on that spaceship and shoot it right into the sun. No, forever. Stop even that beginning of a conversation. These ideas, I understand the point of it. And we're tinkering. We're in the process of trying to improve things, make it more accessible, take some of the computers and numbers and analytics out of the game to a degree and make it about playing again. Fine. I get the spirit of it. That one needs to be destroyed instantaneously. Young pitcher, where you have to control some innings. We can't do that anymore. I don't get you. Now you'd rather have him not start 7 or 8 times to control innings, or I can control innings by only having him throw 5 in April, May, and June of his first season. That's eliminated. I mean, there's a million other kind of scenarios like that.
The proponents of it, including baseball itself, the commissioner's office, is that the 6-inning mandate they hope would provide for a big impact behind the scenes. The belief being that pitchers would have to stop relying so heavily on max velocity that would set up their training around navigating longer starts with less velo, maybe less overpowering stuff, and more longevity. They think it might cut down on velocity, which in turn, in their opinion, would cut down on injuries. I don't even know if that's how it would work.
You're still not making it to the show unless you light up radar guns. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't see it.
A lot of the changes that have been made are good. This is not one I would be for. I don't like dictating to teams how they should go about managing in-game, how they should structure their roster, how they should operate a contest. You shouldn't dictate to a football team how often they've got to pass and run and when they get to pull someone out of the game and put someone else in. And I don't think you should do it in baseball any more than they already do either. So I would be against this big time. I like the idea of trying to get starting pitchers to a point where they go deeper into games and we bring the value back to when I was a kid. And before you went to a game, you actually had to look up who was going to start that day for the Orioles. In your day, when you were a kid, maybe it's the newspaper.
That's right.
For me, it was the internet. And I would hop online and say, oh, Eric Bedard's pitching today. Oh, awesome. It's Jimmy Key's day for the Orioles. You actually saw that guy go throw 7 or 8 innings. We're not there anymore. So I like any emphasis to try to get us back there, but I don't like rules telling teams what they can and can't do.
Yeah, and there's also there are different paths to success. You mentioned the NFL. The Ravens do it differently than a lot of teams. The emphasis on the run game. Well, they're winning the division. If you mandated they had to pass a certain number of times to make it more exciting for people, that's not fair. That's not right. And you wouldn't do that, I don't think, in baseball. You try to find a way for a young team or an inexpensive team. I want Tampa Bay to be able to compete with Boston and New York. They can't afford a $30 million a year starting pitcher every year.
I saw a bunch of reporters in Miami today, a bunch of Dolphins guys talking about how good Jaden Daniels looked. And I saved a few of the comments, but in the interest of time, I'll just read this one from CBS National, Pete Prisco, who's based out of Jacksonville, who's at practice. He said, Commanders practice today, saw Washington play Miami. Jaden Daniels can really throw it. Passes get onto the receiver in a hurry. He is going to be special. The amount of praise for him, he obviously had a really, really good session. It's what we were seeing a lot of in Ashburn. But the amount of praise for him from the Miami media Makes you feel good.
It's fun, right? When you take the show on the road and people land eyes on them for the first time, not just on a highlight with on the internet or at LSU, it makes you feel good.
Does today mean anything in the grand scheme? Probably not. Will Saturday mean anything? Not a whole lot. But continually hearing nice things and seeing people blown away by what they're seeing who cover the National Football League is a nice deal. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next, we'll get you set for Nats baseball, and we'll hit all the headlines of the day that was on the Fan. Stretch run of Grant and Danny on the Fan. A lot going on today. Taking you up to 6:10 and Nats pregame. Running through some of the headlines. It is official. Matthew Judon traded from the New England Patriots to the Atlanta Falcons. Judon back-to-back double-digit sack seasons before last year when he had 4 sacks through 4 games when he got hurt. He's 32 years old as of today. Atlanta was the worst pass rushing team in the NFC and one of the worst in all of football last season. If they're going to make the playoffs this year, they're going to have to get a lot better pass rush. So getting Judon into the fold seems like a no-brainer for them.
There were 2 ingredients they were missing, talking about the Falcons. Consistent and quality quarterback play with some high end. They, in theory, went and solved that this offseason, both via the draft and via free agency. They did both. And then, of course, pass rush. So they're poised to win a pretty bad division.
Speaking of the Patriots, they play preseason football tonight. We got ourselves a game to watch. 7 East time. I'm sure it'll be on NFL Network, right? Eagles, Patriots this evening. Yeah, they're going to nationally televise this thing on the network. Drake May going to play the second and third quarters for Philly. I guess it's going to be the Kenny Pickett show for Philadelphia. A whole lot of Kenny Pickett, who's now with the Eagles. Don't sleep on that, Danny. But preseason action. This is the only game before Saturday. A full slate this weekend kicks off with a bevy of games on Saturday. But get a little Drake May tonight in the New England Patriots.
Little appetizer. I saw earlier he was poised to play the majority of the second quarter, or come in second here with the twos.
Yeah, it sounded like second quarter into the third quarter for Drake May.
Yeah. So, but either way, this is a nice little appetizer for kind of the quote unquote real preseason weekend, right? Week 1, guys are either out of the lineup altogether, not really playing very much. Now this seems to be okay. Let's the most amount of action we're going to get. It's less than it used to be. It used to be a half, maybe even more. However many possessions you get of starters and impact players, this is the weekend you got it.
This was about as candid as Dan Quinn has been answering any question at camp throughout the entire summer to this point. He was asked about wide receiver today and Jahan Dotson, and he made it pretty clear there is still an ongoing competition for the number 2 receiver job.
Where are you at with the wide receiver 2 search?
I would say we are right in the middle of it. And so you'll see a lot of guys in today. You'll see 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a lot of guys that are really battling. I've been really impressed with Olamide, and I thought he's had a really strong camp. Looking forward to getting Luke some extra work into here, Jahan, Diami. So that's where we're at. And then the special teams is going to have a factor in that as well.
My assumption that Olamide Zaccheaus was going to make the team really was based on the fact that Dan Quinn knew him, that they were together at one point in time, end of Quinn's run in Atlanta. What I didn't really account for, though, was he's got some wiggle and he can actually help. I think he is kind of a younger version of what they got from Jamison Crowder last year. So I do fully expect he's going to make the roster. Now, him being your second wide receiver is a problem if that's the case, because he is a bit of a journeyman at this point. He did catch just 10 balls with the Eagles last year. So to go from whatever that role is in Philly to being a potential number 2 here doesn't speak all that highly. But I don't really think that's what's going to happen. I have a hard time believing that the 5'8" wideout is going to be opposite Terry McLaurin and 2 receiver sets a whole lot this season. I think it'll happen some, but I think Dotson, eventually McCaffrey, maybe even De'Ami Brown, all will get some of those chances early in the season. Zaccheaus has a really nice chance to catch some screens.
He'll carve out a nice role.
Involved in a package of plays they're going to give him. They really like him. They like his shiftiness, and he's had great practices.
If we agree Terry McLaurin will get the most receiver targets, that's pretty obvious, right? I think everyone agrees. We move on. Who gets the second most wideout targets? Because I think it'll be a lot of Eckler, a lot of Ertz, a lot of various other.
I want to take calls on that tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think that's a great
Who gets the second most? Last year, Curtis Samuel had almost 100 targets.
I'll say Dotson. I know the momentum is against
That's
that
what I was going to say. The momentum doesn't lead to that.
Today, there is no momentum for that. I would get decent betting odds probably on the betting board. Might even be a plus number with some value there. But I would still go Dotson. I just think he's the second most talented guy.
Because I think it ends up being Zaccheaus. Not because he gets a boatload of looks. It's that like 60 window, as all the things you said. It's slot looks, wide receiver screens, little pop passes, everything in between, gimmicky stuff. Because I don't think they're going to make their outside receivers, Terry McLaurin. Everybody else they're throwing to is going to be close to the line of scrimmage. I think that's where the looks come.
I promise you Zaccheaus will be involved.
Yeah.
I mean, you go out to one practice and you could tell that pretty quickly. All of our camp coverage today on The Fan presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. They have been sponsoring our Commanders coverage throughout this camp. Robert Griffin III out at ESPN, 2 years left on his deal. It was phrased via The Athletic, who broke the story as he got fired. There's been some subsequent reports that say he is out in what is basically a numbers crunch again, that they're just laying people off. He's not alone. It sounds like Samantha Ponder is also out at ESPN, but 2 years left on Griffin's deal. He was a rocket ship rising star on a heater for a very short time, and then it was over. And we have seen that play out here in D.C., and sadly it happened again at ESPN. My guess is he's going to be a highly sought-after television free agent, though. He's got a huge social media following.
He's talented,
likes
too.
to mix it up online. He's got a big personality. He generates a lot of clicks and viral moments. I think he'll be okay.
Yeah, he'll land on his feet. It's just a matter of how is he best deployed. How do you want to use him, right? You want him as your college football analyst on games. You want him kind of in the studio chopping it up. You want him on a debate show. I think he could do just about anything.
All right, let's get to your Nats starting lineups and pitching matchups presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no pressure, in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom. Nats Phillies pregame at 6:10, first pitch at 6:40.
Your quick Phillies note, the entire top of their order used to play for the Nationals. It's just weird, and I don't like it. Schwarber, Turner, Harper. It's only painful when I look. Behind Mitchell Parker, leading off playing shortstop. See. Abrams batting second year DH Juan Yepez, batting third in left field, James Wood. Batting fourth, Andres Chaparro at first base. Luis Garcia hitting fifth at second. K-Bear Ruiz doing the catching. Alex Call in right field batting seventh. Jose Teña back at third base hitting eighth. And your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young at center field.
Zach Wheeler starting for the Phillies. Annually now a Cy Young candidate, has 156 Ks and 142 innings, whip, one on the nose, a 2.78 ERA, one of the best pitchers in the NL at 34 years old. Tough road ahead for the Nats tonight against Wheeler. They counter with the southpaw Mitchell Parker, who has not allowed an earned run in his last two starts. 6 innings, 3 unearned runs going back a few starts ago, and then last time out, 6 1/3 innings, 8 hits, no earnies, and 5 strikeouts against Milwaukee and the Angels. So they'll try to make it 3 straight starts without an earned run allowed. The 24-year-old lefty has been a revelation for the Nats in the rotation.
If I was a Nats hitter, I might have let Skip know this morning. I'm a little stiff. I'm not sore. I'm not hurt. Maybe just one night off I need. My hammy calf groin's a little sore. Stiff.
Nationals weather report presented by Pepco. Game day weather via Pepco because storm season's here, and they know a little prep makes a big difference. Get storm informed at pepco.com/storm prep. Our show meteorologist today is Darius Dameron.
It should be a pleasant 87 degrees at first pitch out in Philadelphia Citizens Bank Park. No chance of precipitation, some cloud cover later on in the game, but should be a pleasant night out there at Citizens Bank Park in Philly.
Thank you, Dad. Very well done.
Good job, Dad.
Appreciated. I told Darius earlier, he's not a big fan of D-Daddy, which I kind of like D-Daddy.
Yeah.
So I said, what about Daddy? He's like, that's worse. And I said, what about Dad? He said, well, those are my initials. And I said, so you like that? He said, absolutely not. I said, they're your initials. He's like, yeah. So what if we just start calling you Dad? So with all due respect to my father, Dennis Paulson, I have 2 dads now.
See that?
Thanks for listening. We're back tomorrow at 2.
Love you, Dad.
Thank you for coming.